ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 99, Alone in a Confined Space. Two vital characters have simultaneously gone missing. Naturally, facing a situation that had never come up in these loops, Subaru's insides were burning with panic. Sprinting through the sanctuary, Subaru headed for Lewis' residence, the small cabin on the village outskirts she had been living in after lending her home to Amelia. Garfield, look who decided come. When Subaru belted open the door and stormed inside, he found Garfield standing there imposingly, waiting for him. With arms crossed, nose furrowed, and irritation in plain view, he glared at Subaru.
Garfield, took you long enough.
How long were you planning to keep me waiting?
Subaru, well, I got here as fast as I could.
But never mind that, what's this about Lewis-san being missing?
Garfield, can't you see for yourself? Garfield jerked his chin, indicating the cramped room.
Looking over the space, if it were wide enough to be called that, Lewis' temporary lodging was a simple shack with no furnitures except a bed.
If Lewis wasn't on that bed, then there was no doubt she wasn't in this house.
Taking control of his breathing, Subaru roughly wiped the sweat off his forehead with a sleeve. Subaru, it's obvious she's not here, but
isn't calling that missing a bit too much?
Lewis-san may not look like it, but she's a proper adult already.
Maybe she's just out for a walk or something, there's no need to.
Garfield, shut up. Fucked you know? Granny ain't never missed showing up at breakfast for no fucking reason. I ain't never seen her oversleep or stay sick in bed either, and you're saying she's taking a walk? You want me teach ya? Subaru, that was a rough way of putting it, but your life with Lewis-san sounds pretty cozy, huh? Even with circumstances as they are, the basis for the notion that Lewis has gone missing was actually rather weak. Pointing this out, Subaru slumped, but Garfield didn't seem to share in Subaru's sentiment. He walked up to Subaru, who finally straightened his back and bared his fangs.
Garfield, it never happened before, yet it's happening this morning.
If anything's happening now that ain't happened here before, it's 'cause you people are involved, even an idiot knows that. You bastard did something with Granny, didn't ya? Though Garfield seemed to have an incredible knack for making baseless accusations, this time, his suspicion hit right on the mark. Lewis, currently Lewis Theta's, disappearance was almost certainly because of Subaru. It was hard to imagine that someone would have kidnapped her and Amelia simultaneously.
She left willingly without saying anything to Garfield.
Just like Amelia, she was blocked by the sanctuary's barrier, so she couldn't have fled outside.
In other words, it was her intention to go into hiding.
And the time limit for finding her was even more pressing than Amelia's.
Subaru, if I don't find Theta-san by the end of today,
the rotation schedule will switch her into tomorrow's Lewis. Alpha, Beta, or Sigma will take her place. If that happens, he will not have another chance to speak with Theta within the 2-day limit, and his perfect run of the sanctuary route will be thwarted. Garfield, Ta? Hearing Subaru call Lewis this, a question mark floated onto Garfield's face. Subaru was about to ask for Garfield's help in finding Theta, but he gave up on that idea the moment he saw Garfield's expression. The question surging up inside Subaru prevented him from saying a word. Subaru, ..
It was a simple question, but one he had never confirmed.
Does Garfield actually know about the 4 representative Lewis personalities? Garfield certainly knew about the Lewis Maya inside the crystal in the abandoned experimental grounds deep within the forest.
He had challenged the trial, met Echidna, and qualified as an apostle of greed.
Naturally, holding the command authority over replicants, Garfield was aware of the existence of the identical-looking Lewis clones.
But, what about the rest?
Does Garfield know about the 4 Lewis personalities, Alpha, Beta, Sigma and Theta? Garfield, hell's that?
You stopped talking all of a sudden. If you got some kinda clue, fucking spit it out now.
Straight and honest Lib-Lib's happy even when he's swindled, they say. Subaru, sounds like Lib-Lib's going to be swindled forever, like that. Imagining the story of some random happy prince, Subaru wasn't sure how best to answer Garfield. His confrontation with Garfield was supposed to be the final barricade to completing the sanctuary route. Honestly, Subaru wasn't nearly prepared enough to face him without having heard what Theta has to say. And yet, whatever answer he gives here could inadvertently influence the outcome.
Just how should he respond?
After much deliberation, Subaru, say, Garfield. Couldn't you just summon Lewis-san if you wanted to? Garfield-GH. Immediately, Subaru saw Garfield's expression violently shift. Garfield's eyes wavered in discomposure as he lunged forward, grabbing Subaru by the collar. At a distance so close that their foreheads almost touched, Garfield's golden pupils seethed with rage, a rage so intense that it could burn its target to nothing with that gaze alone.
Garfield, fuck you talking about?
I ain't got a shred of fucking milfram's cluth fuck you talking about, oi. Subaru, I don't know what a milfram is, but that's not exactly the reaction of someone who doesn't have the shred of a clue, is it?
Let go, dumbass.
Perhaps flipping out and grabbing Subaru was just his way of calming himself.
Garfield's words, as he tried to cover it up, was inherent nonsense.
Hit right on the mark by Subaru's observation, Garfield's grip loosened as Subaru used the opportunity to escape. Smoothing out his crumpled clothing, Subaru took a step back to put some distance between them.
Subaru, I meant exactly what I said. I know you're not too stupid to understand. You have a way to do it. You have the quickest, simplest solution on hand. Why aren't you using it?
Garfield, you say it like it's fucking easy. TCH. Garfield's cheeks twisted in disgust as he glared at Subaru with utmost hatred.
But despite the intensity of the rage and hostility harbored in those eyes, Subaru could clearly discern a shadow of grief mixed within it.
Noticing that hint of sorrow, Subaru's expression shifted, but Garfield, sensing that the depths of his emotion had been seen through, clicked his tongue and looked away. Garfield, that's why I can't let down my guard with a qualified bastard standin' here.
I dunno what that fucking witch filled your head with. But don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me.
Subaru, -- Garfield, so you know about Granny's experimental grounds?
Then you must know about Granny's original in Throck as well. It ain't something just use.
Clutching his chest with his right hand, it was as if Garfield was trying to hide it from Subaru's view. Even though it probably wasn't physically there, Subaru figured he must be indicating the invisible command authority he possessed.
With his arm still holding his chest.
Garfield, I ain't anything like you and Roswell.
I ain't gonna use something just because I can. I ain't never gonna think like that. Subaru, Garfield. Garfield, just me alone is enough. Long as I got myself, I don't need anything else.
I ain't fucking using this power unless it's the last of the last resort.
Grandma, she's my grandma. Those last words fell to a whisper. Subaru had heard him call her grandma once before. But this time, it was more tender than he had ever heard him speak.
Without any intention behind it, what slipped out must have been Garfield's true thoughts. Garfield, TCH.
Noticing his own slip-up, Garfield kicked at the floor in frustration. The exorbitant force caused the whole shack to lurch, sending down specks of dust tickling Subaru's head as he waited for Garfield's next move. Realizing that he was the only one getting worked up, Garfield's expression twisted in even further discomfort as he shoved Subaru out of the way. Garfield, move. I ain't talking with you anymore. If you ain't telling me where Granny is, I'll just look for her myself. When I do, I ain't letting you touch her ever again. Subaru, why does that kinda sound like it's all my fault? Garfield, before your fuckers came, everything was peaceful and nothing ever happened here. I'm bringing us back to that time. I don't need nothing whether it's in here or out there. I don't need nothing. Leaving those faltering words behind, Garfield marched out of the small shack. Bending his knees as soon as he was out of the door, he bounded out with his bestial leg strength, and although his path was straight, he disappeared from view in only a matter of seconds. Batting away the dust that Garfield's departure had kicked up, Subaru decided to check over the room once more before leaving. Regardless of Garfield's hasty conclusions, would Lewis really disappear without leaving any trace behind? Or at least, she might have left some hints about where she was going.
Subaru, but then again, if there was anything, the guy who's known her for ages should have noticed it.
My nose isn't as sharp as his and my eyes aren't any better.
After 5 minutes of searching and finding nothing, Subaru sighed with that self-deprecating lament.
Heading out of the cabin, he gazed in the direction of the village, in thought.
Subaru, Emilia and Louis Theta, those two had almost simultaneously disappeared.
Chances were, both of them left their buildings of their own accord, and were trying to hide from Subaru and everyone else. There was even a possibility that they were working together.
Subaru, I don't remember Emilia and Louis-san being close, but ever since arriving in the sanctuary, Emilia's mind had been occupied by the trials and the royal selection. Subaru couldn't recall a single instance where she casually interacted with anyone here. At most, she had some conversations with Subaru, Ram, Otto, but she rarely ever spoke with Louis or Garfield.
Thinking about it now, her lack of interaction with others might have been the reason she was so fixated on her lonely sense of duty, and it was Subaru's fault for not paying enough attention to her.
If Subaru had done more to smooth things out, Emilia would not have had so many emotions pent up inside, and perhaps they would have found a clearer solution to their problems.
Subaru, but it's a bit late for that, isn't it?
This wasn't the time to be thinking about the underlying causes of Emilia's disappearance.
More importantly, delving into it would only push Subaru further into blaming himself. There was no time to wallow in self-loathing now.
Subaru, it's a good thing Garfield doesn't know that Emilia's also missing. Not that he'd prioritize looking for her before looking for Louis-san, but there's no knowing what he'd say if given the pretext.
Even this small relief would be pointless if he doesn't find Emilia soon.
But finding Louis Theta wasn't a matter he could put off, either. If he doesn't find Theta before Garfield does, it won't be easy getting past the overprotective Garfield after that. In other words, what Subaru needed to do could be summed up as: Subaru, secure Emilia and Louis Theta before Garfield does, figure out Theta's reasons for opposing the sanctuary's liberation, get Emilia back on her feet, have her challenge the trials, and do all of that within half a day. Huh? Natsuki-san, just how brambled does the path have to be before you're satisfied? As Subaru came to that rather bleak conclusion, Otto showed up by the door just in time to butt in, arriving quite a bit later than Subaru, who sprinted here. Otto looked around the shack's disheveled interior and furrowed his brows. Otto, even if you're rummaging through a house, you could have been more elegant about it. Though, your conversation with Garfield seems to have concluded safely. Subaru, concluded safely, but can't say I got anything out of it. Anyway, I've reaffirmed the situation and our next course of action is just as I mumbled. Otto, all I got from that mumble was that we have some new problems piled on top of the old ones and now it's all a jumbled mess, more or less.
Subaru.
Unable to weasel around Otto's accurate impression, Subaru slumped his shoulders. Nevertheless, the fact that Subaru was feeling more at ease than before was no doubt because Otto's presence meant he would no longer have to agonize over it alone. Otto, I'll feel troubled if you keep giving me that blatantly relieved look, you know. Subaru,
What?
Otto, forget I said anything.
You don't seem to realize it, huh? No way you do.
But if you do and you're doing this to me on purpose then I'm totally getting led by the nose here, aren't I? Watching Otto messing up his grey hair, Subaru tilted his head.
But, without answering Subaru's confused expression, anyway, Otto shouted.
Otto, there's no doubt that the already hopeless situation just got even worse.
So what do we do?
Now that the circumstances that already made me want to run for it as it is managed to plummet even further, how are we getting out of this?
I have a feeling that if we hurry now we could still dump everything and make a run for it.
Subaru, after everything you've seen and heard, you still think we can drop everything and run away? Neither of us is the kind of people who can do something that irresponsible, right? Otto, but it looks like Emilia Summer has done exactly that. Looking away, Otto muttered with a sigh.
It wasn't out of spite.
Otto was simply venting the dissatisfaction pent up in his chest.
Realizing this, Subaru did not blame him for it. Subaru only lightly shook his head.
Subaru, Emilia isn't the kind of girl who'd turn tail and run in the face of her problems. Otto, but, how can you say that? Natsuki-san. I've been meaning to say this for a while now, but, are you sure you're not too fixated on only Emilia Summer's attractive side?
Subaru, what's that supposed to mean?
Well, yeah, Emilia is so beautiful that my eyes could explode. Otto, while I definitely agree with that, I'm sure you know that's not what I meant. Seeing his lame joke easily swept aside, Subaru twisted his lips under Otto's gaze. As if finding it a bit painful to watch, Otto raised a finger with, "You listening?" Otto, I understand why you'd only want to see the good side of someone you have a crush on.
I'm sure that kind of thing is very common. So I don't blame you for projecting your ideals on her.
Subaru, Otto, but Emilia Summer is not a perfect person.
In fact, she has quite a few problems.
And that includes the factors that are totally outside of her control. Her origin, her standing, and all the other issues that come with it. Listening to Otto's fluent speech, Subaru figured Otto must have wanted to lecture him on this for quite some time now and had prepared those words beforehand. And indeed, his words were sound and left no room for rebuttal. Otto, naturally, those external factors are unrelated to Emilia Summer's inner purity.
And her outward beauty only adds to her charm.
But, Natsuki-san, Emilia Summer is only a mortal. She's just an ordinary girl. And just like ordinary girls, she has her share of worries, weaknesses, and unattractive aspects to her as well. Subaru, no but, only Emilia. Otto, don't you find it strange that you're only blindly seeing Emilia Summer in a different light? Natsuki-san, since coming to the sanctuary, you must have seen plenty of Emilia Summer's shortcomings firsthand, right? Those shortcomings won't be limited to this place but will come up again and again in the future as well. Emilia Summer's aspirations are too high above the reach of ordinary people, after all. That was Otto's opinion of the height of Emilia's aspirations, the throne. A pinnacle which many others, just like Emilia, were also aspiring to reach. There was Crush Carsten, noble and sincere, of high-minded ideals and undeniable ability.
There was Priscilla Bariel, arrogant and insidious, and consequently unshakable in her will.
There was Anastasia Hoshin, greedy and calculating, devoting everything to realizing her dream, having reached her current station by her unmatched competitive spirit. And there was Felt, poor and weak in her initial position, but driven by an upwards ambition far beyond her young age that would not allow herself to stop still.
Every other royal selection candidate was in possession of peerless determination and virtue.
Faced with these worthy opponents, was Emilia really fit to stand among them?
She was kind, kinder than anyone else. But was that really enough?
Otto, right now, Emilia Summer is still lacking in all sorts of things.
She isn't ready. And the way she is now, she'll probably want to flinch and run away in the face of hardships. This would be one of those times she chose to flee. Why can't you see it, Natsuki-san?
Subaru, but that's...
I don't. Emilia would never. Never. But as much as Subaru wanted to continue, he couldn't. He couldn't find the words.
The feeling was certainly there, his feelings about Emilia.
But how could he form it into words here so Otto would understand?
Subaru, Otto, you're really stubborn, you know that? Subaru bit down on his lip and only stared at Otto with resistance in his eyes.
But, seeing that gaze, Otto looked away. He shrugged with an astounded shake of his head, and turned his eyes towards the village.
Otto, we don't have to reach a conclusion on this right now. Just talking about it won't change the situation, anyway.
We'll still have to find Emilia Summer and Louis-san.
Subaru, sorry.
I know there are lots of things we should properly talk about.
Otto, I'll overlook it since we're friends. So, what do we do now? Jerking his chin, indicating the sanctuary, Otto left the next course of action up to Subaru.
Should they run, or fight?
And which one of the two missing people should they search for first? The fact that he'd leave those decisions to Subaru was just proof of how much Otto trusted him. Though he had no intention of taking that trust lightly, Subaru couldn't help but smile to himself for the blessing he'd been given. And Subaru, Garfield doesn't know that Emilia's missing. And even if Garfield does find Emilia, it's not too much of an issue. The worst case would be that Garfield finds Louis-san before we do.
If we lose the chance to talk with Louis-san, we'll be getting even further away from the perfect ending.
Otto, in other words? Subaru, we'll search for Louis-san first.
We find her before Garfield, and hear what she has to say.
Emilia.
Everyone's about to have an important talk.
So be a good girl and wait in your usual spot, okay? With this, young Emilia was shoved into the hollow of the great tree deep within the forest, the so-called princess room, which was one of the things in life she wasn't particularly happy about. In the village in the forest where the elves lived in secret, Emilia grew up loved by everyone.
All the adults adored her and would indulge her little whims without the slightest complaint.
While the fact that she rarely got to play with other children made her feel a little lonely, she had to follow her instructions. Rules like that must be firmly kept, that was what her foster mother, Fortuna, had told her.
Fortuna was the one who took care of Emilia in the elven village, a person who was like a mother to her.
She had silver hair and amethyst eyes just like Emilia, but she'd cut her hair short since she found long hair too much of a hassle, and the sharpness of her eyes set them far apart from each other. Emilia could no longer remember when she first started living with Fortuna. All she knew was that Fortuna wasn't her real mother but a blood relative somewhere in the vicinity of an aunt.
Fortuna, I'm your father's younger sister, you know. My brother.
Your dad and your mom are busy right now and can't be here with you.
So they've asked me to look after you.
Fortuna's explanation came as a great shock to Emilia.
But it wasn't a shock in the negative sense.
Even though she kept insisting that she wasn't her real mother, as far as Emilia was concerned, Fortuna was undoubtedly her mother.
And, on top of having Mommy Fortuna, she had a father and a real mother as well.
Normally, people only had two parents, a mom and a dad, but Emilia had a dad and two moms.
How lucky she is, she thought. Fortuna, your silver hair is from my brother.
And the color of your eyes too, it really runs in the family. Your gentle face is from your mother, though.
Everyone on our side has scary-looking eyes.
Emilia, but I like your eyes, Mommy Fortuna.
Fortuna's eyes were usually intense and severe.
And occasionally, when Emilia made her mad, the sharpness of her eyes would intensify, causing Emilia to shudder tremendously. But, aside from those times when she got angry, Fortuna was Emilia's ideal mother, and Emilia received her sharp eyes with loving emotions.
As a mother, Fortuna was strict but kind.
Although the young Emilia sometimes thought the rigid discipline she imposed was a bit excessive, even at her age, Emilia understood that it was all with her best interests in mind. Her discipline was never accompanied by violence, and she never scolded Emilia for anything unreasonable. Even on the rare occasions when her scoldings made Emilia cry, they would reconcile the same night and fall asleep in each other's arms. Fortuna, if there's one thing I really regret, it's that I wasn't kinder to people. If I had realized that sooner, my brother wouldn't have waited till the end to rely on me.
A loneliness would rise on Fortuna's face whenever she said really.
This left such a strong impression on Emilia's mind that she made a special effort to imitate it.
Except she would use it not when she was sad, but when she was happy and laughing.
Perhaps it was the shallow wish of a child to paint over the memories of her mother's loneliness and sadness by using it for something uplifting and joyous instead. Emilia, mew.
So boring.
Back to where our story began, Emilia was shut up in the princess room alone. She didn't like being called princess very much, but since that was what everyone in the village called her, she had grown used to it by now.
Because she knew they weren't making fun of her, but were saying it with affection, she never requested that they stop.
But the fact that they had stuck that moniker on the room she was being shut up in was one of young Emilia's few dissatisfactions in life. Emilia, what could everyone be doing?
If Emilia was shut inside the princess room, it meant there must be visitors from outside the village. Quite a large group of outsiders would occasionally enter the forest to visit the hidden elven community.
And while no one ever told Emilia this, she could always sense it on her skin. Actually, this sixth sense of sorts was due to Emilia subconsciously interfering with the micro-spirits in the forest which informed her of those people's presence, but Emilia didn't know this at the time. Hugging her knees in the narrow room, Emilia usually passed her time flipping through the pages of the books she'd been given or playing with the shabby doll Fortuna had made for her. Although she had been told that those were secret talks that only adults could understand, there seemed to be plenty of children present as well, which only added to Emilia's dissatisfaction. She mustn't tell lies or keep secrets, that was what Mommy Fortuna had taught her. But wasn't it wrong for Mommy Fortuna and the adults to lie and keep secrets from Emilia? Every 10 days or so, Emilia would be stuffed inside the princess room. Though Emilia wasn't happy about it, she wasn't so naughty as to let it show on her face.
But by now, she had already lost count how many times she had been put in here, not to mention that she'd just had a fight with Fortuna the night before.
Most of all, she forgot to bring the doll that Fortuna had made for her, having left it in her bedroom, which proved to be the decisive blow. "Emilia, I wanna go outside."
It was but a passing murmur that no one was supposed to hear.
But, while Emilia didn't say it to anyone she knew, those who knew her had heard it loud and clear. "Emilia, dash."
Inside the hollow, in the room lit by the white glow of Lagamite ores, there now mingled floating spots of pale blue phosphorescence.
She blinked as the sudden gushes of light captivated her attention. Dancing before her eyes, the lights kept the young girl's curiosity captive as they migrated to a corner of the princess room, where they disappeared as if sucked into the wall. "Emilia, dash dash." Standing up, Emilia tottered to the spot where the lights had vanished.
She was a little scared, but even hotter curiosity burned inside her chest.
Standing before the wall that had sucked in the lights, Emilia reached out her hand as if to confirm the feel of the wood, and there, she found an opening just large enough for her little arm to fit through. Just now, the pale blue lights had escaped through that gap.
The front door of the princess room was bolted from the outside, and couldn't be opened from within.
It was designed so that Emilia couldn't escape even if she wanted to.
Thinking about it now, this treatment was definitely a bit too excessive to be considered normal, but Emilia, who took it for granted at the time, never questioned it.
However, now that she had discovered the possibility of escaping the place that should have been impossible to escape, Emilia's heart vacillated between her curiosity and her mother's instructions.
She wanted to know what everyone in the village was doing while she was gone.
Mommy Fortuna had taught her to strictly follow her instructions, and Emilia needed to stay here in the princess room until Fortuna came back for her. But what if she tested out this escape route and, once she had a peek of what everyone was doing, sneaked back here?
Besides, it was the adults who first broke the rule not to lie and keep secrets.
If they broke one, and Emilia broke one as well, then wouldn't they just be even? "Emilia, dash dash." The little girl thought with all her might and came up with that little justification. Taking a closer look at the hole she had stuck her arm into, it was one of the gaps between the tree's tangled roots. If she put all her strength into it, she felt certain she could widen the gap, if only just a little. Hinging on that feeling, young Emilia pushed away at the roots to secure a space large enough for her to pass through.
Sweat dripped from her brows, and mud soiled her clothes.
There was no way she could tell Fortuna I didn't do anything now, but even so, the gap between the roots continued to grow until, at last, she succeeded in crawling outside. "Emilia, dash A." A strange sense of accomplishment rose in Emilia's chest as the outside breeze washed over her. Even though she had just done something that would earn her a scolding if she were found out, she still felt the compelling urge to run up to Fortuna and brag ahem, "I did it." Of course, Fortuna would certainly go up in flames if she did that, so Emilia quickly stopped herself before she could start running.
Phew, crisis averted. But then again, Emilia thought,
if she had followed her idiotic logic back then, gone to get praise from Fortuna, gotten vehemently scolded, cried and wailed and regretted it, and forgotten all about that gap in the tree roots, everything would have been so much better.
Because if she had done that, she would never have set the subsequent tragedy in motion. But what was that tragedy?
The question did not reach the young Emilia, who had just escaped the princess room, now triumphantly dashing towards where everyone should be. The realization that she was doing something naughty soon forced Emilia to sneak from cover to cover, and, thanks to the help of the micro-spirits, she got a vague sense of where everyone was. Before long, Emilia found everyone gathered in the village square. While, alongside them, she saw a group of people in strange black costumes. Emilia, Emilia hid herself behind a large tree before nimbly climbing up its branches. Sometimes, when little Emilia was feeling mischievous, she'd scamper from tree to tree like a little animal to make the adults jump around to catch her. The acrobatics she learned from those activities now allowed her to watch over the conversation unseen.
The population of the elven village numbered 40 in all.
And it seemed all the adults and children, aside from Emilia, were gathered there.
The black robes were fewer in number, with only about 20 members.
A few of them were in the middle of the assembly, participating in the discussion, while the rest were unloading luggage. The black robes seemed to have come here on wagons, and as they transferred their cargo to the villagers' faces would brighten while bowing their heads. We can't thank you enough for the care you've always shown us.
What are they doing? What are they talking about?
Wondering this, Emilia wanted to lean out to see, when she heard a voice as close as a whisper against her ear.
She jerked back in surprise but saw no one around who could have been the source of that voice. Nevertheless, that voice undoubtedly belonged to Fortuna.
In fact, Fortuna was directly below Emilia, speaking with a black-robed figure who seemed to be the leader of the group.
Fortuna, thank you for procuring these supplies for us that are so hard to come by in the forest. We're glad for your help. Robed man, you are too kind. It vexes us greatly that this is the only way we could repay you. We're always laying burdens on you, Fortuna Summer. Fortuna, we could say the same as well.
Emilia could clearly make out the contents of their conversation and the wry smiles exchanged between them.
Fortuna's gestures below her left no doubt that they were the ones talking this very moment.
But somehow, it was as if Emilia's sense of hearing was amplified. This was actually the handiwork of the micro-spirits obeying Emilia's will, but naturally, the young Emilia did not notice their diligence. Standing in front of Fortuna was a man with bold features, garbed in a black robe. His muscular physique and stature made him stand out among the mostly slender elves. And so it was almost unimaginable that, despite his martial appearance, he would bow so low while interacting with Fortuna. Seeing such an imposing man showing such unreserved respect towards Fortuna filled the peaking Emilia with pride.
To think that the amazing person making this big man grovel was actually her mother.
Robed man, now, I asked this every single time, but...
How is the seal?
Emilia was puffing up her chest in her somewhat misdirected pride, but that sentiment instantly dispersed the moment the man changed the subject.
Such was the heaviness of the complex emotions imbued within that man's words. Fortuna, I suppose I can't just laugh it off as you worrying too much.
Rest assured, it's as stable as ever.
There isn't even 1,000,000 to 1 chance it could come undone. I'd never be able to face my brother and sister-in-law, otherwise.
Robed man, it's a terrible shame, about your older brother and his wife.
Fortuna, my brother must certainly have been prepared. As for my sister-in-law, I'm not quite sure even now. But, I do understand the weight of the responsibility entrusted to me. I don't intend to abandon it or treat it half-heartedly. I'm sure you feel the same?
Robed man, I
have no choice in the matter.
I'm afraid it's not the same as the sense of duty and responsibility you bear, Fortuna Summer.
Obsession, attachment. It'd be something along those lines. The man gave a breathy laugh as Fortuna watched him with a pained expression.
All the while, the meaning of their little exchange completely eluded the present Emilia. It's a terrible shame about your older brother and his wife. What was that supposed to mean?
Fortuna's brother was Emilia's father. Then his wife would be the person he married. His bride. And Emilia's mother.
It's a terrible shame, what could that possibly mean? And when Fortuna heard this, why didn't she ask any questions? Hugging her branch tight, Emilia stretched out her neck and perked up her ears so she could hear their conversation more clearly, unaware of the micro-spirit's blessing and the fact that her gesture was completely pointless. Emilia desperately kept up that posture so as not to miss a single word.
Fortuna, motivations have nothing to do with the nobility of an action. What you are doing deserves to be praised by tens of thousands.
It's really unfortunate that it can't become common knowledge. Robed man, ha, ah ha ha.
I appreciate the words of comfort.
But, it is impossible nonetheless. If our true intentions were revealed to the world, the presently stable order would once again be plunged into chaos.
I'm sure neither you nor I,
least of all, her, would want to see this.
Fortuna, I suppose not. Fortuna agreed with a nod.
After that, the topic seemed to drift away from what Emilia wanted to hear, and their subsequent conversation consisted mainly of casual small talk. While Fortuna and the man conversed, the rest of the group had finished distributing the cargo. One of the adults called to Fortuna, and Fortuna nodded in reply before turning back to the robed man.
Fortuna, thanks to the spirit's protection, the changing seasons don't have much of an impact on the forests. But still, these clothes and blankets are a great help. Thank you.
Robed man, if only for your deeds, you and everyone here should deserve better than this.
You shouldn't be forced to live in such a place. Fortuna, what are you calling such a place? We love living in the forest, you know.
Saying this jokingly, a faint smile emerged on Fortuna's face.
The man also smiled in return, as the two shared an amicable moment together. And then? Archbishop Summer. The items have been transferred, we are ready to depart. Please make haste.
Robed man, understood.
Hearing the black-robed figure's report, the man reluctantly took one last look at the village.
Then, he gave Fortuna a bow, while Fortuna and the other adults put their hands to their chests and bowed to the group of black robes in response. The man turned away to follow behind the departing wagon train, but then, he halted. Robed man, right, there was one more thing I wanted to ask.
Fortuna.
The man turned around and lifted a finger, while Fortuna urged him to continue with her silence. Seeing Fortuna's attitude, for a moment, the man closed his eyes, before gazing into the depths of the forest. Robed man, Emilia Summer, is she well? Emilia, HK. Hearing the man mention her name, Emilia unwittingly squeaked on the tree branch.
But luckily, since she had just exhaled, it only came out as a little groan.
Fortunately, no one seemed to have heard it, and Fortuna only slowly nodded to the man's question.
Fortuna, she's fine.
Emilia is healthy, and growing up to be a good girl. A good girl who's
more than I deserve, but, I'm sorry. I cannot let you meet her.
Robed man, that's all I needed to hear.
I understand.
As long as Emilia Summer is safe and well, that's more than enough. A sinner as I am, I don't dare covet anything beyond that.
Fortuna. Rather than self-deprecation, it sounded more like he was cautioning himself.
But either way, no easy words of comfort escaped Fortuna's lips as she heard this. The man looked up with an expression as if he was relieved by Fortuna's silence, and, after a while of staring at each other without either of them breaking the stillness. Archbishop Summer, is something the matter? Archbishop Roman A. Conti Summer?
Someone ran back from the party that had gone on ahead. Hearing his name, the robed man spread out his arms. Robed man, not at all. Well, I best be going. Fortuna Summer, I'll see you soon.
Fortuna, thank you for everything, as always, and sorry, Gers.
Faintly smiling at Fortuna's parting words, the man she called Gers rejoined the party as they gradually left the forest.
Seeing them off until the last of them was out of view, Fortuna dropped her shoulders with a sigh.
Then, she clapped her hands, drawing the attention of everyone present onto herself. Fortuna, now, let's hurry and get everything distributed. Please share them out as usual. I'll go fetch Emilia.
Emilia, Seeing the adults and children proceeding to transport the goods as per Fortuna's orders, Emilia practically flew down the tree and sprinted towards the princess' room as fast as her legs could take her. She squeezed her tiny body through the gap she'd used to escape, and despite getting cuts all over her skin, Emilia managed to get inside. But, once inside, she was horrified to realize that her wretched appearance looked nothing like that of a good girl who had obediently waited in her room. Until recently, Emilia had thought that even if Fortuna discovered that she'd went outside and scolded her for it, she'd be forgiven if she apologized and sincerely reflected on her actions. But, after hearing what she had just heard, that optimism had all but vanished. In fact, Emilia was certain that she had just heard something she was never supposed to hear. Emilia, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Mommy Fortuna could come back and unlock the door any moment now. One good look at her, and it wouldn't take much to figure out that Emilia had sneaked outside. If Fortuna found out that she had heard that conversation, it'd mean complete and utter ruin for the young Emilia. Emilia, at least, I've got to hide the scratches. There were cuts all over her skin, her knees and elbows were scraped, and some wounds were seeping with blood. There was no way those wounds could escape Fortuna's sharp eyes, and just the thought of how they'd hurt in a bath was frightening.
She had to do something, but, just when she was immersed in that thought.
Emilia, huh? Emilia saw the pale blue lights appear in the princess' room once more, like a sign that she was saved. The shining particles drifted in Emilia's vision, captivating her consciousness with their movements before sprinkling onto her body. Emilia, Just like when they were sucked into the wall, the pale blue lights sank into Emilia's skin. As if attacking the young girl's wounds, they gathered at the various scratches, staining the wounds white with their faint glow, and, by the time the lights disappeared, only a vague redness remained where the cuts used to be. Emilia, The inexplicable transformation of her body left Emilia petrified and speechless. The painful wounds on her elbows, knees, and skin had vanished, and Emilia's body was restored to the state before her escape.
Realizing this, Emilia took off her clothes and changed into a spare dress in the princess' room.
But then, the torn and shabby clothes she'd just taken became a problem. Emilia, I know. Tipping over the bottles of colorful drawing ink, she smudged them all over her torn clothes.
And when she had stained them so thoroughly that they could never be washed clean again.
Fortuna, Emilia?
Are you awake?
She heard Fortuna's voice outside the door and quickly straightened her back. Feeling her heart violently pounding at the hair's breadth timing, she tried to give some kind of reply, but her throat couldn't utter a sound. Fortuna, Emilia?
Did you fall asleep?
Emilia, I'm up?
I'm up, Mommy Fortuna. It's just, Fortuna, oh, so you are awake. Sorry for making you wait for so long.
As if relieved to hear Emilia's reply, Fortuna unlocked the door and entered the room. But the moment she walked in, Fortuna's smile disappeared as she wrinkled up her pretty nose.
Fortuna, what happened? Smells like ink in here.
Emilia, sorry.
I accidentally spilled all the paint. I got it all over my clothes, too.
Looking at the toppled paint jars in the center of the room, then at the befuddled Emilia behind it, Fortuna held her palm to her face with, geez.
Fortuna, well, there's no helping it now. Good thing we had spare clothes in here. Otherwise, I'll have to carry you back naked, you know.
Emilia, Mommy Fortuna. Fortuna, it's all right, Emilia. There's no need to be scared, I know you didn't mean to, so I'm not angry at you.
More importantly, are you hurt?
Crouching down to match Emilia's height, Fortuna looked her beloved daughter up and down just to be sure. And when she saw there were no obvious injuries, Fortuna spilled a relieved sigh and gently took Emilia into her embrace. Emilia, Mommy?
Fortuna, no, it's nothing. I just
really missed you, Emilia.
I'm sorry. Just let me hug you for a little longer. Keeping Emilia in her embrace, Fortuna pressed her cheek against Emilia's.
Normally, Fortuna would always be too embarrassed to make such gestures of affection, so this was very rare for Emilia.
Perhaps, it was an indication that Fortuna was truly worried.
And
Fortuna, such a little troublemaker.
Fortuna softly opened her eyes and muttered as, wrapped in her embrace, Emilia stroked her short silver hair. But, without heeding Fortuna's objection, Emilia went on caressing Fortuna's hair to her heart's content.
There were so many things she wanted to ask her.
But there was too much young Emilia didn't know for her to form them all into words, and so, she went on without saying a word.
Fortuna, hey, Emilia.
Emilia, Watching as Emilia quietly stroked her head, Fortuna narrowed her eyes. Suddenly, in her amethyst eyes that were the same color as Emilia's, a teardrop appeared. In a blink of a moment, the teardrop rolled down and dripped off Fortuna's cheek, but, without wiping it off, Fortuna only looked at Emilia, smiling.
Fortuna, I love you, you know. There were still so many things she wanted to ask.
But, right now, those words from her mother was enough, she thought. Dragging her feet in the darkness with pale blue lights drifting around her, Emilia continued on.
Exhausted, sapped of even the strength to walk, she could barely lift her feet off of the ground. But her still persevering consciousness did not allow her to stop but only continue forward.
Memories from her childhood flashed across her mind.
But why was she remembering them now?
The past Emilia saw in her trial was slightly different from the past she'd just remembered.
The past she remembered was a bit earlier than the events shown in her trials. If somehow she could return to that time, surely, everything would be different.
Emilia, Mommy, Fortuna. Kind, warm, and strong, Fortuna was Emilia's ideal woman, even now.
She wanted to grow up to be Mommy Fortuna, to be just like Mommy Fortuna.
But every time she was faced with the slightest adversity she'd grow hesitant, vexed, and afraid until it resulted in an irredeemable end. Emilia, you, pig, HK. Whenever she thought about that irredeemable end, Emilia's chest would be racked by unendurable pain. Sorrow, regret, and agony, overwhelmed by these tangled emotions, Emilia was brought to the verge of tears by her own stupidity, inadequacy, and shame.
Always. She's always like this.
Frantically, desperately, unreservedly giving her all, Emilia would nevertheless fail to obtain what she truly wanted, or to even touch it. Even the things she should have held safely in her hands, slipped through her fingers like sand, enchanting Emilia with their transient glimmer before vanishing into nothing.
Fortuna, Puck, Subaru, it was the same with all of them.
Emilia, it's all
my fault. All because I'm
a bad girl
who couldn't keep her word. Everyone.
Sobbing under her breath, Emilia's feet dragged on.
Amidst the thick, brambled green, sluggish and slow, she pressed on nonetheless.
Emilia, everyone tried to hide it from me.
Hide it? But, no.
If I could have gone on without knowing, if I never learned of.
If I never found out, how much better that would be, and yet. In the forest.
The pale blue lights.
The black-robed men. Mommy Fortuna. The giant black serpent. The closed door.
The snow.
The world of white. The world of silver white. The end, the world that was ending. Father, mother.
Emilia, yet I.
The endless maelstrom of words raced through her head.
Tossed and tormented in its wake, Emilia raised her head and pressed forward. Emilia, ..
With feeble voice.
And faltering steps.
But not a single drop of tear in her eyes.
ARC4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 100. Memories buried in dust. Blindly searching like this wasn't going to get them anywhere.
That was the conclusion Subaru came to after looking for Lewis all over the village and straining his cardio and respiratory functions to the point that his lungs were aching. Subaru, ha.
Holding his knees, he heaved his shoulders up and down to pump oxygen into his lungs.
The mental fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days flooded back all at once, and his limbs felt heavy as if they'd been injected with lead.
Even breathing was difficult.
Otto, Natsuki-san, you all right?
But seriously, you ran out of steam way too quickly, you know.
Subaru, shut up.
I just suddenly remembered.
I was still undergoing medical treatment when all these things came up, and my exhaustion's just about reaching its peak. Otto, okay, I get that you're a sore loser, you just sit here and rest a while.
Give your body a break and take some time to think. I'll go fetch some water.
Seeing the exhausted Subaru, Otto spilled a small sigh, pointed to the shade of a tree, and left him there. Watching Otto leave while scowling at his own patheticness, Subaru sat down under the tree and focused on restoring his breathing. Subaru, Almost an hour had passed since he parted with Garfield and started searching for Louis Theta. He and Otto's two-man human wave tactic hadn't yielded any results so far.
Yet, just like with Emilia, they couldn't exactly go around recruiting helpers.
As the representative of the sanctuary, Louis abandoning her duties and going AWOL wasn't something the sanctuary's residents and refugees should be allowed to hear.
Garfield must have had the same considerations when he went on to search for her alone.
Subaru, Emilia. If Subaru was honest about his feelings, he was more worried about Emilia's safety than Louis. He doubted she would do anything rash, but knowing how lost and lonely she must be feeling, he couldn't help but want to rush to her side and console her. But the cruel reality was just as he told Otto, finding Louis was more urgent. There was no room to be sentimental about this. Still, Subaru hoped that Ram's separate efforts could manage to find Emilia. Subaru, kinda feels like I'm conceding something to Roswell, though.
Ram clearly belonged to Roswell's faction.
She was only searching for Emilia out of concern for Roswell's reputation, not to help Subaru or Otto. It was just that her present efforts to serve Roswell happened to be aligned with Subaru's. The optimal flow would be for Subaru and Otto to find Louis, then go on to find Emilia. If Subaru could nail both of those conversations back to back, that would be best.
But ideals were ideals. Only empty rhetoric.
Counting chickens before they've hatched, etc. Subaru, at this rate, we'll run out of time before we find either of them. That's the worst case and absolutely cannot be allowed to happen, but we have to do something.
Panicking wasn't going to help.
Instead of standing still, thinking, wouldn't it be more reliable to just comb through every corner of the sanctuary?
But then,
Subaru, if doing that would find them, then Garfield would have gotten to them first.
It's been an hour already.
That guy can move twice as fast as me and Otto, so if he hasn't found her yet, that means Louis was trying to elude them so that even Garfield couldn't find her. Subaru, At this thought, Subaru felt a tug in his mind as he held his breath. Something was off.
Louis was trying to elude Garfield. That much was right. But that's not right at all.
Why would Louis want to run from Garfield? Wasn't Louis Theta running because she wanted to avoid confronting Subaru? Subaru figured she didn't want to answer his questions about the trial and decided to go into hiding until her rotation ended.
But that wouldn't make any sense.
If Theta really just wanted to avoid talking to Subaru, all she had to do was communicate her desire to Garfield. Garfield wouldn't hesitate to eliminate Subaru if given a clear reason to. And if Garfield decided to attack him, Subaru would have no means of fighting back. If Theta truly wanted to keep her past hidden, she could have incited Garfield to do this. So why hadn't she done this, and why wouldn't she do this?
Subaru, she's running. Because she wants to be chased? Well, surely the whole point of running is to not get caught. So what are you talking about?
Subaru was holding his chin, muttering, when someone else butted in. Looking up, it was a perplexed Otto handing him a pitcher full of water. Otto, I can understand getting a little overwhelmed with all the things to think about. The time I had to stay awake for 4 days straight going around doing business negotiations, I felt pretty unhinged by the last day too. Subaru, setting aside that story of your past hardships for another time, it's not like I'm going crazy, I'm not.
I don't think.
Otto, you're sounding less and less confident about that. Accepting the pitcher, Subaru held the spout to his mouth and poured. Relishing the cool sensation sliding down his throat, he organized his tangled words. Subaru, what's your take on why Lewis-san disappeared? Otto, well, she probably wants to avoid an inconvenient conversation, I'm guessing?
If she runs into you today, she'll have to talk whether she wants to or not.
But, considering how she can't leave this place, I can't deny that it feels like a stopgap measure. Subaru, exactly, it's a stopgap.
But if she really wanted to solve the fundamental problem, you know how she could easily do it?
Otto, you mean Garfield? Otto effortlessly deduced the conclusion Subaru had come to from the few hints given. Furrowing his brows, he crossed his arms as if in thought. Otto, right, by that line of reasoning. Then maybe Lewis-san doesn't want Garfield to know about her disagreements with you? Subaru, still, Garfield is already suspecting that we have something to do with it.
When he said that nothing ever went wrong in the sanctuary until we came along and set it off, I didn't know what to say. Garfield had hit it right on the mark.
Either way, Garfield had found the indirect cause of Lewis' disappearance. And there was no way Lewis could have failed to consider how Garfield would react to her disappearance. Subaru, which means, there are only two conceivable possibilities. Otto, either she wants to avoid both Natsuki-san and Garfield and decided to go into hiding, or Subaru, knowing that we'll be looking for her, she's waiting to be found? If it was the former, then Subaru and Otto might as well give up here.
If Petite Lewis really wanted to hide, she could easily hold out for half a day.
The only one who'd have a chance of finding her would be the sharp-nosed and agile Garfield. But, if it was the latter, then Subaru and Otto's chances against Garfield were 50-50. In that case, Lewis must certainly have made her arrangements accordingly.
There must be another way to find her besides blindly searching.
Subaru, we should search somewhere related to Lewis-san. Otto, but we've already searched her home. And her actual home was where Emilia Summer went missing, so that doesn't. Subaru, yes, right.
I doubt she would have went to Roswell, and the experimental grounds was probably the first place Garfield looked. Which means,
if Theta had to choose a place that Subaru and Garfield would have an equal chance of finding, one which Garfield wouldn't immediately investigate.
If such a place existed, it would be
Subaru, Otto, I think I got it. Otto, oh really?
You got it from our little exchange just now? You sure you aren't jumping the gun here?
Subaru, don't know why you're being so negative on me, the likelihood is pretty high. In fact, if this isn't it, then it'll be time to throw in the towel. Nodding to the stumped-looking Otto, Subaru drank down the remaining water in a single gulp. He wiped off his lips, stood up from the ground, and gazed in the direction of the place he had in mind. If Theta was there, then she wasn't running away.
She was simply waiting in the spot most appropriate for this conversation.
Waiting for Subaru, or perhaps waiting for Garfield. Subaru, don't realize it just yet, Garfield.
Let me wrap up this interview with your guardian first.
Fortuna, we're about to have an important talk, so just wait here for a bit, okay? Emilia, yes, Mommy Fortuna. Emilia obediently replied to Fortuna, who had brought her to the princess room and told her to wait there. Seeing the smile on Emilia's face as she saw her off, Fortuna couldn't help but slightly widen her eyes. She patted Emilia's long silver hair and relinquished a worried sigh. Before, Emilia would always look a little upset about being left behind in the princess room. As much as she tried to hide it, the way she puffed up her blushing cheeks and turned her face away left no doubt that she was pouting. It's been a while since she saw that obvious attitude on Emilia's face, so, naturally, Fortuna was worried.
Fortuna, Emilia.
Emilia, who? Fortuna, HMMN, never mind.
She stroked her hand through her daughter's hair as if wanting to ask her something, but, seeing Emilia's innocent eyes gazing back at her, Fortuna only shook her head, smiling. Though she still couldn't help but worry, Fortuna figured she should just be glad that Emilia wasn't making a fuss.
And since there were visitors waiting for her, Fortuna decided to leave well enough alone. Waving her little hand, Emilia said goodbye to Fortuna as the door closed behind her, followed by the sound of the bolt clicking. With the door safely locked, Emilia was left in the princess room alone.
Although lately, that hasn't been the case.
Emilia, okay, you can come out now. Waiting a whole minute to make sure that Fortuna had left for good, Emilia returned to the center of the room and called out in a whisper. Naturally, she was the only person in the room, and no one was supposed to answer, but little specks of pale blue phosphorescence drifted into the brightly lit chamber. Seeing their dull, faint glow, Emilia's amethyst eyes quivered with joy.
Over the time she spent in the princess room, she seemed to have inexplicably acquired the ability to communicate with them.
She called them fairies, though they were actually micro-spirits, and while Emilia's name for them was close, the nuance was a little bit off. Regardless, the micro-spirits did not fault young Emilia for her rudeness. Emilia, Fairy-san, thanks for coming today.
The little girl said, thanking them for not letting her be alone.
Hearing this, the lights glowed bright, dancing in reply. Emilia, Watching the dancing micro-spirits, Emilia intensely recognized their goodwill towards her.
They were not only here to dispel her loneliness, but to help her to the best of their ability.
And whenever Emilia grew too lax while walking around outside, they would promptly warn her before anyone spotted her.
She had escaped the princess room many times after that.
No one seemed to have noticed the gap in the tree roots leading outside, and Emilia continued using it for her escape. At first, she had gotten cuts over body and clothes while trying to force herself through, but now that she'd acquired the knack for it, it was no longer a concern.
Until then, she had to apologize for getting her clothes dirty over and over, and Fortuna had very nearly gotten suspicious. It was really a close call.
Emilia, she was definitely really suspicious.
But it all worked out in the end.
Emilia puffed up her chest, bragging about her improvements, while the pale blue lights swirled around her head as if praising her.
Soon, she was feeling giddy from the dazzling light show.
Nevertheless, while she had become a regular escapist, her grand adventures outside were all composed of cute little mischiefs. She'd listen in on the adults' conversations like the first time, eat ripe fruits from the trees without permission, or rearrange the furniture in someone's home to confuse them, but nothing more than that. Yet, mischief is a thing which grows with each exploit, and the pure and innocent Emilia was no exception. Emilia, all right.
It's time to head out.
Fairies, The lights swayed as if in agreement, and, encouraged by her reinforcements, Emilia beautifully escaped the princess room. Opening up the roots that had been loosened by her numerous escapes, she slid her small body into the gap and then pulled herself outside. She rolled down the moment she was free and landed on a bed of leaves which softened the blow.
This was something she had prepared after the lessons she learned from all the tumbling in her previous attempts.
Emilia, what should I do today? Picking off the leaves that had stuck onto her hair, Emilia asked the lights around her.
Though she knew they couldn't answer, seeing them respond with their oscillating brightness assured her that she wasn't alone. It was good that she could come outside, but soon, she'll be running out of things to do.
If she kept repeating the same mischief, people will figure out that she was behind it and that she could escape the princess room.
And if they plug up the hole, it'll be all over. Emilia, let's take it slow until things cool off.
Muttering like a wily, crafty criminal, Emilia wandered aimlessly towards the village. Most likely, the adults would be gathering in the village center as usual, conversing with the black-robed figures and receiving their gifts. Meanwhile, Mommy Fortuna would be chatting with the tall man, whom Emilia had heard being called Romane Conti, or, by her mother, Gers. Emilia secretly decided to go with Gers. But while she found their adult conversations fascinating at first, after repeatedly eavesdropping on them, it eventually lost its freshness and Emilia was growing tired of it.
Fortuna and Gers would talk about all sorts of topics that went over Emilia's head.
The only reason she still frequently listened was in the hopes that they would bring up her mother and father like they did the first time so she could hear a little more about them.
Unfortunately, that hasn't happened so far.
Emilia, maybe. She could sneak into one of Gers's wagons. If Emilia slipped her little body in between the crates on one of those covered wagons, they could stow her outside the forest, just like that.
She had never seen Gers's friends check the wagons before leaving.
But, even with the fairy's help, it'd be impossible to sneak in unnoticed. Emilia, mew. Thinking along those lines and realizing that it wouldn't work, she gave up. After all, leaving the forest would be the worst possible way she could break her promise to Fortuna.
She absolutely mustn't leave the forest.
There are things outside that would be scary for Emilia, and it'd be too dangerous before she turns into an adult.
At least, that was what she'd always been told. Even though she was already breaking the rules, she wasn't about to break all of them.
Perhaps that too was young Emilia's virtue showing through. And so, the plan to hide in the wagon and get stowed away was scrapped in the drafting phase.
Instead, she figured she'd find some other way to learn more about her parents.
Emilia, hup, hup.
In the time she spent thinking, she had reached the village square where the adults and Gers's companions were meeting.
Emilia nimbly darted up a nearby tree, laid flat on her belly, and perked up her ears. As always, Fortuna and Gers were happily chatting off to the side while the others unloaded the cargo.
Except today, Fortuna's expression was especially warm.
Fortuna, Emilia's been cheerful lately, and really full of energy.
I just wish she'd stop getting mud all over her clothes.
Gers, my.
It's good to hear that she's doing well. We could bring some more clothes for her if you wish.
It'll be winter soon outside the forest, and we'll have lots of out-of-season clothes to spare.
Fortuna, we're always imposing on you. I'm sorry to further burden you like this, but would that include clothes for adults as well?
Gers, yes, certainly.
I'm sure you'll look very nice in them, Fortuna Summer. Gers said with a tender expression, while a complicated hue rose on Fortuna's face.
She scratched her cheeks, as if embarrassed.
Fortuna, now where did you learn to speak like that?
We've known each other for ages, but since when did you start telling jokes? Gers, it was just the first thing that came to mind.
Did I say something strange just now? Fortuna, I know you're not one to tell lies, which only makes this even more impossible. Fortuna pressed her hand to her forehead, looking baffled. But the unmistakable smile on her lips proved that she wasn't upset.
Actually, far from being upset, she seemed to be thoroughly enjoying their exchange. Emilia, humph. For some reason, seeing her mother like this was making Emilia feel all icky inside. Fortuna's expression was usually stern, and she rarely showed her gentle side in front of people other than Emilia, but now, it was like something important to her mother was being stolen, and that stinks. Emilia, HRMPH, stupid Gers. She lashed out at her one-sided acquaintance. Puffing up her cheeks, Emilia decided that if Gers doesn't say something interesting soon, she's going to pull some mischief on his wagons today. Maybe clog the wheels with cloth or pour oil all over the cargo bed.
Such were Emilia's oaths of petty revenge, but these dramatic retributions would never come to pass.
Gers, now, is the seal still safe? Lowering his voice, Gers asked Fortuna the usual question.
Fortuna replied with a nod, and said, Fortuna, nothing's changed.
Every single time you ask me this, you know. Gers, that is my duty, after all.
Besides, it's time.
While this problem may be cyclical, there have been especially many moonless nights this year, so the circulation of mana has been scarce.
I'm worried this might have a negative impact on the seal deep in the forest. And I can't help but feel anxious. Fortuna, the moon, ha.
Right, I see. So that's why the micro-spirits in the forest have been acting strange lately, I understand. Afterwards, I will go check on the seal myself to make sure it hasn't come loose. Gers, then I'll leave it to you. Saying this, Gers bowed low, while Fortuna turned him a serious gaze and nodded. Eavesdropping on their exchange, Emilia muttered, deep in the forest, under her breath. Emilia had already explored the village in its entirety. And naturally, she had conquered every corner of the forest that Fortuna had allowed her to play in. Although she never said it out loud, she saw the forest as her own backyard.
Yet, Emilia knew nothing about this place deep in the forest that they had mentioned.
She figured it must be somewhere in the depths of the forest where entry is forbidden, another one of those things they had specifically hidden from her.
The more she thought of it like that, the more dissatisfied she became.
Before she knew it, all her pent-up dissatisfaction was about to boil over. As usual, she didn't learn anything useful about her parents, and her exciting grand adventures outside the princess room were becoming routine and stale. Worse, the same adults who talked their tongues off about the things Emilia mustn't do were lying and keeping secrets behind her back.
So many examples of this had surfaced in so short a time. Maybe it's time she got back at them a little.
Who could blame Emilia for thinking this? Back then, no one ever chastised Emilia's budding mischievous spirit and only allowed it to swell and grow, which only hastened the coming of that time. And that was why, so many years later, the only person left to blame Emilia was Emilia herself. She would endlessly fault herself for her own stupidity back then, though it would not be enough to lighten the weight of her sin. But that belated regret did not reach the young Emilia. While Emilia was rolling up her sleeves in her misdirected gusto, Gers and Fortuna's conversation had come to an end. After unloading all the goods without a hitch, Gers's group bowed farewell as the adults saluted their departure. Seeing this, Emilia swiftly flew down from the tree branch and rushed back to the princess room. Quickly squeezing through the gap in the roots and into the hollow, Emilia hurriedly set about composing her alibi. She made some quick drawings, changed her doll's clothes, and gobbled up her sweets. Once all that was done, she swiped off the sweat on her forehead and heard Fortuna's voice outside the door.
Fortuna, Emilia, sorry you had to wait. Have you been a good girl today?
Emilia, have I been a good girl? I have. Yep, I have.
Fortuna,
Convinced that she was fooling Fortuna with her expert performance, a satisfied expression rose on Emilia's face. But, seeing Emilia like this, Fortuna quietly squinted her eyes, giving her a look. Getting a bad feeling about that sharp gaze locking onto her, Emilia figured any misstep here would only deepen her suspicion. Emilia, what is it, Mommy Fortuna? Even if you stare at me like that, I didn't do anything. I just ate some sweets, drew some pictures, and played with my doll a little.
I didn't go outside at all.
Really?
Fortuna, is that so? Well, all right.
It seems Fortuna was completely deceived by Emilia's acting. Although she felt guilty about lying to her mother, Emilia reminded herself not to be bothered by it too much and focus on plotting her ruthless revenge instead.
Fortuna and Gers were talking about a seal deep in the forest.
As far as Emilia could remember, a seal should be a place used for hiding something.
That is, for hiding something that'll be trouble if it got out.
And so, the manner of Emilia's revenge on Fortuna and the adults was decided. She will find the location of this seal deep in the forest, and whenever Fortuna or anyone else wants to scold her, she could use it in her rebuttal as her bargaining chip.
If they ever catch her slipping out of the princess room, the location of the seal would be her trump card.
Emilia was so excited about her ingenious plan that she completely failed to notice the irony of trying to escape the guilt of leaving her room by sullying her hands with something even worse.
Holding her mother's hand, they left the princess room.
Once she had brought Emilia home, Fortuna said she had some things to do.
Going by her conversation with Gers, Fortuna must be going to check the seal. And so,
Emilia, I'm counting on you guys. Emilia winked to the pale blue lights, bidding them to follow her mother. A glimpse of Emilia's later beauty that could enchant a person with a smile alone had already begun to bud on the little girl's cheeks. This was the second time Subaru visited this place, but the first in this loop.
The lonely building stood atop a small hill.
It wasn't especially run down, but was more like an average home with no notable characteristics. Comprised of a bedroom and a living room, there was a basic kitchen in the lounge area, much like a small apartment unit in Subaru's original world. It was enough for a single person to comfortably live in, but it must have been cramped for an adult and 2 kids.
That was the sentiment Subaru held, as he ruminated on the significance of this building.
Standing outside the door, he gave it a few knocks. Then, after a brief silence, he heard, "Come in," from inside and was relieved to know that he was right.
But he immediately put away that sense of relief as he placed his hand on the knob and opened the door. The faint fragrance of old wood grazed his nostrils.
And, feeling the lukewarm air meeting his skin, Subaru stepped inside.
It took you longer than I thought. In the back of the room, there sat a figure on the austere bed.
Apparently, they were just getting a refill of tea, pouring boiling water into their cup.
That was probably the reason behind the dampness pervading the room.
Subaru confirmed that there were 3 cups on the table, but only one was filled. Subaru, so I'm the first guest to arrive?
Lewis, that's right. You're the first, Subo. Hope you like your tea a bit strong. Subaru, doesn't really matter.
Weak or strong, leaves just taste like leaves. Lewis, a comment like that makes me wonder why I even bother brewing for you.
Now I understand what Ram's always grumbling about.
Wryly smiling at Subaru, Lewis, Theta took an empty cup and proceeded to fill it with boiling water. After throwing in some tea leaves to soak, she pushed it over to Subaru.
Theta, here, you must be thirsty. Go on, drink up.
Subaru, I think if I down the whole cup like this, my remaining HP is gonna drop straight to 0.
But. Thanks.
Theta furrowed her brows, a bit confused by his joke, while Subaru blew on his tea to cool it before bringing it to his lips for a sip.
The thick flavor of grass passed over his tongue and down his throat.
No matter what they're called or who brewed them, leaves are still just leaves. Subaru, I couldn't even get used to Rem's tea.
My body really doesn't take well to this stuff, seriously. Theta, I should have guessed. Well, that settles it. I'm never gonna brew tea for you again.
Watching Subaru scrunch up his face and stick out his tongue, Theta gulped down her cup of tea in a single breath, then, giving her own hair a few pats through her dangling sleeves, she plunked herself back on the bed and faced Subaru once again. Theta, I was hoping to lighten the mood a bit before our talk, but didn't think we'd end up with more disagreements. Subaru, when you put stuff from the side stories into the main text, readers who happen to skip them will get confused, so let's have no more of that. Switch gears, let's just get to our conversation.
Theta, you say these things like it's no effort at all.
Giving an astounded sigh, Theta held her little palms to her forehead. Then, her gaze passed through Subaru, as if to stare beyond the door.
Theta, setting that aside.
So it was you, Subo.
I thought as much.
Rather than Garbo, chances were, either you'd come here alone, or neither of you would think of this place before my rotation ended. Subaru, the odds were pretty stacked against Garfield, huh?
If that guy hears what you just said, he'll probably be wailing.
Theta, wailing, bawling, is that all it'll be?
I was imagining a more serious reaction, if Garfield finds me here, that is. But I'm not too worried about that.
With a lonely smile on her face, Theta looked towards the living room wall. Subaru followed her gaze and saw the metal shields hanging there, gleaming with their silvery sheen. The 2 shields crossed over each other, adorning the wall just as he had seen them last time. When they were little, the siblings Garfield and Frederica would play ramming at each other with those shields, filling each dent and crevice with memories. Simply put, this was Garfield and Frederica's childhood home. Subaru couldn't quite understand why Theta chose this place for their final conversation. But he did remember from a previous loop that this place held a special significance for both Lewis and Garfield. Banking on that memory, Subaru came here and found Theta waiting for him, just as he thought.
Theta, it's good you came alone, Subo.
After all, this isn't something I'd want people to hear. Subaru, yeah, I left Otto behind.
Didn't think I should bring him along for what we're about to discuss here.
While the statement sounded like he was leaving a warrior behind for a fight that was out of his league, that wasn't Subaru's intention at all.
It was just that Lewis' past was a subject that would necessarily involve the witch. It was enough for Subaru to have to bear this alone.
And so, he had tasked Otto with another role. Subaru, Theta-san, is it safe to say that you're the only Lewis-san who's been inside the tomb? Theta, Ta? Subaru, my bad.
I've been calling you that for convenience's sake. Yesterday was Sigma-san, and the other two are Alpha and Beta. If you don't like it, I'll stop. Theta, no, it's fine. I see, so that's what it meant. Ah, I see. Surprisingly, I don't dislike it.
Muttering, they tar, over and over under her breath, Theta's face softened as if embarrassed. She closed her eyes, and, after several seconds of silence, opened them again.
Theta, what I'm about to tell you is everything I have seen of the sanctuary's creation. And a part of the events leading up to Louis Meyer being sealed inside the crystal.
Subaru, right.
Theta, as for what you'll think once you've heard it, and what you'll want to ask me. As one of the 4 representative Lewises of the sanctuary, I will leave that up to fate.
Declaring this grave responsibility, Theta smiled as Subaru held his breath.
Theta, is your heart up to the challenge?
ARC-4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 101, Theta PT, 1.
One of Lewis' representative personalities, whom Subaru called Theta, had entered the tomb and touched the past of her progenitor, Louis Meyer, but the memories were incredibly fragmented, and even the chronology was indefinite. Theta figured this must be because her existence was created from various fragments severed from the original Louis Meyer's soul. In which case, the other Lewises, Alpha, Beta, Sigma, and perhaps even the replicants that never developed a personality, would all see different glimpses of the past.
But even if that hypothesis was correct, Theta would not want them to enter the tomb.
Because for Theta, just the thought of the other Lewises witnessing the past that she saw was accompanied by unbearable and intolerable agony.
What do you want, I suppose? Staring at me isn't going to make me give you anything. The memory began with a girl with softly hued hair, glaring at her. A girl with a lovely face.
Her hair was so fair that it seemed to meld into the light, and her skin was so white that it was nearly transparent, with light blue eyes that were big and round. Her appearance could be described simply with the word sweet. Her hair was tied into 2 long, swirling pigtails, the mere sight of which revealed their smooth, silky texture and springy softness.
She wore a dress of a subdued hue that made the young girl look almost adult-like, but, matched with the splendor of the girl herself, the color of the dress perfectly served to harmonize her appearance.
Louis, Pierced by the adorable girl's perilous gaze, Louis recoiled a little. Compared to this girl, her own clothes and appearance were utterly wretched. And the fact that they were about the same age made her wretchedness so conspicuous that she felt ashamed to even be standing there. Girl, HMPF.
A coward, I suppose. In front of the speechless Louis, the girl let out a snort of displeasure.
Although her adorable appearance made even that gesture come off as cute, for Louis, the feeling tugging at her heart pained her even more than being rebuked. But before she could realize that it was something akin to the fear of upsetting this girl.
Beatrice. What's with that attitude? I don't remember teaching you to behave like that.
There came a mild voice that made the girl's expression tense up. The voice came from behind the girl, and in front of Louis' view.
Coming out of a small shed in the back of the village was a woman of true white.
Her hair flowed long and fair, and not even light could match the translucence of her skin. Only her irises and lips, and the long-sleeved gown she was wearing, adorned her with contrast and conveyed to those around her that she indeed existed in reality. The person walking towards Louis and the girl was the great benefactor of this village, the revered witch Echidna.
It was to Echidna's voice that the girl named Beatrice reacted so dramatically.
She turned around with her expression still tense, and
Beatrice, It's not what you think, Mother. It wasn't Betty Who's.
It's just, this girl was.
Echidna, I don't remember teaching you to make groveling excuses, either. Be honest and speak the truth. If you're confident that you're not at fault, then you shouldn't be tripping over yourself. Am I wrong? Beatrice, you're not
wrong, I suppose. Ikidona's voice harbored no sharp emotions, but was laden with a silent, pressuring strictness. Beatrice slumped her shoulders and brought her hands together, looking timid. Beatrice, Betty was quietly waiting outside just as you told me to, and this girl came over, I suppose.
Staring at me from way over there. It was incredibly rude.
So I called out to her and asked what she wanted, I suppose. Ikidona,
I see. You there, do you agree with that account?
Lewis,
Why yes, I do. Please forgive me.
It was very rude of me, and Beatrice's description was accurate. Lewis had been standing in the village outskirts, vacantly staring at the small girl leaning against the fence.
Beatrice was probably waiting there for Ikidona to finish whatever she was doing.
Her posture and her eyes seemed almost lonely, and Lewis felt a tug at her chest as she saw this.
But if she had said that out loud, they would probably snort and laugh at her.
So Lewis only shrunk her little body even smaller, hoping to outlast the storm by keeping her head down.
Ikidona, you don't deny it? Then it would seem that Beatrice was right, and you were a little rude, Lewis.
Beatrice, that's right, Mother.
So Betty didn't do anything wrong at Ikidona, however, it is your fault that your imperious attitude frightened her so much, Beatrice. I'm sure I'm always telling you this. You are indeed special, but that doesn't mean you can look down on others.
Beatrice, you. Beatrice's gloating at Ikidona's affirmation was immediately met with her rebuke. While listening to their exchange, Lewis suddenly realized that Ikidona had remembered her name, a fact which moved her so much that her insides trembled all over.
It was a small village, but she was just an insignificant child. Yet the revered witch, their great benefactor, remembered her name nonetheless.
This was an indescribable honor for a resident of the sanctuary who idolized the Witch of Greed with their utmost gratitude and respect. Ikidona, I'll have Gers straighten you up when we get back to the mansion.
I expect he'll be very enthusiastic. Beatrice, I don't like Gers very much, I suppose.
Ikidona, he says it himself that it's his duty to be disliked, so that's exactly what he's going for, I'd say. Giving the grimacing Beatrice a light smile, Ikidona turned her face towards Lewis.
Lewis' heart unwittingly jolted.
Figuring that she'd missed the timing to join the conversation, Lewis was just about to slip away when Ikidona's attention caught her completely by surprise. And just like this, Ikidona walked up to Lewis, whose shoulders remained hitched and rigid. Ikidona, sorry for startling you, Lewis.
Her name is Beatrice. She's something like a daughter to me. As you can see, her discipline isn't quite up to par, which is a little embarrassing. Beatrice, I'm not something like your daughter, I am your daughter. Ikidona, well, I guess, she'll be accompanying me on my visits to the sanctuary rather often now.
You'll have more chances to interact with each other from now on, so I would like you two to get along.
Lewis, you understood. You can leave it to me, Ikidona-sama.
With Ikidona's hand on her shoulder, Lewis' heart fluttered with joy as she nodded.
Receiving Lewis' promise, Ikidona nodded back in satisfaction, while behind her, Beatrice muttered, HMPF, Betty's just fine on her own, I suppose, under her breath. You there, excuse me.
I'm certain that Ikidona-sama should be somewhere around here, have you seen her?
Stopped by that call, Lewis turned around with a basket of laundry in her arms. And, realizing who it was that called her, she just about yelped.
She was just on the verge of fumbling the basket of laundry in her arms when an outstretched arm reached out and propped it back in place. Hop. Lewis, you are, I am so sorry. Facing the youth who practically skated up to her to stop her basket from dropping, Lewis quickly bowed her head, and seeing this, the youth with long blue hair said, No, don't worry about it. Youth, I'm the one who should apologize, for failing to notice that you were carrying something.
That was very inconsiderate of me. Lewis, no, not at all. I don't deserve your apology, Mathers Summer.
Youth, whoever it may be, no one should forget to be considerate towards a lady. Just one correction, though, I don't especially like being called by my surname. You can just call me Roswell. Saying this to the flustered Lewis, the youth, Roswell, winked.
He was about 4 or 5 years older than Lewis, and 1 head taller.
His limbs still had some room to grow, and his sonorous voice hadn't fully become an adult's. He was possessed of the sensual appeal only attainable in the short interlude between boy and man, and his bearing was so abounding in natural dignity that even the young Lewis was feeling his charms.
And who could blame her?
Roswell, despite his youth, was the head of the House of Mathers, the lord of multiple domains, an associate of the witch Echidna, and the governor of the sanctuary, all combined into one remarkable man. He was contributing to the sanctuary's preservation in a different way than Echidna's, and everyone had always told Lewis not to be rude to him. Feeling her cheeks reddening from Roswell's wink, Lewis frantically grappled for the topic he had stopped her for.
Lewis, well, so, Echidna Summer. I've not yet seen her today.
Beatrice Summer wasn't at the usual place, either. Roswell, I see.
Then she might be delayed.
But Echidna Summer aside, it's inconceivable that Beatrice would fail to immediately come to see you.
Lewis, I think.
It's really just a coincidence that Beatrice Summer and I run into each other so often. Roswell, you're saying it's a coincidence because that's what Beatrice calls it, yes?
At Roswell's question, Lewis only wordlessly nodded.
She had interacted with Echidna's daughter Beatrice countless times since they were introduced. Beatrice would come alongside Echidna on her visits to the sanctuary which she worked into her busy schedule, and Beatrice would often loiter about the place while Echidna tended to her business.
In the meantime, she and Lewis would meet with surprising frequency.
Time and time again, they'd run into each other while Lewis was gathering the laundry or out picking wild vegetables. Seeing Lewis' reaction, Roswell laughed, unable to hold it in. Roswell, Beatrice isn't honest with her feelings at all.
I hope she isn't too much for you to handle. Lewis, but she is too much for me. She's being so kind to someone like me. And I'm the one who's always making Beatrice Summer upset. I even worry if she might hate me. Roswell, you're fine.
Beatrice's complaints aren't credible at all. If she truly hated you, she wouldn't be finding all sorts of excuses to come along. She was?
Lewis tilted her head when she heard this.
Whenever Beatrice was with Lewis, she'd always be complaining, and she'd always have something to say about everything Lewis did. That was all Lewis saw of her, so even when someone told her that Beatrice didn't actually hate her, she had trouble believing it. Lewis and most of the residents of the sanctuary were often chosen as the targets of the hatred and malice of the outside world. Beatrice's attitude was overwhelmingly tender compared to what Lewis knew, and it was even laced with a certain warmth, but mean was still mean. Roswell, I hope someday, you two would understand that as well. Seeing Lewis fall silent, Roswell muttered sadly. At the sight of the sad smile rising onto Roswell's lips, Lewis shuddered, wondering if she had upset him. But before she could say anything to salvage the situation, Roswell blinked his yellow eyes as if having spotted something.
Roswell,
Sensei. I heard you were here and came flying over in a heartbeat. Flinging up his hands and utterly discarding his previously mature attitude, Roswell started running with an expression of childish glee. Lewis only watched as he ran right past her and towards a woman standing in the distance, Echidna. Seeing Roswell dashing towards her with his face beaming with glee, Echidna slightly raised her brows. Echidna, Roswell, huh?
I don't remember ever allowing you to call me Sensei.
Roswell, today I'll definitely change your mind about that. I can now confidently perform the assignment you gave me last time, balancing 4 types of mana at equal concentration and producing rainbow-colored mana. And by my own efforts, I've reached the point where I can add the remaining 2 as well.
What do you think?
Echidna, you self-studied to the point where you can bind all 6. My. I guess you can call that a foreboding rate of progression and nothing short of obsession.
I'm sure in a bind now. It was a rare sight to see Echidna surprised. At least, This was the first time Lewis had ever seen it. Roswell pumped up his chest in pride as he waited for Ikidona's response. Even Lewis, who was younger than him, found this adorable.
His attitude and gaze, no matter how you looked at it, was overflowing with unreserved admiration for Ikidona, and even sentiments that went beyond admiration. "Beatrice, why are you just standing there doing nothing, I suppose?" Lewis, A.A.
Beatrice Summer.
While watching those two from a distance, Lewis suddenly found Beatrice next to her, staring at the side of her face. Unwittingly taking a step back, she saw Beatrice with her arms folded as usual, giving her a snort.
"Beatrice, you're gawking again. Just as rude as ever, aren't you?" "Lewis, please forgive me. I apologize for my insolence."
Berated like this, Lewis shrank up, ashamed of her own shameless behavior. But seeing Lewis' apology, Beatrice's brows furrowed even further. If only she smiled, or relaxed her lips, Beatrice's face would give off a gentle impression. And so the fact that her callous behavior was putting such an expression on Beatrice's face was truly inexcusable.
"Beatrice, how long do you intend to keep sulking like that, I suppose? It's dismal."
"If you have time to space out toting that laundry basket, you ought to hurry up and get to your next chore."
"Lewis, why yes, that's what I'll do. Please excuse me."
Giving the unsparing Beatrice a bow, Lewis scrambled to leave the scene.
But just as she began to speedily walk off, she noticed Beatrice picking up her dress, following behind her. "Lewis, Beatrice Summer."
"Beatrice, it's nothing, I suppose."
"I have nothing to do, anyway."
Seeing Lewis turn around, Beatrice gave a nonchalant reply.
But just as Lewis was about to turn away, she remembered her conversation with Roswell. That youth had insisted that Beatrice didn't dislike talking with her at all, but... "Lewis, Beatrice Summer."
"Would you like to help me fold the laundry?" "Beatrice, huh?" At Lewis' abrupt request for her to help with her chores, Beatrice let out a displeased groan. Seeing Beatrice's eyes open wide and her expression shift into shock and even indignation, Lewis immediately regretted trusting Roswell. "Beatrice, but well, if you absolutely can't handle it by yourself, then Betty has no choice but to help you, I suppose."
"Lewis, huh?" "Beatrice, I'm not saying it again. Come on, get going, I suppose."
Saying this, Beatrice scuttled past Lewis, who had unwittingly stopped in her tracks.
The moment Beatrice passed her, Lewis saw that her lips were half softened in astonishment, and half by some other emotion.
Suddenly feeling a gush of warmth inside, Lewis caught up to Beatrice, who had purposefully slowed her steps.
Then, taking a peek at Beatrice's face, "Lewis, would you
like to hold a small amount of the laundry?" "Beatrice, don't push your luck."
"But since I've no choice."
"Just a small amount, I suppose." Saying this with a somewhat unwilling expression, Beatrice offered Lewis her hand. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 102, Recollections Lost to Memory. Finding the seal turned out to be a lot easier than expected.
"Emilia, so
this is the seal?"
Young Emilia, seeing the strange object before her, blinked her amethyst eyes and tilted her head. In front of Emilia's eyes, deep in the depths of the forest, was a peculiar door standing in the middle of a clearing surrounded by trees. Though it was certainly a door, it wasn't connected to any building, and even when she circled behind it, there was nothing there. It was merely a door standing in the middle of the forest towering over the young Emilia. "Emilia, why doesn't it fall over?"
Finding this strange, she pushed on the door, but it neither opened nor moved an inch.
Naturally, Emilia's scrawny arms weren't strong enough to topple it, and the door effortlessly withstood her push as it would a light breeze. The double door seemed to be made of wood, but its cold touch was closer to that of ice. The feel of its surface was smooth, inexplicably like polished stone. In the center of the double door was an ancient lock with a keyhole as wide as Emilia's palm. She couldn't imagine who could fit a key that big inside their pockets. Emilia, weird. Tapping the door with the back of her hand, she confirmed that despite its hardness, the noise it made was dull. So now that she actually found it, what does it mean? Emilia tilted her head. Emilia, say.
What could it be? Dash dash.
The dim specks of light circled around Emilia's head as she sought their advice. Since encountering them in the princess room, Emilia had been confiding in the fairies of the forest, and when she told them she wanted to find the seal, they found this place in no time. Though they were the ones who led her here, they didn't seem to know the seal's significance either. And even if they did know, they couldn't speak, so they'd still have no way of communicating it to Emilia. Emilia, don't know.
So boring. But at least I found it. Clap clap clap.
Clapping her hands applauding herself, Emilia gave a big nod and looked the seal over front and back. Now, if they ever find out that she was slipping out of the princess room, she'll have her trump card ready. On the off chance that Mommy Fortuna and the adults catch onto Emilia's great escapes, she'll tell them she knows about the seal, and although she doesn't really understand how, that'll probably put them on equal footing.
Not that she could remember what compelled her to come up with this plan in the first place.
Emilia, HMPF.
It's all Mommy Fortuna and everyone's fault. It's all Gers's fault.
Remembering that tall, black-robed man, Emilia stuck out her tongue in his absence. He was the only person other than Emilia who could elicit that secret expression from Fortuna. Although she knew he wasn't a bad person, he was her enemy nonetheless. So far, she had never faced him directly, but should Fortuna ever present her with an opportunity to meet him, Emilia was determined to give his feet a good stomping. Emilia, the fairies'll fly at his face, then when he's confused, I'll stomp at his feet.
And I'll stomp with both feet at once. And I'll stomp with my heels.
But that'll probably hurt, I better use my toes. Even in war, she didn't forget to insert a wisp of kindness into her ruthless plans. Having the fairies watch for any signs of the enemy while she brooded on her cold-blooded battle plans, Emilia left the forest's depths and began sneaking back to the village. Unlike when she was slipping out of the princess room, this was Emilia's free playtime.
Fortuna would be away at this hour, checking on the boundaries in the forest, leaving the elderly and children Emilia's age in the village.
The elders couldn't follow Emilia on her great adventures, and, for some reason, the children would always avoid coming near her. This did make Emilia feel a little lonely, but whenever she felt this way, Fortuna would put all her energy into playing with her to help her forget all about it. And so, it didn't bother her too much that she couldn't play with the other children. Emilia, and I bet I'm the only one who knows about the seal.
She alone knew something that nobody else did.
With that petty sense of superiority propping up Emilia's petty sense of self-importance, she pumped out her chest and pressed on towards the village with the fairies leading the way.
Her destination was home.
Today, she'll draw to her heart's content and run her brush all over the abnormally large stack of paper Mommy Fortuna had prepared for her. Emilia, the artist feels like drawing a red sky and a white forest today. Dash.
While miming the motion of slapping paint onto her canvas, Emilia suddenly noticed the fairies' movements becoming irregular.
Tilda, she squinted one eye, following their movements as they veered off the path and disappeared into the bushes. Emilia, I sense trouble's afoot. The fairies would usually disappear into particles of light, but this time, they chose to hide in the undergrowth. Emilia determined that this either meant trouble was coming, or they wanted her to follow them. Going off the path and into the shrubs, she slid through the foliage a little taller than she was. And after passing between the trees with her long silver hair catching again and again in the branches, there.
Well, this is quite the predicament. It'll be late for the appointed time. In the dark forest, on a narrow trail, she saw a distressed man leaning against a skinny tree. Emilia, ah!
Emilia unwittingly yelped and immediately covered her hands over her mouth.
But it was a high-pitched voice in a silent forest.
The sound reached the man's ears and drew his attention. Who is there? The man tilted his head and looked towards Emilia's thicket. He had genial features and evenly trimmed green hair.
His face was skinny, while his body gave off a lean but sturdy impression.
He was tall, taller than Fortuna, who Emilia had to look up to see, and taller than the foliage Emilia would have to desperately jump to peek out of. This familiar man was none other than Emilia's detested foe, Gers. Gers, .. As he wordlessly stared at the thicket, Emilia clutched her head, resigned to the fact that he was not going to let this pass. What was actually happening was that while Emilia was clutching her head and turning her back, her bum was protruding out of the thicket in Gers' full view.
But Emilia did not realize this, and Gers did not point it out. Dejected, Emilia awkwardly poked her face out of the thicket.
Gers, my, a darling young lady has app. HK. A gentle smile rose on Gers's face as he saw Emilia, when his shock cut off his sentence halfway. His eyes shot open and his lips trembled as he stared at Emilia.
Being watched by that gaze was strangely uncomfortable. Part of it was because Emilia still saw him as an enemy, and part of it because she could not decipher the complex emotions instilled within his gaze.
Gers, young miss, would. No, you couldn't be, that's impossible. Emilia, ..
His voice trembled as he shook his head, as if witnessing something unbelievable.
Emilia timidly looked up at him, saw the fragile expression on his face, and found it heartbreaking.
He looked like a lost child, or someone who had been walking through pitch darkness, only now seeing the light, an expression at once precarious and dreamlike, which made Emilia forget everything she had ever felt towards him.
Emilia, Gers, are you all right? Gers, .. AAA, or AAAR. Emilia walked up to him, clutched the hem of his black robe, and asked him.
That same instant, Gers's expression further disintegrated.
His spine trembled as if a bolt of lightning had passed through him from Emilia's fingertips, and he fell to his knees. Emilia couldn't help but shudder as she saw this.
Gers was on his knees, bent over, at the same eye level as Emilia's.
From his eyes was spouting an endless flood of tears. The unstoppable stream of tears birthed rivers on Gers's face. This was the first time Emilia had seen a grown-up cry, and all she could do was hold her breath and watch. Taking hold of Emilia's petrified hand, Gers looked straight into her amethyst eyes. Gers,
I'm fine.
Yes.
I'm more than all right. There isn't any problem at all.
I've just been saved more than I could ever have dreamed. Emilia, you have? If you feel saved, why are you crying? Gers, I'm not.
Crying because I'm sad. These are tears of joy, of happiness, of bliss. Such tears of happiness
do exist.
That's something you guys have taught me. And so.
His trembling fingers spoke volumes of his overwhelming emotions, and Emilia felt no urge to shake them away.
She merely placed her free hand over the hand that was grasping hers.
Gers bowed his head low, sending teardrops dripping to the ground.
Irresistible sobs repeated in his throat, while the tears of bliss he spoke of continued to flow.
So people could also cry because they're happy.
Then, does that mean he's happy right now?
Emilia, you're crying because you're happy?
She felt like she could understand.
Some nights, Emilia would find herself sleepless and alone. Whenever that happened, she would climb into Fortuna's bed, cradle herself in her mother's arms, and pass the time in warmth until the dawn came. Emilia would be liberated from her unease, wrapped in happiness, even come close to tears.
What Gers was feeling now must be similar to what she had felt back then.
Maybe Emilia was doing for him what Mommy Fortuna had done for her. Emilia, it's all right, Gers.
It's all right. Everything's all right.
Gers, HK. Consolingly, Emilia patted Gers's head. A quake shocked through his body as Emilia held the downcast Gers against her little chest. His sobs transmitted into her bosom, their heat passing into her body. She had been planning to stomp on his toes before, but somehow, they wound up here.
What an impossible guy. What a hopeless enemy. How could she bring herself to do something awful to someone who's crying? Surely, Fortuna would forgive her and understand that there was no helping it.
Emilia, it's too lonely to cry all by yourself.
Once Gers finishes crying, they'll return to the village hand in hand. And she'll have no choice but to tell Mommy Fortuna.
About her stroll in the depths of the forest, and about the grown-up who was crying. Because once two people have shared a secret together, they are no longer enemies, but something like friends. Leaning against the hard surface at her back, Emilia returned from her momentary lapse of consciousness. She shook her head, passed her fingers through her silver hair, and grimaced at the shrill, incessant ringing in her ears.
What was that brief dream she just had? Those scenes never existed in Emilia's memory. At least they shouldn't have. Yet that unfamiliar sight had burst out as if she had actually witnessed it before.
The cast were all people she knew, and she herself definitely participated in the production, but the scenes they were performing were entirely unknown to her. She knew Fortuna, knew Gers, knew the fairies, and knew her young self. But she did not remember those scenes, those unknown episodes, nor those conversations absent from her memory. Spattering, overflowing, images Emilia could not recognize. The sealed door.
Her escapes from the princess room. The fairy's guidance.
Gers and his black robe's true identities.
Fortuna's last words to Emilia.
Emilia, RHHK. A sudden, splitting pain sliced into Emilia's brain. Roughly wiping her tears with her sleeve, the pale skin around her eyes swelled red as she sighed. Ever since her contract with Puck terminated, those memories have been surfacing one after another in Emilia's mind.
She had absolutely no idea what they meant.
But she knew they weren't just meaningless, baseless delusions. In fact, the core of Emilia's heart was neither rejecting nor distancing itself from those memories.
Because she did know.
Deep in Emilia's heart, she knew those scenes.
Does that mean those scenes really happened?
And, if so, why weren't they in Emilia's head before?
The past she had witnessed in her trial.
The memory of the forest buried in snow, where the insults and malice Fortuna flung upon her made her want to shriek and scream. Something decisively linking to that moment was missing from Emilia's memory. Was that missing link hidden somewhere in this sea of memories? If it was, then Emilia would have to delve deeper, to scour the depths until she has found what had drowned there. Emilia, have to
find it fast. Her head was aching, her body was heavy. Her vision was failing, and her every muscle was sapped of strength.
But still, Emilia must lean against the wall, prop herself back up, and keep going. Slowly, steadily, dragging her heavy body, heading deeper and deeper into the darkness, on the verge of tears and alone, she pressed on.
All alone.
ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 103, The Beginning of the Sanctuary, and the Beginning of the Collapse.
Theta, the memories are fragmentary, but I did my best to sort out the chronology. I think that would be more or less how it happened. Subaru.
Subaru met Theta's uncertain words with silence.
For he could only choose silence.
The information load was far too heavy, and he needed to organize it before he could come up with anything to say. The founding of the sanctuary, and the era in which the girl named Louis Meyer still lived, would have been 400 years ago, when beings called witches roamed free. And when the Witch of Greed, Echidna, still walked this earth, Subaru, honestly, I can't imagine a time when Echidna was just wandering around the place like a normal person. Theta, the Witch Summer's presence must feel distant to you, Subo, because you have never lived through that era. But actually, even for me, I can't say I truly knew her despite feeling like I've spent all that time around her. Subaru, well, if I can talk about stories I've just heard like I've actually lived through them, that'd be the first sign I'm going senile, you know.
But anyway.
Did Echidna visit the sanctuary often? Theta, those aren't my real memories, but, judging from the scenes I witnessed and the conversations we had, her visits must have been rather frequent. Unlike Theta, who had seen those memories, all of it still lacked a sense of reality for Subaru, who was merely hearing about them second-hand.
And if there was one thing in Theta's story that was bothering him, it would be
Subaru, Beatrice and Roswell
were in the sanctuary 400 years ago? Theta, Beatrice Summer, as I said, was like Echidna Summer's daughter.
And as for Rosbo, The Rosbo in my story was the founder of the House of Mathers.
The first-generation Roswell who had set the rise of the House of Mathers in motion. The name Roswell was just inherited down the line.
Subaru, was he close with Biko?
Theta, from what I could tell, he had a charming relationship with her.
While listening to Theta's account, Subaru's thoughts turned to Beatrice. Perhaps that girl hadn't changed a bit in all of 400 years, and had always been curt and dishonest with her feelings.
Even now, 400 years later, that attitude remained the same.
Never allowing anyone to peek into her world, she continued to hide everything inside that little body of hers.
Thinking of that girl lingering alone in the forbidden library, a keen pain sliced across Subaru's chest. Pressing a hand to his breast to hold back that pain, Subaru shook his head.
Subaru, I'm surprised Ikidona would bring Beatrice along with her. Judging from our conversations, I didn't think she felt any kind of maternal love for Beatrice.
Theta, I've never had a chance to meet the Witch Summer myself.
But from what I've seen of Lewis Meyer's memories, I feel that there's a sense of humanity to the Great Witch Summer. Subaru, somehow, I kind of agree with you there.
It was indeed quite different from Subaru's impression of Ikidona. Yet, 400 years and life and death stood between then and now.
Maybe it wouldn't be too strange if her perspective on life had changed during her time in that citadel of dreams. Subaru, I thought our breakup was pretty final.
But I'm still placing my hopes in her, huh? Once again, he was reminded of his own hopelessness. This was different from Rem and Ram.
Ikidona understood Subaru's feelings and hopes and knowingly trampled over them all the same. There can be no future in which he'd take her hand now. Subaru, anyway, your stories so far have just been charming reminiscences of the past.
That doesn't sound like the kind of terrible secret you'd go out of your way to hide from everyone. Theta, ..
Subaru, so, please tell me what came next.
What on earth happened in that seemingly idyllic sanctuary?
Subaru lowered his voice, asking, as Theta brought her already cold tea to her lips. She mumbled, "Tastes terrible," under her breath, and
Theta, what happened, is it?
Subaru, ..
Theta, what happened was collapse and ruin. And then, I learned the true reason the sanctuary was created.
Subaru, the true reason? Subaru unwitting swallowed his breath at those words, while Theta merely nodded. And, as if once again opening the lid on her memories, she narrowed her eyes. Theta, both the Great Witch Summer and the first Roswell were inside the sanctuary at the time. Something ominous and strange was approaching, and not just myself, but everyone inside the sanctuary had sensed this. The air hung taut and heavy, giving Lewis the illusion that her throat was parched.
Roswell, we have to get out of this place, now. The preparations aren't ready. If that thing finds the sanctuary's location, all our plans will be for naught. Ikidona, ..
Roswell, sensei.
We're wasting valuable time here. That thing'll be here any moment.
Anxiously slamming his hand on the table in the little cabin, the slender-faced youth shouted. An urgent apprehension was carved into that usually temperate and graceful youth's expression. Hearing his plea, the witch Ikidona quietly closed her eyes and folded her arms.
Faced with her silence, the youth lunged forward, waving his arms to reiterate his petition.
Roswell, there's no time to hesitate.
That thing's power is overwhelming. I'm still not strong enough to protect you, Sensei. If you ask me to be your shield, I will gladly be your shield.
But when we have no means of fighting against that thing, even if I defend you with my life, it'd be completely futile.
Ikidona, there is a way. To a certain extent, I had prepared for this.
Cutting off the youth, Roswell's words, Ikidona opened her eyes, staring at the grains of the wooden tabletop. Hearing this, Roswell spilled an astounded sigh while Ikidona quietly shook her head. Ikidona, judging by my repeated inspections of the sanctuary, I believe the conditions are in place for the barrier to hold with a high probability of success. Roswell, then. Ikidona, but we're missing the nexus to activate the barrier. Roswell, dash dash. For a moment, a flash of hope brightened Roswell's expression before it was extinguished by Echidona's pained voice once more. Echidona, the barrier cannot activate without the nexus.
And without the barrier, we cannot repel that thing from this place. If we can't secure a safe haven, we'll be annihilated as soon as we are found. Roswell, we spent all this time preparing the sanctuary. We've come so far, and yet, with just one step away. Overwhelmed with vexation, Roswell slammed his fist on the table. The legs of the old table creaked as blood seeped from Roswell's hand. Silence descended on the small cabin.
Time slowed to a standstill as a viscous, heavy atmosphere permeated the room.
And it was there that a girl timidly raised her hand. Lewis, would I be any good?
As the barrier's nexus?
Echidona, dash dash. Lewis, I heard before that this is possible.
That I meet the conditions for your barrier, Echidona Summer, and that was why you've been paying special attention to me. Echidona, did Beatrice tell you this?
Lewis, yes.
Lewis Meyer nodded in quiet determination with her long, pink hair flowing.
The girl's face was tense with resolve as she stared straight at the expressionless Echidona.
Lewis, Beatrice Summer said that you've already confirmed that I'm a perfect match. All the mana extraction over these past few months were precisely for this purpose, weren't they? After a brief silence, Echidona drew in her chin and nodded to Lewis' question.
Echidona, indeed, you are very suitable for the barrier's construction. It'd be possible to maintain the barrier if we keep you inside the sanctuary, that much is well established. With just a little more time to adapt the sanctuary's lands to your mana, it would have been possible. Lewis, in other words, it isn't possible now? Roswell, it's not just a simple barrier. This barrier has to be indestructible. We need to proceed with the utmost caution and discretion. Years of effort have gone into gathering half-bloods inside the sanctuary to provide the conditions for the barrier. And you were the decisive linchpin of this plan. But,
trailing off there, Roswell ruefully gritted his teeth. Though Lewis didn't know the details, she could tell that even this ingenious duo of Echidona and Roswell were helpless in the face of such obstacles. Is there really nothing they can do?
There has to be something. That was what Lewis' brief life experience told her.
Lewis, isn't there something more drastic we can try?
Echidona, dash dash.
Lewis, you saved me, Echidona Summer and Roswell Summer. Coming to this land, I was given a life where I wouldn't have to be afraid of being persecuted or shunned, and I was happy. If I could do anything to repay you for the time I was given, I'm certain that's my life's purpose.
Little by little, she spilled the contents of her heart.
Watching Lewis squeeze her little white hands even whiter as she spoke, Echidona's black irises froze, losing all of their warmth. Instead,
it was Roswell, standing beside her, who found himself beset by a torrent of complex emotions. Roswell, sensei. It wasn't a call asking Echidona for her decision. Rather, it was a call filled with a slightly different nuance. Whatever it may have been, it was like the pulling of a trigger.
Echidona, if we crystallize your odd and make it the nexus of the sanctuary, we can drastically shorten the process for the land to adapt to your mana.
And the barrier will be complete. Lewis, if we do this, will the sanctuary be saved?
Echidona, it'll give us a chance to survive the violence of the impending threat. If that could buy us some time, I should be able to devise some countermeasures. Lewis, dash dash.
Echidona did not give a consolatory answer, she neither made any wishful predictions, nor offered any words of comfort. But if Echidona judged that it can be, then it certainly can be done.
In other words, by offering her life here, she would be able to protect this place.
By sacrificing herself as the repayment of her debt, they will certainly succeed. Lewis, when do we start? Echidona, I'd like to start preparing immediately, if possible.
I will ready the anchor for the crystallization process and assemble the spell.
As for delaying the approaching threat, Roswell, leave that to me. I will do everything in my power to stall it, and, Lewis Kun. Roswell lifted his face, lined with tragic resolve. Not a hint of weakness or hesitation remained on his expression.
He merely stared into Lewis' determined eyes, and,
"Roswell, I'm sorry. Please help Sensei and do what I cannot do for her."
"Lewis, don't be, Roswell Summer, you've already given me a life of irreplaceable happiness. For that, I have only gratitude, so how can I resent you?"
Holding her hand to her chest, Lewis shook her head.
Roswell drew in a small breath, and, sighing, he looked to Ikidona. "Roswell, I'll be off.
Please make the preparations.
And call Beatrice here, Sensei." "Ikidona, maybe it'd be better if Beatrice doesn't know about this?" "Roswell, if we don't call her here now, she will resent us for the rest of her life, Sensei, although, she probably still will even if we do call her." "Ikidona, is that right? I see."
I'll call her in a moment."
Seeing Ikidona's nod, Roswell headed out of the cabin.
On the way, he placed his hand on Lewis' shoulder and gave a single, firm squeeze.
The dull pain from his grip conveyed all of Roswell's regrets and reluctance. And, sensing this, Lewis shut her eyes.
"Lewis, Beatrice Summer," she softly whispered.
As the thought of that girl who wasn't here tenderly tormented Lewis' heart.
Again, the scene changed.
Lewis, Witnessing such overwhelming power, an emotion more terrifying than imminent death budded in Lewis' chest. Roswell, Fu. Accompanied by excruciating coughs, clots of blood came spraying from Roswell's lips as his body flew parallel to the ground. Watching him land on his shoulder, sweeping up dust clouds as he tumbled, Lewis could only stand there, forgetting to breathe. Wielding six-colored magic, Roswell A. Mathers had reached the highest level of the arcane arts in only his mid-teens. He could scour the earth with devastating flames, cut into stone cliffs with blades of wind, birth water to force back the flow of great rivers, and command soil and stone to raise castles from the ground. Yet even with his immense powers, he stood no chance against this overwhelming existence.
Still want to keep going?
A youth with auburn hair and sluggish bearing walked towards him, shaking his head. He seemed about the same age as Roswell. His blackish auburn bangs reached down to his eyebrows, and one might even mistake his attractive features for a woman's.
His black eyes were squinting as if sleepy, and a white shirt with black pants formed his simple attire.
With every step he took, he'd playfully kick a pebble, each one shooting towards Roswell, sending blood spraying from his body.
Then another. And another.
Roswell, Gar.
Fu. Annoying.
Meddlesome. Dismal.
Irritating.
Wretched.
Depressing.
The youth gloomily grumbled, but with every mutter and every step forward, Roswell's cries intensified while the sound of bones cracking could be heard even in the distance. Roswell's body, collapsed on the ground, looked as if it was being crushed into the earth by the air itself. In fact, his limbs were already half buried in the ground, their flesh rupturing as his bloodshot eyes overflowed with crimson tears. Can you stop already?
You've tried. You can't win against me, but you've tried and tried.
Trying is enough, isn't it? No matter how hard you try, it's pointless. Roswell,
At our why. Blathering about. I'll definitely stop you here.
Gar.
Ha. My head's killing me, makes me want to retch. It's really depressing. Hearing Roswell reject his call to surrender, the youth bent his knees and squatted down. Expelling a deep sigh, he touched the ground as if caressing it.
And, with the motion of the youth's fingertips, Roswell's limbs creaked to the sound of tearing flesh and harrowing shrieks.
I didn't want this. I was trying to avoid this. I never tried to avoid anything so badly in my life. It's just the worst, the worst, the worst of the worst of the worst. Truly, depressing.
Roswell, Arg. At the end of the youth's contagiously despairing speech, with the utterance of that decisive word, Roswell's body caved under the unbearable pressure. The center of his body was flattened, sending profuse blood gushing from his mouth as if he was going to cough out his organs.
Roswell's eyes rolled white to the convulsion of his limbs. The young wizard's life now hung by a thread as the price for fighting on to the end.
AAAAA tilde R?
What is this? Wha tilde T is this? Look at this. Just look at this. Tilde, I really didn't want to do this. I feel sick. I feel dismal. My head feels heavy. How depressing. Depressing, depressing, depressed, depressing. Roswell was no longer screaming, and all that remained was the sound of dripping blood.
Taking a languid glance at Roswell's mangled body, the youth went on gloomily grumbling. All the while, Lewis, watching Roswell's gruesome end and the uncanny youth who had brought it about, only now remembered to breathe.
Lewis, Her lungs, strained to their limits, scrambled to pump oxygen to her brain.
After replenishing her body's oxygen by drawing a single breath, she forced herself to fall silent once more, afraid that even the slightest disturbance in the air might elicit the youth's attention. Despite watching her benefactor being cruelly mutilated before her eyes, she chose self-preservation over revenge, even though she had no idea why was she so attached to her worthless life. O tilde? Is there maybe someone there? Lewis, HK. As if proving Lewis' worries, the youth tilted his head and looked in her direction. A short distance away from the battle, on the other side of the village square, Lewis was watching from a small cabin, peeking through a knot in one of the boards of the wooden wall. She shuddered at the thought that the youth might have seen her behind such a small gap so far away.
The knot was no bigger than the forehead of a cat. There was no way he could have noticed her. Yet, the youth was walking over without the slightest hint of uncertainty. I tilde, not a quarrelsome person.
I don't think any go tilde odd is going to come from killing everyone. If you could save me the trouble, I'd really appreciate it. Lewis, GH. H tilde.
Well, it should be this direction.
Should I just demolish the whole thing? I really just want to drop everything and go home.
So nauseating. So dismal. So depressing.
The youth reached his hand towards the cabin and pronounced this lurid death sentence. A chill instantly crawled up Lewis' spine as a piercing pain racked through her head like her skull was being stabbed by needles. Tears swelled in the corners of her eyes as she desperately held back the unbearable shriek stuck in her throat. At this rate, an invisible weight would crush every bone in Lewis' little body. Roswell, Al.
Goa.
Literally spewing blood as he roared, the entire village square was washed red by erupting flames. Feeling its heat roasting her face despite being some distance away, Lewis watched the searing flames charge from Roswell's palm straight for the youth's back.
Even this youth was compelled to turn around as he sensed the overwhelming wave of heat. But what he saw as he turned was an inferno far beyond the realm of human understanding.
Without offering the slightest resistance, the youth's body was swallowed by the rush of blinding flames.
I hate sweating. It's depressing. Or it would have been, if the youth hadn't shot down the converging true red mana just an instant before he could be engulfed.
The sweltering fireball that should have incinerated the youth was wiped from the world without even a fiery burst to mark its demise, merely shrinking into a small red orb and rolling onto the ground. Roswell, A. U. H. G.
It's still not gone. Just how much power did you put into this?
Don't keep making me use my powers.
The more I do, the more I feel like I want to die. The youth grumbled and tightly clenched his outstretched hand.
As if obeying his gesture, the condensed red orb on the ground collapsed into itself. And, with a loud crack ringing through the broiling air, its energy dissipated into nothing.
Even the highest class of fire magic, Algoa, did not damage him. Roswell, who had returned from the precipice of death for that final strike, fell speechless at this outcome. His desperate struggle was, as anyone could see, futile.
And Lewis, who had just narrowly escaped with her life, keenly understood that all this had accomplished was briefly postpone Roswell's and her own inevitable death.
Roswell, you.
Demon.
No. Warlock. I hate that name, it's dismal.
You think I'm Lee tilde K this because I enjoy it? Roswell, no matter how distorted your life is,
or how limited your choices are, you are still the one who chose them. So don't play the victim here. Hector of Melancholy.
Hector, ouch, the truth hurts, you know.
I honestly don't know what to do with you.
Walking to the fallen Roswell's side, the youth crouched down and reached his hand towards Roswell's head.
Without touching him, he had already dealt this overwhelming damage.
But if his fingertip were to touch him now, the invisible devastation would cause Roswell's physical integrity to collapse. Roswell, G.H. Ooh. Hector, you're too late, you won't make it, and I won't let you. Watching Roswell concentrate his mana preparing to cast another spell, the youth callously pronounced.
Then, his morbid fingertip made contact, sending irrevocable death into Roswell's dying body.
Roswell, ooh, GHH. Hector, bones, crushed. Organs, squashed. Heart, shattered.
Ho tilde W do you Lee tilde K it? With that brief groan, Roswell relinquished his final sigh. Looking down at the completely motionless Roswell, the youth patted his knees and stood up. Then, he turned around, directly facing the petrified Lewis.
And this time, without a warning, he held out his palm and released the invisible weight. Lewis, G.H.
The cabin didn't even withstand it for a second.
The immense pressure from above easily overwhelmed the little cabin's capacity to resist.
If Lewis hadn't made her timely plunge to the ground, she would have been crushed to the ground with every joint in her body bending in a direction it was never meant to be bent. Hector, no resistance.
So it's not Echidna, then?
If it I tilde essent her. Whatever.
Lewis, A, HHG. Hector, be crushed and drown in the dirt.
Save me the trouble of digging your grave.
Lewis felt the illusion of invisible hands pulling her up by her skin, peeling her off of the ground, and just when she thought that this youth's distant utterance would be the last words she ever heard in this life, the pressure abruptly dissipated. Roughly panting with profuse tears and saliva drenching her face, Lewis looked up, confused. And there, she saw, at the other end of her vision. Echidna, guess I can't exactly say I made it just in time. Hector, no tilde P. Your disciple did his best to stall me and buy you time, though. Thanks to him, I got totally thrown off my rhythm, and that really ruined my mood.
Echidna, sounds like you haven't changed at all. You're just the same as when we last parted.
Hector, your know-it-all airs haven't changed either, I see.
Why do you insist on such an unado-tilderable attitude? You were really cute once. The youth shook his head, lamenting.
Directly in front of him, standing between the youth and Lewis, was a lady of white dressed all in black, Echidna. The witch looked down at the fallen Roswell and slightly narrowed her eyes.
Echidna, this sight pains me more than I expected.
As much as I hate to let anything interfere with my objectivity towards results.
Hector, he'd be disappointed if you didn't show some emo tilde tionce for him. Not that I care. But if you want to cry, I can give you some time. Even I am not that cruel.
Echidna, where did you get the gall to say such things? Their barbed exchange suggested that they knew each other, but their relationship was clearly not an amicable one.
They steadily gauged their distance as they faced each other. Lewis did not doubt Echidna's strength, but she had equally believed in Roswell, and he was easily crushed in the face of that overwhelming power.
As such, having Echidna's backing in itself wasn't necessarily reassuring. How long do you plan to keep lying there in that graceless position, I suppose?
Lewis, huh?
Suddenly hearing this, Lewis looked up from the ground when a hand grabbed her from behind and pulled her up.
Dragged by that force, Lewis squeaked, as she turned around.
Behind her, was an adorable girl wearing her familiar, sour expression.
Lewis, the Trice Summer.
Beatrice, this isn't the time to be stammering in surprise. Let's get out of here quickly while Mother is buying us time, I suppose.
Lewis, but.
Roswell Summer and Echidna Summer ordered me to wait here. Beatrice, it's thanks to that Roswell's bungling that guy sniffed you out.
Enough, just follow Betty, I suppose. Mother was the one who instructed me to fetch you. Lewis, Echidna Summer. Beatrice's brows furrowed in irritation, but her expression remained tense. Even her usual haughty confidence seemed diminished in front of this inexplicable youth.
Nevertheless, she was still infinitely stronger than Lewis, who was even now curling into a little trembling ball.
Beatrice, the preparations are in place. That's what Mother said, I suppose. She said you'd understand if I told you that. Lewis, I understand.
Lewis held her breath and nodded at Echidna's message. Beatrice narrowed her eyes, puzzled by Lewis' reaction, but had no mind to probe into it. A torrent of mana was peeking behind them. The clash between Echidna and the youth was only a matter of time.
No one could predict how this battle would go.
And the only means to secure certain victory rested in Lewis' choice.
Lewis, let's go.
Beatrice Summer, where are the preparations set? Beatrice, it's inside an old, decaying stone room, I suppose.
I moved it there as Mother instructed me to.
Even with Betty's door crossing, it was no easy task, you know.
Sticking an extra boast at the end, Beatrice led Lewis by the hand as they moved out.
Following behind Beatrice's bouncing pigtails, Lewis took one last look at Echidna and bowed her head to the witch's back.
Surely, they would never speak again. The crystal was blue and transparent, so beautiful that Lewis trembled. Beatrice, even if you think it's pretty, just don't touch it like an idiot. You'll be swallowed up if you do, and become a part of the crystal, I suppose.
Momentarily forgetting where they were, Lewis spilled an amazed sigh. Next to her, Beatrice crossed her arms at Lewis' out-of-place demeanor and gave this warning. Suddenly called back from her daze, Lewis quickly pulled back her fingers and apologized with, sorry. Beatrice, not like there's anything to apologize for, so, what do we do now, I suppose?
Betty was only told to move the crystal and bring you here. Mother didn't say anything beyond that. Lewis, Beatrice Summer, how did you get this crystal here?
Beatrice, for Betty, moving something without touching it is nothing at all, I suppose. Mother herself has praised the precision and range of my door crossing, you know. Beatrice's expression was dispassionate as always, but, sensing the hint of pride within it, Lewis softened her cheeks.
She had already grown accustomed to talking to Beatrice like this. In the beginning, she'd always take Beatrice at her word and feel like she wanted to crawl into a hole somewhere.
But over the time they've spent together, Lewis learned that this seemingly imperious girl was actually surprisingly easy to get along with, and in fact, she was every bit the adorable girl she appeared to be, and someone she could smile and laugh with.
How nice it would be if she could just keep talking with Beatrice like this.
If only she could forget all about the calamity befalling the sanctuary and the fate awaiting her, but that would be impossible. Beatrice?
Your smile is incredibly unpleasant right now, you know. Beatrice pointed out, perhaps sensing the sadness that had slipped onto Lewis' face.
The fact that Beatrice could tell that her smile was different from usual was evidence that she'd been paying attention to her. As soon as Lewis realized this, tears popped out of the corners of her eyes. Beatrice's eyes widened, and Lewis frantically wiped the tears off with her sleeve.
Lewis, sorry. A little.
Sand got into my eye. Beatrice, and not that I care, I suppose. With things as they are, Betty can see this is not the place to be saying don't worry or anything. Although Beatrice had misunderstood her, they were words of compassion all the same.
Lewis felt a warmth swell in the depths of her chest.
Such was the strength Beatrice had given her, and it felt so grand that she could burst.
Lewis, Beatrice Summer.
Beatrice, what is it, I suppose?
If you're going to take a while, Betty will go help Mother.
And that bastard Roswell seems to be on the verge of death right now.
Guess if I don't help him, he's...
Lewis, thank you, for always taking care of me. But, this is goodbye.
Beatrice, huh? Listening to those vague words, Beatrice blinked her eyes, confused.
Inside the cold stone chamber, the two girls, Beatrice and Louis, stared at each other. Beatrice blinked over and over, intently gazing back at Louis.
Beatrice's gaze was intense but warm, and Louis did not look away.
Beatrice, goodbye?
What do you mean, I suppose?
Are you going to run away? Louis, no, that's not it. If I do run away and live, maybe someday I could still see you again.
But this will be our final farewell. We'll probably never have another chance to talk to each other again.
Beatrice. Beatrice pursed her lips and peered deep into Louis' eyes, searching for her true intentions. For the first time seeing Beatrice confused, Louis quietly chose her words. Louis, Echidna Summer's preparations were for the barrier that will cover the sanctuary.
It should have needed more time for the barrier to take root in the sanctuary's soil. But right now, we don't have enough time for that.
Beatrice, not enough time. Then the barrier can't be completed? Isn't that barrier the only way to drive that guy off, I suppose?
Louis, that's right.
I've seen with my own eyes how dangerous that man is.
He's beyond dangerous.
I know that's why Echidna Summer is risking everything in order to defeat him. And I think Roswell Summer sacrificed himself because he knew it was the only way to save Echidna Summer.
Such was that youth's overwhelming power.
Louis didn't know how the barrier's activation would help Echidna, or whether it'd be able to wipe out that monster's existence.
But there was one thing Echidna had assured her.
Louis, Echidna Summer promised me that if the barrier is activated, we'll be able to protect the sanctuary, and so, I'm willing to give my life for that. Beatrice, don't say such stupid things.
Even if you give up your life. Without any background in magic, what could you possibly? Beatrice's eyes filled with panic as she hurriedly blurted out. But, clever as she was, she had already reached the answer to her own question halfway through her sentence.
Her eyes shot open in shock as she turned to the blue crystal looming beside them.
Beatrice, if you bind yourself with the core of this crystal, with your odd as its nucleus, spreading the barrier over the sanctuary, it'll no longer be necessary to acclimatize the soil. Louis, yes. That's what Echidna Summer said. It was the same conclusion that Echidna and Roswell had reached before the attack. Beatrice only stood there without a word.
Louis circled around her until she was in front of Beatrice's view, and smiled.
Louis, you've confirmed my affinity to the sanctuary's mana yourself. Beatrice Summer. Beatrice-HK.
Beatrice's face sprang up at Louis' words.
She bit into her peach-colored lip until blood seeped from her flesh.
Beatrice, no.
Betty didn't.
Wait, that's not, just wait, I suppose.
Just wait here.
Betty'll go speak to Mother, I suppose. Mother might act like that, but she absolutely coddles Betty, she'll listen if I...
Louis, there's no time for that right now. We have to decide this very moment.
Beatrice, in that case, Betty will go help Mother straight away. If Mother and Betty team up, we can easily dispose of that guy, I suppose.
Roswell too, once I heal him it'll be 3 of us.
Beatrice shook her head in childish denial, but her words trailed off towards the end.
Even she herself realized how unconvincing her words were. Beatrice was indeed amazing.
Louis was genuinely in awe of how this girl around her age could have reached such heights in magic, never slacking in her daily studies. She could juggle her doting over her mother, her quarrels with Roswell, her magic practice, and do laundry and sew and cook with Louis, all without a hitch. This same Beatrice would understand the extent of her own abilities, as well as the unbridgeable gap between the enemy and herself.
She could not place her mother's life in danger for such a callous boast.
Beatrice, or, we could use Betty's door crossing to get everyone away from here.
Louis.
Beatrice, right?
That'll be enough, I suppose.
It'll be a little hard, but Betty can definitely pull it off. While Mother holds him off, we'll gather up everyone in the sanctuary and escape to Mother's mansion together, I suppose. We'll pick up Roswell when we get the chance and close the door once Mother's through, then we'll have slipped away right under that guy's nose. Yeah, that's what we should do. Lewis, and once we've slipped away, won't we live in fear of being pursued by that person for the rest of our lives?
If we abandoned this place where people who'd been ostracized by all the world could finally live in safety and peace,
and go somewhere new, how long will it be before we can live happily like this again? Lewis shook her head at Beatrice's plan, her words gentle but stern. Seeing the wounded look spreading across Beatrice's face, an intense pain ran through Lewis' chest. But she must trample over this girl's considerations and force her own way through.
Even if this cruel and selfish decision meant betraying the days they've spent together,
as well as betraying all the memories they've shared.
Lewis, Beatrice Summer. I love the sanctuary. I'm truly glad I was able to live here. And I love seeing the smiles on the faces of everyone who lives here. So I don't want all of this to disappear. Beatrice, Lewis, I had a wonderful time here.
So wonderful that I wondered if someone like myself, with tainted blood flowing through my veins, truly deserved this. And so, I'm already satisfied. Beatrice, it's not like that, I suppose. And no matter what you think this place is, the real purpose of this place isn't what you think at all.
Lewis, yes.
I know. Beatrice, H.
Lewis nodded, as Beatrice suddenly looked as if she regretted saying what she did. Lewis knew the true purpose of the sanctuary.
At least, she knew it wasn't out of kindness that Echidna and Roswell had gathered these persecuted people here. This paradise where ostracized and despised people could live with their heads held high, did not exist for their sake, but, deep down, everyone still wanted to believe it.
And now, it was no longer possible to see only the bright facade of this place.
She understood this, as much as it pained her. Lewis, the true purpose of this place is to deal with the person pursuing Echidna Summer, isn't it? Beatrice. Lewis, that is why this place exists, and why we were brought here, I understand that now. Beatrice, so.
If you already know, then why? Unable to understand, Beatrice shook her head.
In front of Beatrice's pleading gaze, Lewis' lips softened.
Lewis, I don't mind. In the beginning, that might have been all it was.
But those happy days we've spent here weren't just a part of Echidna Summer's plans. The time I spent here, and all the conversations we've had, none of that was a part of some plan.
Beatrice, Lewis, what's important isn't how it began. It's how it ends, and what we felt along the way. Beatrice, Lewis, I was truly happy here. So I will do anything to protect this happiness. Please let me express my gratitude for everything you've done for me, Beatrice Summer.
A distant boom echoed through the stone chamber. The ground shook and the atmosphere trembled in the wake of the clashes between Echidna and the youth in the center of the sanctuary. The fact that it was steadily approaching made it clear that Echidna was not winning. Lewis, Closing her eyes, Lewis quietly confirmed her resolve.
In front of her, Beatrice's shoulders heaved up and down as she racked her brain for something to say.
Some magical words that would dissuade Lewis from her intention, overturn her decision, and change her mind.
But no such convenient magic existed in this world. Lewis, Beatrice Summer.
Beatrice, what is it, I suppose? Lewis, please take care not to eat too many sweets.
Beatrice,
During tea time, Beatrice would be constantly shoving sweets into her mouth. It'd be a shame if her adorable looks were ruined because she got fat.
And she'd have to take care of her teeth as well.
Although she rarely showed it, she is really adorable when she smiles. Turning around, Lewis wordlessly approached the blue crystal. The crystal was giving off a deep, alluring glow.
If she touches it, she really would be swallowed by that light. Would it hurt, and would she suffer?
Despite being prepared for the end, she had no idea in what form it would come.
Simply put, it was an emotion known as fear. Once she is swallowed by this light, she will make this place a true sanctuary. If there could be a place in this world where everyone could live in happiness and peace.
If Echidna and Beatrice could continue to watch over this sanctuary for her. Lewis,
Suddenly, She felt tug on her sleeve.
Lewis turned around and saw Beatrice standing right beside her. She was gazing at Lewis with an expression she had never seen from her before, and her fingertips were clinging to her sleeve.
The strength in those clinging fingers was weak, and not even Beatrice knew what she was trying to do with this touch.
She had merely reached out without thinking, and, for a girl who would never be honest with her emotions, perhaps this was the only way to express her true feelings. Lewis,
Gently, Lewis picked off the fingers holding onto her sleeve.
Feeling the warmth passing between their touching fingertips, Lewis smiled at the end. And,
Lewis, thank you.
Goodbye, Betty.
With those final words, Lewis' consciousness was swallowed into the blue light. And vanished.
ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 104, Theta Part 2. Theta, and that's all the pieces of the past I saw in the tomb. Ending her story there, Theta brought the already cold tea to her lips and took a sip.
Sitting on the bed meekly listening to her tale, Subaru held his breath as Theta announced that it was over. Then, with a long, deep sigh, he expelled everything that had pent up inside him. He strained his lungs to their limit, spewing out all of the air and indescribable emotions in his chest, and raised his head. Subaru, so that's
the actual foundation of the sanctuary, and Lewis Meyer's memories. Theta, I'm sure you already know what happened to Lewis after she was swallowed by the crystal.
She's still preserved exactly as she was back then, deep in the Great Witch's research facility. Subaru, but this doesn't match what I know about the crystal's purpose at all. Echidna never mentioned that the Lewis Meyer in the crystal had anything to do with the sanctuary's barrier, but said that it was for something else. According to Echidna in the Citadel of Dreams, Lewis Meyer was sealed in the crystal for Echidna's experiments in an attempt to attain immortality. By sealing Lewis in the crystal, cloning her, and then filling the clones with Echidna's own memories, she would have been able to achieve a kind of pseudo-immortality. But Echidna's death or some kind of technical error meant that the experiment failed to bear fruit, while, over time, the mechanism continued to automatically create more and more Lewis replicants.
Theta's story had mentioned nothing about this pursuit of immortality.
Instead, what Subaru heard were multiple pieces of information which he simply could not let slide. Subaru, then the real reason Echidna created the sanctuary. That guy they were trying to keep out.
Who is he? Lewis.
Subaru, in the story, Roswell called him Melancholy, but I've never seen or heard anything about this guy before.
I didn't even know he existed until now.
That whole time, I thought the person chasing Echidna was the Witch of Envy.
The Witch of Envy, who destroyed the 6 witches of sin.
Subaru had been convinced that the being he'd met in the dream was the one who cornered Echidna, but the character in the story turned out to be someone else entirely, someone Subaru hadn't heard the even vaguest mention of until now.
It was only natural that he'd be confused.
However, the fact that he was called Melancholy did give Subaru some ideas, as much as he wished that they weren't true. Subaru, the 7 deadly sins are pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. But I heard it used to be different, and there were a few sins that got absorbed. For someone like Subaru, the 7 deadly sins was a term that struck very close to home. And so, Subaru had naturally dabbled in some of this trivia, and, after mobilizing his memories, he found what he was looking for.
Subaru, if I remember correctly.
Melancholy and vainglory used to be counted among the deadly sins. Before they were excluded from the other 7, melancholy and vainglory were once considered deadly sins. And if melancholy existed, then it wouldn't be strange for vainglory to exist as well.
If there existed other sins aside from the widely known witches, then.
Theta, it'd help me a lot if you could figure out on your own why I couldn't talk about some of these memories freely. Subaru, why you couldn't? Subaru furrowed his brows as a wily grin unbefitting of Theta's appearance rose onto her face.
Theta, it was just like you said, Subo.
Outside of these memories, I haven't heard a lick about anyone called Melancholy, either.
Anyone else you ask would give you the same answer.
Though the world may have forgotten the names of the witches of sin, their existence is still told in legends. But the fact that no one knows that a being with such immense power even existed
is simply terrifying.
Subaru, Theta's downcast gaze spoke volumes of her apprehension.
Indeed, something was strange about all this. The Witch of Envy had been passed down through the generations as a synonym of horror and hate.
Although the memories of the other witches had been reduced to just the beings who were consumed by the Witch of Envy, their existence still remained in history.
Yet, not even a single shadow of Melancholy's existence remained.
Was it only a coincidence that the topic never came up around Subaru or Theta? Was it really possible that Subaru, who had attended the witches' tea party and met all those witches, had not picked up even a whiff of this person's existence? Subaru, that first-generation Roswell.
Did he die?
If he did, then what's with his descendant, the current Roswell? Is he from a different branch of the family?
Theta, he did not die in battle. That's what I heard, at least.
From just the memories I saw, he must have been on the verge of death, but somehow managed to hang on to life.
Although, I assume he would not have recovered to live a normal life, after what happened. This first-generation Roswell, who should have gone on to reach the pinnacle of the arcane arts, instead delved deeper and deeper into more sinister magic. Surely, Theta must have done everything she could in order to learn the truth.
She alone would have had the most reason to want to verify whether those memories about Melancholy were genuine. But, judging from the vagueness of her answer, it would seem that she did not succeed in her efforts. Subaru, if the original purpose of the sanctuary was to keep Melancholy away from Echidna, and Lewis Meyer assented to Echidna's plan and sacrificed herself to protect the sanctuary, then the crystal-creating replicants must have come later? Theta, the ability to generate replicants is unnecessary for a system only meant to create a barrier.
Most likely, you're right.
The question is, what would be the motive for installing an additional function of generating replicants afterwards?
Subaru, if Echidna was the one behind it, then the motive would be immortality. But if it was, then I have no idea what she was thinking when she came up with that idea. What must Echidna have felt when she saw Lewis Meyer sleeping in the crystal? Echidna knew about Melancholy, based on Theta's memories, that much was certain.
And yet, if she did, then there was something terribly unnatural about her behavior during her conversations with Subaru. Just what could be the answer to this newborn, isolated Uranus? Subaru, what on earth am I missing here?
Gritting his teeth, Subaru vexed over the missing piece keeping him from seeing the picture.
Finally, he scratched his head, deciding to postpone answering this question for now. And, the last part of Lewis' story that Subaru could not let slide was: Subaru, Beatrice lost her friend in the end.
Theta, she did. Lewis Meyer was bashful and timid. Beatrice proud and stubborn.
Chances are, Lewis Meyer and Beatrice never even recognized their friendship until their very, very last moment together.
When Lewis Meyer melted into that crystal, just how much did that final, curse-like show of love wound Beatrice's heart?
Was it because of this parting that Beatrice rejected everyone for all 400 years? Subaru, she lost someone in a painful way, and she's too afraid to hope again.
It's not like I can't understand that feeling.
He could still remember Beatrice as she rejected his hand and begged him to let her die. Was her reluctance to place hope in others all the result of her 400 years of loneliness, of the memory of her parting with Lewis that first incited this isolation, and of the deep, cutting wound it had left? Subaru felt like he could finally understand why she had become so reliant on Echidna's instruction to wait for that person, and just how much the passage of time had whittled down her heart.
The wound in Beatrice's heart from the loss of her only friend had remained an unhealable scar.
If she could finally meet that person and fulfill Echidna's instruction, then perhaps her heart could be healed.
But the absurd passage of time had caused the wound to fester, and grow so swollen that it could burst.
And so, that girl felt like she was nearing her limit.
Subaru, Lewis-san, have any of you ever met Beatrice?
Theta, no, never. By the time the first of us were born, Beatrice Summer had already stopped coming to the sanctuary, and she never visited since.
None of the other replicants know about these memories, so I think it's best that we don't meet her.
Subaru,
Ultimately, Subaru agreed with Theta. The real Louis Meyer was sleeping inside the crystal.
Although Theta looked exactly the same as the Louis Meyer back then, she had no genuine memories of her time together with Beatrice. If Beatrice met Theta and the other replicants now, her wound would only widen and bring her nothing but anguish.
But
Subaru, she absolutely needs to meet you guys. In order for this girl, who witnessed the sanctuary's creation and inherited Louis Meyer's wish, to start walking again, she absolutely must do this. Subaru, so can I take that as all the reasons you went into hiding and tried to conceal the past?
Theta, yes.
That is all. The warlock they called melancholy that seemed to exist nowhere outside of Louis Meyer's memories.
Whether he really existed or not, it is overwhelmingly strange. Subaru, I agree, with that and the kid owner's attitude, there must be something more to this. Theta, and actually, there is one more thing.
Subaru furrowed his brows as Louis interrupted, lowering her gaze. She kept her eyes off of Subaru as she continued.
Theta, if this sanctuary was created by Louis Meyer, by the wish of our progenitor,
how could we break this barrier that was erected by the sacrifice of her life?
I lack the courage to do it.
Subaru,
Theta, the times have changed.
We are separated by centuries from Louis Meyer's era. The treatment of half-bloods, the persecution and ostracism from the generation where the Witch of Envy's terror reigned, must have improved somewhat by now. I understand why people would urge for this place to be liberated so they could set their sights to the outside world. Subaru, of course, I can't say that everything is perfect.
Discrimination is still around everywhere. And I'm sure you'll face a lot of unpleasantness if you leave, but... Subaru's thoughts turned to the scene in the royal palace.
To Emilia, in the royal selection hall, who put her thoughts and ideals into words while she withstood the malevolence directed at her in turn. Surely, a world where Emilia's ideals are achieved would be a world where the people of the sanctuary would be safe, and where Louis Meyer's wish would be fulfilled. Subaru, when Emilia's dream is realized, this ended sanctuary will be born anew.
Because once all her dreams come true, everyone in this world would be able to call it their sanctuary. Theta, No doubt, Emilia would endeavor to make it happen.
And though he couldn't say for sure, at least half of the other royal selection candidates must also strive for such a world. After all, no person's value should be determined by their race. This idea, which comes so naturally to Subaru, would certainly be accepted far and wide one day.
Theta, it's only a dream.
But it certainly is pleasant to the ears.
Subaru, yeah.
So, does that mean I've got your heart fluttering?
Theta, flirting with an old hag like myself, what a sinful man you are, Subo. Holding back the chuckles in the back of her throat, Theta's youthful features instantly took on an elderly hue.
Then, watching Subaru's tongue-in-cheek shrug, Theta's expression brightened once more. Theta, seeing how much I want to be duped by those pleasant words, I guess I'm really getting old. Subaru, or maybe it's just the little girl inside you falling for my dangerous charms. Theta, PFF. Subaru, that's the first time I got scoffed off by a Louis-san, you know. Flinging his hands into the air and then down again, Subaru slumped in defeat.
Theta only shook her head at Subaru's strange behavior and set her empty cup on the table. Then, looking up at the crisscrossed silver shields on the wall.
Theta, a time when the world outside this sanctuary also becomes a sanctuary, huh?
Subaru, that time will come. And when it does, it'll be a shame if you're still holed up in here. There's nothing more fun than flipping the middle finger at all the assholes who told you won't make it, after all.
True worth comes from overcoming something that no one else thought you could. That's what all challenges and battles are. Because the most magnificent struggle is one chasing after an impossible dream.
Theta, all right, Subo. I'll go along with you and Emilia Summer's dreams. Subaru, Theta-san. Theta, I've already decided from the start. If you're the first one to reach me, I'll tell you the story and leave the decision to you.
Now that you've heard the story, I see you still want to liberate the sanctuary.
And you even managed to laugh off my concerns.
Subaru, I don't think I can muster enough bravado to actually laugh it off though.
Theta, even so, that's fine.
That's fine. As if letting go of some heavy burden, Theta nodded several times to Subaru's answer. From her reaction, Subaru could sense that she had finally reached out her hand from the prison of those memories which, in all those years, she had no one to share with.
Whether or not to take that hand, and bring her to the outside world, was the decision she had left to him.
Subaru, so now, there's no longer any Lewis-sans opposed to liberating the sanctuary, right?
Theta, right, but this won't mean anything until the sanctuary's barrier is released.
It is still up to Emilia Summer to pass the trials, that much hasn't changed. Just when Subaru gave himself a relieved pat on the chest for eliminating one outstanding issue, Theta pulled him back to reality. Hearing this, Subaru's relaxed cheeks tensed once more.
It was certainly a relief that he found Theta.
But the fact that many more problems remain unresolved hadn't changed.
He managed to find Theta before Garfield could. But Emilia is still missing, even now.
Theta, you're confident in Emilia Summer's chances of overcoming the trial, then?
Subaru, I've tried all sorts of things to encourage her.
Or, hoped would encourage her.
But the medicine might have been too strong and now I'm having a bit of trouble tracking her down. We're hoping for a quick solution. Theta, why you don't know where she is? Why are you sure this is going to work?
After everything I've just told you about my past, you realize if Emilia bungles this, all of my resolve is going to waste?
Subaru, you're totally right to be worried, so I can't exactly complain, but...
Well, after hearing your story, I thought of something. Louise Meyer sacrificed her life in order to protect the sanctuary. The way she placed others before herself to the very end was a lot like that girl who always prioritized others to her own detriment. Even if her heart was being withered by endless anguish and mounting hardships, Subaru would not believe for a second that that girl would lose sight of her responsibility and of the hopes placed in her.
Subaru, I think I might know where she is. Theta,
Subaru, and even if that's not it, we'll turn this little sanctuary upside down to find her.
Even now, my buddy must be half in tears looking all over the place.
And if that still isn't enough to find her, then that just leaves the one place we couldn't look. Seeing Subaru's conviction, the slightly panicked Theta relinquished a long sigh.
Without asking for further confirmation, she only continued with, in that case.
Theta, if you're saying you can find Emilia and have her pass the trial, then Garbo would be the last hurdle. Subaru, just from the fragments I heard from Sigma-san, his past was about his parting with his mother.
You were also in the tomb at the time, do you know anything about that? Theta, it's only to be expected. That child is extremely averse to talking about his family. Maybe part of it is because he's worried how I'd feel. And he's had a hard time dealing with what happened with Frederica.
Frederica and Garfield's parting became final when he swiped away her hand as she left for the outside world. As for why Garfield stayed behind in the sanctuary, perhaps it was to protect the residents who couldn't leave, unlike his quarter-blood sister and himself, from the potential threats that might endanger them. And then, consistent with the kid owner's hint about Garfield's fear of the outside world, there was
Subaru, the trauma of his parting with his mother. He must hate the outside world.
I was really kinda hoping he'd be able to help me out with a few things outside, though. Theta, Subo and Garbo fighting side by side. That does sound nice. When she thinks of Garfield, Theta's smiling visage would lose all of its youthful impression, but simply overflow with maternal compassion for her grandson. Perhaps, for the four of them playing the same role of Lewis, even if it resided within each of them separately, the emotion of familial love for Garfield certainly existed.
And surely, Garfield felt the same towards them.
Subaru, well, first I'll need to find Emilia.
He must continue to prepare for the worst case in regards to Garfield.
Now that he had sealed the contract with Roswell, with this being one of the victory conditions of the bet, his final confrontation with Garfield was inevitable, and the same went for Amelia breaking through the trials, which Roswell had deemed impossible, but, aside from providing encouragements, Subaru would have to let her overcome that on her own.
When she lost her bond with Puck, Amelia had lost the supporting beam of her heart.
And in exchange, the seal on her inadmissible memories preventing her from truly facing the first trial was removed.
Or at least it should be, if everything was going according to Puck's plan. Once she accepts this fact and faces the trial once more, she should be presented with a different scene. Would Amelia still be able to give the same answer when that happens?
Even though Natsuki Subaru could not be there with her in that moment, he had made it his duty to do everything in his power to make sure she does when the time comes. Subaru, I know you probably want to give Garfield a hug right now, but could you stay here for a bit, Theta-san?
Since that guy doesn't want to come close to this place, we can keep him distracted for a little longer. Theta, and while Garbo's attention is elsewhere, you'll be up to some clever mischief, I assume? Subaru, why does everyone wanna refer to what I'm doing as mischief and nefarious plotting?
Do you guys really see me as that kind of conniving scoundrel? Seeing Subaru tilt his head, Theta didn't give an answer. Slightly irritated by her silence, Subaru sighed and scratched his head. Subaru, so. Am I still right to think that today's the decisive day and tomorrow's an extra? If Amelia's where I think she is, all that's left to deal with is Garfield and Roswell.
Those two would be the final bottlenecks to achieving the Sanctuary's victory conditions.
He and Otto had carefully planned to keep those two out of the way.
But now, everything will depend on their timing, preparations, and how well they've done their job.
The more leeway in terms of timing and prep time they have, the better their chances will be.
That much was obvious.
Subaru, whether we're laughing or crying, we have to settle everything by the day after tomorrow. We can't mess up at the critical moment, right, Theta-san? Theta, even if you look at me for agreement, what do you want me to say?
When a man's resolve is all over his face, all that's left is to go for it. I'll be waiting with great expectations. Without sharing in Subaru's enthusiasm, Theta affirmed his intentions all the same.
The awkward smile on her face might very well have been something which often adorned Louis Meyer's face.
Surely, that expression was one Beatrice knew well.
He would persuade Garfield, support Amelia, and fetch Beatrice.
There was still much to be done, and many more obstacles to stand in his way.
Storm clouds were gathering overhead, with no easy answer to clear them all away. Nevertheless, Subaru's heart was strangely optimistic. That's because the things he needed to do were the same as the things he wanted to do. No matter how difficult it would be to surmount the towering obstacles before his eyes, it was infinitely better than the time he'd spent utterly lost as to what to do. At last, Subaru was ready to reach out towards that intangible thing named fate. He pulled on his own cheeks, letting go with a snap as he pumped himself up. Giving the wide-eyed Theta a smile and a little wave, Subaru headed for the building's exit. Then, with his hand on the door, he glanced back as if suddenly remembering something, and... Subaru, actually, Louis Meyer talked in a way that's pretty normal for her age, so how come the replica Louis Sands all talk like grannies?
Is that like an acquired trait? Theta, what are you talking about?
Don't I talk in a way that's completely normal for my age? With an indignant snort, Theta placed her hands on her hips and puffed out her flat chest, but calling that a gesture suited for her age would surely be impossible. Picturing the other girl in a dress who had passed the ages without the slightest growth in her body, Subaru left the building, bathed in the wind. Holding on to that somewhat uplifting feeling, he turned to his final challenge. Natsuki Subaru's fight to end the Sanctuary, and to birth it anew, had begun. ARC-4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 105, The Traveling Merchant's Trap. Garfield,
Crumpling his nose, an abrupt sense of arrhyness compelled Garfield to stop. His wind-like figure carried by ground-breaking strides broke to a sudden halt. Jamming his right foot into the soft earth, sweeping up clouds of dust, Garfield stooped his posture low, turning his head to and fro, sniffing and scrutinizing the scents in the air. He was in the forest surrounding the sanctuary, searching for the missing Lewis within the barrier's bounds. He'd already checked all the places he thought she could be and had gone back and forth more times than he could count in search of her small, familiar figure.
All the while, his heart raced in panic from an ominous sense of foreboding. He could sense that things weren't going his way.
Outsiders were throwing their weight around in the sanctuary, and even Lewis was acting strangely. She wasn't even consulting him before making decisions anymore.
Garfield, damn it.
The hell's going on? Clawing at his short blonde hair, Garfield traced his finger over the white scar on his forehead. It was Garfield's habit to touch this scar whenever he was confused, lost, or when his heart had lost its calm, as a reminder to compose himself. Tracing his finger over the scar, he'd remember the time when he was at his most foolish, when he received this lifelong wound, and immediately regain his composure. Most people who knew Garfield would judge his personality to be crude and brash. They would have gotten this impression from Garfield's outlandish conduct and appearance, but actually, it'd be a mistake. In reality, Garfield Tinsel was surprisingly cool-headed and self-possessed, and constantly urging himself to think. Garfield made this a matter of discipline, because he was keenly aware that brute strength alone isn't enough to get what he wants. What does he need to know and do to see his wish fulfilled? It was in order to answer this question that Garfield single-mindedly cultivated his unshakable code.
But Garfield, still.
Everyone's going around doing whatever fuck they like. TCH. In frustration and anguish, Garfield bared his sharp canine teeth, grunting. Indeed,
the situation was slipping further and further out of his grip.
But since unshakable codes required unshakable conviction, Garfield was terrible when it came to flexible thinking. All along, Garfield had only one answer, and one stance, towards the sanctuary's liberation.
Regardless of the countless branching routes along the way, it was the one point on which he must never concede.
And so, he had taken every possible care to think everything through to the end. But Lewis' unilateral decisions and the outsiders' underhanded tactics never figured into his considerations. Sadly, although Garfield never stopped thinking, he had neither experience nor any exceptional intellect to draw on.
All he had was desperate tenacity, and nothing more. Garfield-HK.
Taking a sharp sniff, Garfield's golden pupils narrowed into slits. Catching the scent, the hair on his back stood on end as he swiftly bent his knees, leapt, and resumed his prowl. Stepping on tree branches and using them to launch himself ever faster and higher, he soared unbound through the foliage, chasing that scent. Garfield, all clumped together.
The hell are they planning, huh?
Clicking his fangs, he put his agitation to voice as he roared. Expelling a growl like that of a feline beast, Garfield's eyes blazed with rage.
What his nose had caught was the stench of an exceedingly large assembly of organic beings.
The stench of sweat, the stench of trodden grass and soil, the stench of tension seeping out of anxious human bodies, the stench, the stench, the stench. Garfield, ..
It was nothing less than the stench of a mass of humans on the move, more than 10, closer to 50. There was only one group in the sanctuary capable of fielding such numbers at this time. The refugees from the village near Roswell's mansion. The same ingrates who had fled here seeking refuge.
What are they planning, mobilizing at a time like this? Is this how they repay the people who took them in? Garfield, that son of a bitch.
Told him not to fuck with me.
That contemptible youth with short black hair appeared in Garfield's mind. That boy, whose sharp eyes stood in stark contrast to his conspicuous frivolousness. And yet his gaze was also occasionally lucid and piercing, as if he could see right through Garfield. That gaze, which always seemed to be looking towards some indeterminable place, reminded Garfield of another man he despised.
And Garfield loathed him for it. No doubt, this youth whom he had never liked was behind all this.
The refugees were moving at his instigation, that much was clear.
For some inexplicable reason, they placed their overwhelming trust in this youth.
He had no strength, no apparent special powers, and his only proficiency seemed to be his ability to prattle. As far as Garfield was concerned, he was the most loathsome, weak, foolish, and selfish creature in the world.
But now, Garfield couldn't help but think that he should have dealt with him sooner. There had been plenty of chances. That boy had left himself wide open, and yet his eerie, almost blood-curdling resolve in the face of overwhelming odds caused Garfield to stay his hand. His reward for his hesitation was this present predicament.
And above all, the forces threatening the stability of the sanctuary were now taking advantage of the fact that he'd lost sight of Lewis, his only family, to do whatever they pleased. No matter what, he will not allow a single refugee to leave the sanctuary.
It would have been different if this was a couple of days ago, but the situation had changed.
Garfield, does that bastard know about Granny? In the place Garfield called the experimental grounds and Lewis called the seat of her progenitor, was a crystal in which a girl named Lewis Meyer was sleeping.
Honestly, Garfield had very little interest in that crystal.
Although the girl sleeping there looks exactly like his only family, if she was different inside, then she was someone else entirely. If any entity that looked like Lewis should be considered Lewis, then Garfield already had over 20 of them at hand.
It'd be impossible for Garfield to harbor the same love and attachment towards them, and he had no intention to try. Garfield held the complete authority to command the replicants sharing his grandmother's face. Nevertheless, his temperament dictated that he would do everything to avoid using it.
Garfield didn't enjoy ordering others around, and seeing someone obeying his every command would give him an indescribable sense of irritation. That was all he felt about the girl inside the crystal.
He harbored no other sentiment towards her beyond that.
Although Garfield liked to think of himself as broad-minded, being broad-hearted was a different matter.
He never had much to give.
He was just 2 arms, 2 legs, and a body.
There was only so much he could offer, and it was important to choose whom he offered it to.
And so, Garfield only cared for the people he loved. Garfield, so. If you think I'm gonna go gentle on ya, you couldn't be more mistaken, you naive fucks. Kicking hard into the trunk of a tree, Garfield leapt high above the forest. He hugged his knees as he somersaulted through the air before touching down and sending up a torrent of fallen leaves in his wake. The earth caved beneath his feet, and the screeching brays of ground dragons filled the gaps between the trees.
The impact of his landing spread over the earth as Garfield slowly straightened his back.
This time, Garfield crumpled his nose not to trace a scent, but to display his fury. Clicking his neck and gritting his razor fangs, he glared straight ahead with eyes alight with wrath.
In front of him was a line of 2 carriages.
Garfield's murderous presence had shocked the ground dragons into a state of extreme agitation while the driver frantically called out to calm them.
For Garfield, this driver was a familiar face. Garfield, just when I was wondering who it is, if it ain't Noisy Bro. Ha! Should've guessed. If that bastard's duping anyone into this, it'd be you.
Otto, that statement is awfully. Oh, never mind, I know all too well what people think of me.
Garfield stuck his hands into his trouser pockets, while the driver, a troubled-looking youth with longish grey hair, Otto, gave him a wry smile.
Skillfully controlling the reins, once he had managed to calm the agitated dragons, Otto let out a small sigh. Garfield, you act like it's no big deal, but ground dragon usually pack their bags and run off when I'm serious about threatening them. Otto, I had to persuade pretty hard to make sure that didn't happen, you know.
And besides, I've informed them beforehand that you'd be coming. Garfield, huh?
Unable to believe what he'd just heard, Garfield's ears twitched at Otto's statement. His fingers unconsciously reached for his forehead as he stepped forward, intending to ask Otto what he was trying to say. Garfield, what's that supposed to mean? You thought you could slip out of here thanks the chaos and then got yourself caught when I found ya.
Ain't that what happened here?
Otto, yeah, you're exactly right. Taking advantage of chaotic situations is bread and butter for us merchants. But just when I'd been promised a handsome reward and was about to succeed without incident. Garfield. Otto buried his face in his hands, his schemes ruined. But, sensing a certain calmness in Otto's gestures and words, Garfield's confusion only deepened.
This isn't the attitude of someone whose plans had just been foiled.
In fact, Doesn't his expression look just like Roswell's when everything was playing right into his hands?
Garfield, that attitude and that fucking expression.
You look just like the fucking asshole I hate the most in this world. Otto, there goes another horrible appraisal. But, just for reference's sake, mind if I ask which one you're referring to? I really want to be improving our relationship from now on. Garfield, ha. Me and you? Don't make me laugh, moron. The asshole I hate the most in this world is loitering in the nicest room in the sanctuary, getting the VIP treatment this very fucking moment. Otto, I see.
Must be tough, when the one you have your heart set on is falling head over heels for your love rival. I do sympathize with your plight.
Garfield, you want me to force your fucking mouth shut? Oi? Garfield smacked his tongue in annoyance as Otto mocked his feelings for Ram. Indeed, Garfield could have settled this with force if he wished to. This escape attempt had already failed the moment Garfield found out about it.
They weren't going anywhere.
But as long they didn't try to force their way through, Garfield saw no need for any unnecessary violence. His first order of business should be settling this matter quickly and returning to the sanctuary. His priority was to preserve the sanctuary, and this was nothing but a minor distraction. Garfield, anyway, now your escape plan has failed. If that son-of-a bitch is here, tell him to come out.
He better start apologizing for pulling this shit, or there's gonna be pain. Garfield needed somewhere to vent his pent-up frustration.
And besides, Garfield needed to know just what that youth, Natsuki Subaru, was thinking, pulling a stunt like this.
It was only a couple of days ago when he'd boasted that he would break through the trials and liberate the sanctuary. Even if he had lost heart, it just happened way too quickly.
Frankly, it'd be too much of a cop-out if that were the case.
It's about time Garfield slapped him straight.
Otto, unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to meet that request.
Garfield, huh?
Otto, haven't you noticed?
You said it yourself, I'm wearing the face of the man you hate the most in this world.
Then surely, you don't expect me to do something that hated man wouldn't do?
Garfield,
Ambiguous and roundabout, Garfield couldn't understand what Otto was insinuating. But Garfield could tell that those weren't statements he could just let slide, and above all, the fact that he was wearing the same face as that man he despised, Roswell, meant that everything was going to plan. Garfield, fuck are you plotting, oi? Otto, oh right.
Speaking of that face you and I both know, I guess you can call it the I'm totally plotting something face?
Otto rubbed his nose as he said this, looking like he had just done something mischievous. Garfield narrowed his eyes, and only now noticed the strangeness of this scene.
There were 2 carriages, Otto, and 2 ground dragons before him. But there was no driver on the driver's platform in the rear carriage. Or rather, it was more than that. Garfield, how come? When Dragon freaked and jolted the carriages.
None of the bastards inside showed their fucking faces? Otto, I wonder why that would be? Otto shrugged, playing dumb, while doing nothing to stop the pale-faced Garfield from approaching the carriages. Garfield swiftly hopped onto the back of the carriage and wrenched open the flap to the passenger deck, and, when he saw what was inside, Garfield made a deafening clench of his teeth. Otto, there's no one there, you know? Garfield, no shit. GH.
Fuck is going on?
I smelled the stench of a whole fucking crowd of 'em moving with the carriage. Sending spit flying as he stepped into the passenger deck, Garfield's sentence abruptly trailed off halfway. At his feet, strewn all over the passer deck, were piles of clothing. Countless articles, men's, women's, adults and children's, all dumped together. Meanwhile, faced with this sight, Garfield's cheeks contorted as he realized that his nose had been deceived by this remarkably simple trick. Garfield, HK.
It's a fucking trick.
Otto, I told the other carriages to wait a bit before setting out, and they should all be leaving the sanctuary by different routes right about now.
Not even your legs will be able to catch them in time.
Garfield, different routes?
Fuck you talking about?
There ain't another easy way out of here except this fucking path.
They'll get lost on the way like sitting ducks waiting for me to fetch 'em. And I can cross through the barrier, if you didn't know.
Otto, you're right, I don't know a whole lot about you.
But.
Jumping off the carriage and landing directly in front of Otto, Garfield lunged a step forward upon hearing Otto's reply as agitation surged in his chest. Otto, I doubt you know much about me, either.
Garfield,
Otto, you're the kind of guy who doesn't give a damn about someone like me. And you have nothing but contempt for people like Natsuki-san and myself who don't do anything but talk. And so, you paid no attention to what I was doing, or even what I'm doing right now. Garfield, fuck are you sayin'? Otto, what I'm trying to say is that I wasn't just wandering around the forest over the past few days and spending my nights in the stables with the ground dragons for no reason at all. I was uncovering escape routes that don't rely on this road and teaching it to them. Otto flung up both his arms and announced this with a triumphant expression. Hearing this, Garfield's jaw dropped as his sharp eyes widened. Teaching? Teaching it to who? The carriage drivers?
That doesn't connect with what he was saying just now.
Unless, did he mean he was in the stables talking to the ground dragons?
If that was the case, then.
Garfield, that bastard's duped you pretty hard, huh? Otto, what?
I'm having a bit of trouble accepting that interpretation just now.
Seeing Garfield direct him a sympathetic gaze, Otto blurted back in protest.
It seemed every time Garfield saw him in the sanctuary, Otto was acting like this, so it was pretty normal at this point.
But, seeing normal behavior in this context was, indeed, abnormal.
Garfield, either way, you're heading back now. I'll find the others and drag 'em back as well.
Otto, they would have dispersed in different directions by now, so you won't catch them. But if you still want to go after them, I was told to tell you this, the refugees know nothing about the truth regarding the sanctuary and Lewis-san. You lose nothing by letting them go, so, what do you say? Garfield, he's planned this from the start?
The message almost certainly came from Subaru.
He had perfectly grasped the reason why Garfield didn't want anyone to leave. Though it racked Garfield with irritation to be getting tangled deeper and deeper into someone else's plot, if what Otto said was true, then he no longer had any reason to chase after the refugees. Garfield, but you expect me just believe that?
Otto, suspicious one, aren't you? But I'll just say this, none of us, Natsuki-san included, wants to worsen our relations with the people of the sanctuary.
In fact, we'd like to see the sanctuary liberated under the most amicable conditions.
And right now, it looks like you're the one getting in the way of that.
Garfield, I've no interest in making friends or getting in the way of it.
Long as you stay inside.
Otto, why get so caught up on the details? Garfield, that's not fucking negotiable. Otto showed an expression of astonishment while Garfield exhaled a heavy sigh. Although he voiced his suspicions, Garfield judged that it was probably the truth. The fact that Subaru left this message meant that he knew Garfield's reasons for wanting to keep everyone inside, and so, naturally, it would have made sense for Subaru to keep whatever secrets he'd uncovered hidden from the refugees.
Garfield, but just.
Why go the effort of pulling all these stunts to get him out of sanctuary?
What makes him think they're gonna get hurt if they stay here? What happened to trust in the people you wanna be friends with?
Otto, in that case, I can think of a name that'd be pretty high on the list. But I asked him as well, and Natsuki-san said it's for insurance.
And also for buying time. Garfield, . The moment Garfield heard the words buying time, his expression stiffened. Why on earth would they need to be buying time?
Garfield wet his lips with his tongue, and... Garfield, what the hell are you trying to? Otto, just making sure that a boy and girl can have some private time together without getting bothered by nosy peepers, you know.
With an exhausted yet accomplished expression, Otto slowly shook his head.
Garfield was just about to object to this frivolous reply when he saw Otto's expression and stopped.
Because it was not the face of someone telling a lie. That means he was speaking the truth.
And the boy and the girl must be Subaru and Emilia.
Garfield, .
A gut feeling immediately told him that those two must not be allowed to meet. The bestial blood coursing through his veins instinctively knew this.
Garfield's face sprang up as he turned to the direction of the village.
If he allows Subaru and Emilia to meet, something unthinkable is going to happen.
The sanctuary will be liberated, and Garfield, There's no way they can do it, Garfield's rationality told him.
He himself had seen how Emilia was broken by the merciless trials.
And it was only yesterday, when she'd lost the primary support of her heart.
How could that girl, crushed and beaten by her own nightmare, recover in the span of a day? But Garfield's instinct screamed for him to rush over there and stop them. In the trial of the past, even if it was a different past, all challengers are presented with their most forbidden memories.
Garfield was shown his when he foolishly stepped into the tomb.
Just thinking back on it made all the blood drain from his body while an unbearable hollowness breached into his heart. From that point onwards, he had always told himself to be strong, so strong that he would never have to betray his decision.
That was how deep the trial had cut into his heart. Garfield, the situation's changed. I'm going back to Sanctuary.
I gotta find 'em and change their minds before they. Otto, and you think I'm just going to let you go?
Garfield,
Just as Garfield turned to head towards the village, Otto called out to stop him.
But Garfield's response was fierce.
Otto, OGH.
Garfield, shut up and take a nap. I ain't got time to play with you.
Closing the distance with a single step, Garfield drove his fist into Otto's stomach.
Avoiding the ribs, Garfield aimed straight for Otto's gut, sending him flying backwards, foaming at the mouth as he crashed to the ground. Garfield had gone easy on him.
He had put in more than enough force to knock Otto unconscious, but in terms of payback for the trick he'd played on him, Garfield was being more than merciful. Clicking his tongue at the fallen Otto, Garfield lightly dug his heels into the earth, and
Otto, do you think you're
going? Garfield, Just when he was about to launch into his sprint, Garfield stopped. Dumbstruck, he glanced back and saw that Otto was standing.
He was holding his stomach, coughing and drooling, but conscious nonetheless.
Garfield, fuck. I wasn't trying to kill ya, but that punch shoulda knocked you clean out, oi.
Otto, is that right? Then. I guess I'm tougher than you thought.
Yeah. Looks like the daily workouts were worth it after all. A traveling merchant's body is their greatest capital, they say.
So it pays to stay healthy.
Otto gave a painful chuckle while an ominous feeling compelled Garfield to properly turn around.
One more blow, and he'll definitely go down. No more going easy this time. He'll aim for the head instead.
It'll probably leave a scar, but it'll knock him out for sure. Garfield, this one's gonna hurt, so better clench your teeth then.
Otto, you're still going easy on me? You know.
That half-assed attitude is exactly why you're gonna lose. As Garfield leaned forward preparing his next strike, Otto screamed back.
Glaring at Garfield with bloodshot eyes, Otto swung his arm with all the strength he could muster.
The next instant, a screen of flung-up leaves covered Garfield's vision, creating a momentary opening. Garfield, what th? Startled by the sudden reversal, Garfield's body froze still, and Otto, eat this. Alongside Otto's throat-tearing shriek, a burst of light pierced through the screen of dancing leaves, swallowing Garfield's body into a radiance of blinding red. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 106, Otto Suin.
Grimacing at the blistering heat on his skin, Garfield violently kicked at the fallen leaves around him.
Garfield, th guy's got guts, I'll give him that.
It was a growl of irritation, but also of honest praise.
Your half-assed attitude is why you're going to lose. That was what Otto told him.
And he was absolutely right. Thinking that Otto had no combat capabilities, Garfield had completely underestimated him.
Garfield, fire stones.
The hell's he trying to with something as biteless as that? A momentary, vision-obscuring screen of flames.
With his annoyance still fresh on his mind, Garfield thought back on that flash of searing heat. All smoke and mirrors, it stung, but its damage was no more than that of a sunburn.
Yet, One thing was certain.
Garfield, if he'd used something more deadly, I wouldn't have gotten off this easy.
In that fatal moment, his opponent made an unexpected choice.
What else to call it if not an act of mercy? The opponent he'd held back on and failed to knock unconscious turned around and taught him a lesson instead.
That was just way too wretched and stupid.
Garfield, gotta be fucking kidding me. What was even more infuriating was how his opponent completely ignored him while he was blinded by the flames and just straight up ran away. By the time Garfield thought to chase him, Otto was already nowhere to be found. Just soft soil and fallen leaves. He certainly managed a skillful escape on what should have been unfamiliar terrain. Otto wasn't lying about scouting around the forest at night. Nevertheless, if this turned into a genuine chase scene, there'd be no way he could escape from Garfield. Every 10 steps that Otto ran, Garfield would be able to close in 2.
Such was the enormity of the physical difference between their bloodlines. But Otto had this covered as well.
Garfield, GH.
Hell? This.
Ugh. Fuck, my nose ain't working. The moment Garfield tried to sniff for Otto's scent, an intense, painful stench pierced his nostrils. Recoiling from the stench, Garfield shook his head as his vision strobed from the penetrating pain. And that was when he saw a clear glass bottle lying on the spot where Otto had been standing.
He could immediately tell that the colorless liquid flowing from the uncapped bottle was the source of that pungent scent. But that was all his nose could tell him.
Garfield, son of a bitch. Dash think he can beat me just by clogging my nose.
Baring his fangs, Garfield flushed with rage at his dwindling options.
Just how many traps had Otto set against him? Every step of the way, these tricks had perfectly held him in check.
Garfield, dash.
Touching the scar on his forehead, panting, Garfield repeated his ritual to calm himself.
He drew in a deep breath to settle his heart and lungs and wrestled back his senses from being consumed by rage. Thinking about it now, there is no way Otto could keep him subdued indefinitely.
So why would Otto risk himself in such a reckless battle? Besides, the fact that Otto would challenge Garfield in the first place was strange. He said his goal was to buy time, to draw Garfield's attention while the refugees escaped the sanctuary via other routes.
If what he said was true, then it'd be impossible for Garfield to stop all the carriages now.
The thought of sending the Lewis clones to chase them had briefly crossed Garfield's mind, but since he doesn't know any of the carriages' current locations, it'd only be a futile effort. The replicants lack knowledge and experience, and could only carry out very crude commands. They wouldn't even know to eat their meals unless instructed to, and if they were pushed beyond their limits, they'd just curl up into little balls and give up on life.
Garfield was too sick and tired of having to run around looking for them when that happens.
Garfield, and in thinly one I can rely on myself.
Ha! Same as it's always been. He was out of options, and his nose was disabled. But Garfield wasn't pessimistic. He still had his powerful body.
And it still had more than enough strength left to carry him through the forest and achieve his goal. No matter what Otto's objectives may have been, he dared to stand against Garfield. Surely, when he decided to oppose him, he must have been prepared to taste Garfield's claws and fangs.
As far as Garfield was concerned, Otto was no longer a simple prey.
This was now a hunt that would require all of his efforts, and he would not stop until he had Otto completely at his mercy. By the time Garfield thought this, he had already all but forgotten his original intent and didn't even realize that he was falling right into Otto's plans. Garfield, where'd you get fucking gall?
That bastard left you instructions, didn't he? Hell did he say?
Just before setting out into the forest in pursuit of Otto, Garfield turned his head, looking to the carriages Otto left behind. The carriages were decoys pretending to be carrying fleeing refugees. Yet the 2 ground dragons drawing them were real, and all through Otto and Garfield's standoff, they had been quietly sitting there like it was none of their business. Garfield, you think if you just sit there I won't hurt ya? Cheeky bastards.
You're lucky I don't like kill unless I need to. Shaking his head, Garfield passed by the dragons and reached for the passenger car once more.
Countless items of clothing had been heaped inside the car to mimic the scent of fleeing villagers.
Last time, Garfield left it as soon as he confirmed this, but there might have been something else he'd missed.
Pushing apart the piles of clothes with his feet, Garfield scanned his eyes over the seats and walls. Nothing stood out, and, after searching a little more, he was about to descend the carriage when...
Garfield, huh? He saw something sticking to the back of the carriage door as he turned, a white piece of paper fluttering in the wind, as if placed there specifically to be visible from the inside.
Feeling a sense of foreboding, Garfield walked up to the fluttering note, tore it off, and opened it in his hands. And,
if you're really this gullible, then it was totally worth the trouble. Reading the message, Garfield's vision flashed furious red.
The next instant, the seats of the carriage shot up as the black lumps underneath exploded in the narrow space, expelling a violent gale in the form of a storm of winged insects, drowning Garfield's roars to nothing.
For the young Otto Suin, the world was like a cradle of hell.
Day and night without end, Otto's ears were flooded with words that made no sense to him.
He'd sit on the floor in a daze, and the voices would come, sometimes like close-by whispers, sometimes like distant cries, sometimes like pleasant songs, and sometimes like shrieks of death. The world constantly reminded Otto of their connection. No matter where in the world young Otto went, the voices always followed.
Day after day without respite, the eternal echo of their discordant chorus, that useless infernal concerto, remained Otto's constant companion. How could everyone live in such a noisy world like it was nothing? In a hell where he couldn't properly understand anyone around him, Otto asked himself that question. His parents would hold him up and cast him words of affection, smiling. But no matter how much love was abound in those words, the dissonant clamor would consume them, never allowing them to reach Otto's ears.
When his parents noticed that something was different about their son, they immediately took him to a doctor. He wouldn't laugh, wouldn't scream, and wouldn't cry.
This utter lack of emotional expression was because all external stimulus felt the same to Otto. And so, in spite of his worried parents, Otto spent his early childhood in emotionless indifference. Perhaps it was fortunate that the Suwens was a middle-class merchant family wealthy enough to send their son to the doctors.
But none of the doctors could figure out what was wrong with Otto. Well, naturally.
Since all Otto had in terms of symptoms was deafness from the excessive noise. Otto has a brother 2 years his senior, and a brother 2 years his junior.
Unlike Otto, his brothers grew up healthy, nourished in their parents' love.
Their parents' attention to Otto gradually faded as the love that was portioned for 3 was eventually divided between 2, and Otto grew distant from his parents' warmth. Otto held no grudge or jealousy towards his brothers or parents.
At the time, he felt no hate nor envy, nor any discernible emotion for that matter.
Although Otto couldn't understand a thing they were saying, his brothers still interacted with him as patiently as they could. And besides, it was only natural that his parents would be emotionally exhausted. If he were in his brother's shoes back then, Otto wasn't sure that he would have been so kind to such a strange family member. For that, he was grateful to them. While sounds could not reach him, written words still made communication possible.
It was his older brother who first discovered this while reading a book out loud to Otto.
Of course, learning to read and write proved extremely difficult. Otto couldn't register the sounds needed to understand the words, so it took him 10 times longer than an ordinary child to memorize the sequences of letters.
Nevertheless, it didn't bother him.
And sadly, this was because Otto lacked the sensibility to be distressed by that fact, having no concept of what life was supposed to be like for normal children.
Thank you, for everything.
He could still vividly remember the tears streaming down his parents' faces as they hugged him when he wrote these words on a piece of paper and showed it to them. He didn't completely understand the concept of gratitude, but he figured it was something he ought to do. That was young Otto's decision, and when he wrote down these words out of that sense of obligation, a flutter was born in his heart. That might have been the first time since birth that he'd cried so loudly. And indeed, it was like his second birth wail. For gat goitajiji eg, agategatagfatatatara, me me mew me 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 me. It wasn't long after Otto's second birth cry that he started discovering patterns within the once incomprehensible chorus of hell. And, little by little, Otto found that he was able to sort and selectively block out the myriad of noises assailing his eardrums. It was around Otto's 8th birthday when he became capable of completely separating himself from the ambient noises at will. Otto was now practically a healthy child, and, like rain falling on an arid desert, he greedily soaked up everything he could. Otto had already lost the chance to learn most of the things an 8-year-old would need to know, so although he had diligently poured his time into learning to read and write, his comprehension level was still far behind other children his age. But, using his newfound concentration as his weapon, Otto closed that gap in no time. From there, Otto Suwin's hidden potentials bloomed.
He was no longer falling behind his brothers. Or rather, his comprehension and intelligence even surpassed them.
With his exceptional ability to learn, Otto soon distinguished himself among his peers, and spectacularly botched his interpersonal relationships, leaving him friendless. Otto, how could everyone live in such a difficult world like it was nothing? Otto muttered, hugging his knees, his cheeks red and swollen courtesy of the girl he had a crush on. At 10 years old, Otto was diligently studying so as not to shame himself as a merchant's son. Most children of that era didn't have access to education at such an early age. So Otto was certainly privileged to be able to spend his days alongside his peers this way. The only problem was that Otto's emotional and mental age were both 7 years behind other children his age. Otto never had a chance to make the mistakes most children should have made, so, now that he was able to, naturally, he made them all. While he would have been forgiven if he'd done this when he was younger, since Otto was way past the age to be making such mistakes, the result was utter bafflement all around. To make matters worse, Otto Suwin was a boy perfectly blessed with bad luck. If you ask his parents, then Otto's misfortune began immediately after birth when he almost drowned in his first bath. And despite everyone's best efforts, he'd always be tumbling downstairs, hit by bird poop, drowning in puddles, and generally beset by misfortune. The reason he wasn't aware of this at the time was because he'd never developed a concept of what misfortune was.
Looking back on it now, however, Otto shuddered at his own history.
What did he have to do in his past life to be so abandoned by fortune?
Big one, gone now, it's gone.
Shiny, shinied, shine is, far away, shiny, shining.
Hey, monsters coming, hey, monsters coming.
It was around this time that the noises Otto was consciously blocking began to change.
And the once senseless chorus became imbued with meaning.
Although he still couldn't understand most of what he heard, in his efforts to transform confusion into comprehension, Otto discovered the true nature of the hell that was his early childhood. Apparently, he could communicate with non-human creatures. 11 years after its manifestation, Otto Suwin realized that he had this ability called the divine protection of anima whispering. After that, hoping to discover the limits of the power bestowed upon him, Otto went all around town testing his divine protection. Over repeated bouts of trial and error, he found that the more intelligent the creature, the more clearly ideas could be communicated between them.
Then, he spoke with the family ground dragon in front of his older brother and confided that he'd had this ability since he was an infant.
Older brother, okay, right.
So,
Otto.
That power is, something.
Yeah, it's really something, but...
Well, just...
Don't use it where anyone can see you, okay?
Possessing a divine protection meant being blessed by the world, but not everyone welcomed the holders of such powers.
It'd be one thing if the divine protection benefited many others, but Otto's ability only applied to himself, and one could easily imagine all the childish mischief it could be used for. Conceding this much, Otto nodded to his worried brother's suggestion. After promising his older brother, who had gone pale and was averting his eyes, Otto resolved to let no one else know about his divine protection.
His power was dangerous, not only to him, but to those around him as well. A sense of duty lit up inside young Otto's heart. He must protect his beloved family.
3 days after making his promise to his older brother, his divine protection of anima whispering became common knowledge, and all his peers shunned him entirely. His younger brother caught him talking with the family ground dragon, and Otto reluctantly told him about his divine protection. Otto also told him about his older brother's concerns and that the power was incredibly dangerous. The next day, his younger brother dragged him in front of a huge group of kids in order to show him off. They watched him talk to a bug, and, for the first time in years, Otto saw hell again. The downside to the divine protection of anima whispering was that he needed to use the other creature's language for communication. Simply put, for Otto to talk to a ground dragon, he would have to bray like a ground dragon, and, to speak to a bug, he'd have to chirp like a bug. It took only an instant for the name Zodda Bugboy to stick. From that point on, Otto was determined to seal away his divine protection, never to use it again. It would be several years before he managed to undo his tainted reputation and erase that accursed memory from everyone's minds. When he finally achieved this, Otto was the impressionable age of 14. Being 14, all excuses for his mental immaturity stopped working. His body was steadily entering adulthood, and when his limbs had fully grown out, Otto could even be described as rather handsome. Grey hair, and somewhat luckless, tender features, mild eyes, and a disposition to put his all into everything he did. Young Otto had grown to possess surprisingly many characteristics that tickled the maternal instinct, and just when he, like any boy his age, began taking interest in romance, he made an enemy of the daughter of the most powerful figure in town with his divine protection of anima whispering, and was banished. That was the winter he turned 15. Long story short, Otto had gotten himself involved in someone else's love scandal. On the night of the powerful man's daughter's birthday party, the girl's boyfriend came storming in, roaring about her being with another man. His crosshairs immediately landed on Otto, who had been talking with her only moments earlier. Otto protested that he was honestly just asking her for the time, but the red-faced man lashing him with Zodda Bugboy would hear none of it. And when Otto heard his long-buried past suddenly dug up, even he lost his composure. So, in order to completely clear his name, Otto unsealed his divine protection, and, after listening to nearly every creature in town, he learned that the girl in question had been with 7 different men that night and triumphantly told her hapless boyfriend, "Looks like you were the 8th." After the man gave him a thorough beating, the girl who had her romantic trysts exposed hired an assassin, and Otto was forced to flee the town of his birth. Relying on his father's connections, he wound up working for an acquaintance's merchant company. There, once he had learned the trade, Otto Suin set out on his own as a traveling merchant at the age of 16. Otto's journey as a traveling merchant could only be described as an uninterrupted series of misfortunes. His affinity for bad luck hadn't diminished over the years. He'd be hit with bad weather whenever he transported fragile cargo, attacked by mountain bandits whenever he took shortcuts through the hills, and, whenever he camped with other merchants, Otto would be the only one swarmed by blood-sucking insects. The only reason Otto managed to survive these calamities was because his exceptional business ability counterbalanced his tragically poor luck. He wasn't making big profits, but he wasn't suffering debilitating losses either. With an uncanny sense of balance known as the bane of merchants, he managed to break exactly even as 4 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Otto was now 20. The fact that he never lost heart nor turned back was thanks to Furyu Fu, the ground dragon he'd known since he was little, whom he brought along when he was expelled from his hometown. Honestly, Otto did have some complicated feelings about Furyu Fu, who was the reason his brothers found out his divine protection of anima whispering in the first place, but, for the present Otto, Furyu Fu was nothing less than his cherished and inseparable family. For whatever reason, other merchants tended to shy away from teaming up with Otto, so he spent many sleepless nights speaking with Furyu Fu to keep his loneliness at bay. "Let me sleep already," Furyu Fu would say, but Otto's imploring always got him to stay awake for a little longer. Perhaps it was only natural that other merchants stayed well away when they saw Otto braying with his ground dragon by his fire in the dead of night. While to a bystander, those days might seem rather uneventful, for Otto, it was a constant life and death struggle. Then one day, there came a turning point. He misjudged a business opportunity and utterly screwed up. This time, Otto decided to peddle oil. It was almost winter and oil would sell for an outrageously high price up north in Gusteco, or so he heard from a red-faced man with a beard and an eye patch. So Otto traded all his metal wares for oil and triumphantly set his sights on Gusteco, when a sudden breakdown in diplomatic relations utterly destroyed any hope of selling his goods.
And to rub salt into his wounded heart, he quickly found out that the metal wares that he had previously struggled to sell were fetching exorbitant prices in the capital. Realizing that he'd been duped, Otto sensed that his traveling merchant's life was in peril. Unless he could find a way to reverse his circumstances, he'd have no choice but to sell Furyu Fu.
Not only that, he might even have to go crying back to his family.
Otto could never allow that to happen.
It had been over 5 years since he last saw his family, but his love for them had not faded in the least. The fact that he could live his present life, as difficult as it may be, was all owing to his family, who never abandoned him as a child. In the first 10 years of his life, Otto had already given them a lifetime's worth of trouble. So for those 10 years of kindness, he was determined to spend the rest of his life to repay them.
It was only right that debts should be repaid.
After all, Otto Suin was a merchant's son, and so, when a trader he knew told him of an opportunity to make a quick profit, Otto took it. This job wouldn't involve any merchandise, only his ground dragon's legwork. Someone was hiring dragon carriages to transport a large number of people from one place to another. Without a second thought, Otto activated his divine protection of anima whispering and told Furyu Fu to rush there at full speed before anyone else. Zooming through shoddy roads, traveling along unmarked paths, and ignoring Furyu Fu's protests of "let's stop already, young master," Otto managed to be the first to arrive. And
My. Just where are you going in such a hurry?
Desu?
Not good.
A bunch of guys with deranged eyes tied him up and rolled him up in a mat, and it was then that Otto realized that his misfortunes had truly reached its peak. He was separated from Furyu Fu, stripped of his belongings, tossed into a cold cavern, and left there to wait for his joke of a life to be brought to an end. Who could possibly understand the depth of the despair that submerged Otto's heart back then?
Surely, no one.
In hopes of finding some way to escape from their evil clutches, Otto completely released the restraints on his divine protection of anima whispering as his last resort. But he was greeted by a soul-crushing silence, for despite unleashing the full power of his divine protection of anima whispering and expecting to be met with the hell of early childhood, that nostalgic, loathsome cacophony did not come. The insects and small creatures that were supposed to be dwelling in these forests and caves were all hiding from that same evil presence, while Otto, who had prepared for hell, had his heart shattered by a very different hell instead.
His eyes lost their vigor, and all strength drained from his body. He knew that it was all over. There was nothing he could do, and this cold cavern would be his end.
The despair was too great for tears. And it was when he had grown numb to the passage of those empty hours, that Otto Suin's fate was unexpectedly saved.
What the? Those witch cult nutjobs really don't discriminate, huh?
Wouldn't expected any less, though. A booming voice reverberated through the cave, bringing Otto out of his trance and jolting him back to reality.
Lifting his head, he feebly called for help.
And it was a large, dog-faced beastman with a heavy Kararagai accent who heard his pleas. Huh? I'm crying?
Before he knew it, teardrops were rolling from his eyes. Damn it. What is this? Why am
I?
Without understanding why, the irrepressible tears kept flowing as a senseless scream engulfed his mind.
Now that he was released from the despair that had dried up his tears, perhaps it was only natural that he would be crying.
I'm so glad I didn't die. He hadn't achieved anything yet. He hadn't repaid a single one of his debts.
If he had died there, his life would have ended without having had the slightest meaning.
And it was because he survived that he now realized that fact.
Every time Otto cried, he felt his life begin again.
His first birth wail was when he was born into this world. His second birth wail was when he recognized his family's love and found the whereabouts of his own heart.
And the third was when he understood the meaning of his life after he had all but resolved to die. Otto Suin screamed his third birth wail that day. Otto, it's not like anyone asked me to buy time like this. Single-mindedly driving his overtaxed feet into the ground step after step, a wry smile rose on Otto's face. As much as he wanted to forget those memories of his unsightly bawling, every memory in which he was crying was far too important, and he couldn't forget them even if he tried. Otto, but I'll repay my debts, no matter what.
Because I'm a merchant, after all. That youth who saved his life.
Otto Suin owed Natsuki Subaru a debt that must be repaid.
For saving his life, Otto would move heaven and earth to repay him. It was only natural for a merchant to think this way.
And, more importantly,
Otto, because he's my friend.
Both as a merchant and an independent human being, Otto ordered himself to stay true here and now.
It was a battle he was unlikely to win.
Nevertheless, against all odds, Otto Suin chose to wager his very existence on Natsuki Subaru's victory.
That was the will of his merchant soul, and a testament to their friendship.
Far off in the distance, from the direction of the abandoned carriages, Otto heard the raging roars of a beast. Sensing that the true battle had now begun, Otto unleashed his divine protection, and, offering himself to that all-familiar hell, intent on giving this fight his all, he ran. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 107, The Final Trap.
Subaru, all right, then I'll count on you to delay him like we planned. After safely finding Lewis and rejoining Otto, Subaru gave the signal to put the plans they've been preparing for over the past few days into motion. Otto, I've no problem with that, but, do you have any idea where Amelia Summer is?
If you can't find her before time runs out, everything we've done will be for nothing. Subaru, can't say it'll go without a hitch.
I mean, it's because of all the hitches that we're in this situation.
But, well, you don't need to worry about it.
Scratching his head, Subaru's face stiffened into a rather miserable expression. Whenever Subaru's eyes sharpened into a serious expression, it gave off the impression that he was mad about something. While Otto hadn't known him for long, he knew him well enough not to misunderstand that expression, but that didn't stop him from feeling some pity for the owner of those unfortunate features. And actually, Subaru felt the same about Otto. The fact that Otto didn't realize this was just one of the subtle things they have in common. Subaru, I think I have an idea where Amelia might be. Honestly, I panicked pretty hard when I found out she was gone, but now that I've calmed down, I'm pretty confident I can find her. Otto, is that right?
So where do I?
Or, maybe it's better if I don't know. Subaru, you sure? You know I wouldn't mind bragging some more and having you fawn over my deductive abilities. Otto, no, I'm good. I don't feel like fawning today, and if Garfield manages to catch me, it wouldn't be good if I start spilling everything, now would it? Otto pointed out with a shrug, while Subaru nodded with, right.
Indeed, it would be rather worrying.
Otto doesn't have a great deal of tolerance towards pain, and he hadn't experienced a whole lot of extreme pain in his past. If Garfield corners him and starts hurting him, chances are, Otto will spill everything he knows. And Otto didn't want to sabotage Subaru like that.
Subaru, well, if you're sure you're gonna spill it, I guess it can't be helped.
Otto, dash.
Without much ceremony, Subaru simply said, no worries, I have complete faith in you.
Just what is a person supposed to think when they hear something like that?
Receiving this kind of blind trust, who could bring themselves to betray it?
And, saying such things without regard to how the listener might feel, Subaru truly is an outrageous friend. Otto, either way.
I'll definitely do my best.
I'm banking my entire future on you pulling this off, you know.
Subaru, yeah.
If I royally screw this up, your future's going straight to rock bottom, but if it gets too dangerous, just run away.
That guy's not gonna play around today.
Otto, I'll keep that in mind. Otto answered those considerate words with a faint grin.
Everything was ready according to plan.
The Alam refugees have been instructed to board their respective dragon carriages and to leave shortly after the bait, Otto, departs. Otto had loaded 2 carriages with the villagers' spare clothing in order to convince Garfield's nose that the villagers are with him, and he would be traveling on the most conspicuous path to draw his attention. The refugee escape routes that he had spent those sleepless nights scouting had also been firmly drilled into the ground dragons.
Nothing should be amiss now.
All that was left was to be the bait until the refugees escaped the sanctuary. That would put them a safe distance away from the Great Rabbit's attack 2 days from now. Meanwhile, Subaru and Emilia would have a chance to talk, and then Garfield would return to the village, find Subaru, and probably turn the whole place into a battleground. Otto, Except, Otto was determined not to let that happen.
Physical prowess was never Otto Suin's strong suit.
He had learned some self-defense techniques to keep himself safe on his travels, but, compared to someone who lives and breathes combat, Otto wasn't just 1 or 2 steps behind. He never neglected to hire bodyguards when transporting valuable cargo, and when he was attacked by mountain bandits in the shortcut through the hills, he tearfully abandoned his luggage and fled. It was the general consensus that Otto lacked the aptitude to solve anything through brute force. Otto, so what on earth am I doing picking a fight with a guy like this? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Otto wrenched his rigid cheeks into a smile. As a rule, merchants always smile in the face of adversity. Born into a merchant family, Otto was raised on that precept, though he only had the latter half of his life to live by it.
Nevertheless, it wasn't a custom to be broken lightly.
If he could smile and convince himself that this was no different from any of the challenges he'd faced before, then his body would come to accept this stress as something good. His arms were moving, so were his legs.
He could still run some more.
It was a mystery how he could sprint across such terrible ground without running out of breath, but, from the lightness of his uplifted heart, the hidden strength within Otto's body bloomed. Otto, still, mustn't get complacent.
Conceit is useless, and carelessness is the enemy.
Speeding through the gaps between the trees, Otto reminded himself to stay ever vigilant.
He had left Garfield a long way behind him.
But Otto can't keep running away like this. His job was to draw Garfield's attention and prevent him from returning to the sanctuary.
Garfield mustn't be allowed to realize the pointlessness of chasing him.
By hiding in the forest and hitting Garfield with one trap after another, Otto must work to keep himself at the forefront of Garfield's mind. Indeed, Garfield had no need to chase after Otto. The real keys to achieving his objective of preventing the sanctuary's liberation was Subaru and Emilia.
Otto was only a distraction.
The fact that Garfield hadn't paid Otto any attention thus far was precisely because he understood this better than anyone.
Swept up leaves and a firestone. And the swarm of winged insects bursting from the carriage.
With these flashy yet harmless traps, Otto had perfectly succeeded in enraging Garfield. The present Garfield had lost his composure and was focusing his sights on Otto alone, completely forgetting he had no need to do so. Otto, that said, it won't take him long to notice it if given the chance. And so, without risking getting too close to Garfield, Otto must keep provoking him from a distance. With Garfield's nose disabled, Otto should be able to avoid any life-threatening situations as long as he keeps out of sight. But, if he's spotted, Garfield would be able to close the distance in an instant with the overwhelming skill gap between them. Indeed, it would require the caution of walking a tightrope. Otto, Hidden in the foliage, Otto peered out at the scene before him. Some 20 meters away was Garfield, leering over his surroundings.
It seems his sense of smell was completely gone thanks to the pungent Kisney's oil spilled near the carriage wheels. He was searching for Otto, relying on vision alone, frustrated, and carrying the air of a wounded beast.
It'd be playing with fire to draw his attention now, just asking to be burned. Otto, now, I'm counting on you.
Right.
Otto lightly whispered, and heard the reply upon his eardrums instantly transformed into meaning. Heeding Otto's signal, the trees began to stir.
Garfield, huh?
Hearing the rustling of leaves and sensing that something was afoot, Garfield looked up and saw a massive barrage of globs of mud and poop flying straight at his face from the surrounding trees.
It was a show of force by the little critters living high in those trees, the wood mice.
Of course, the projectiles themselves dealt no damage whatsoever, but, seeing poop flying at him from all directions, even Garfield panikedly tried to leap out of the way. He couldn't avoid them all, however, with several splashing on his legs prompting clicks of his tongue. Garfield, fuck is this?
Shit. Wire th. That lil fucker's behind this, isn't he?
Scraping off the filth on his feet on a nearby tree, Garfield immediately wondered if this was Otto's doing. But then, Garfield scrunched his nose mid-sentence as if having noticed something. The wood mice's poop balls were pretty much harmless.
They were just staining his clothes, and making them stink. But the scent of their droppings has a tendency to attract the insects of this forest.
Garfield-GH. Something wriggled up to Garfield from beneath the ground before leaping out of the earth and tangling itself around his foot.
His breathing stopped when he saw that it was a long, black, centipede-like insect crawling up his leg.
The length of a person's arm, the centipede wound its way up Garfield's left knee as its grotesque mandibles slurped greedily over the traces of wood mice droppings. Garfield, gross.
Brandishing his claws, Garfield swiped the centipede off him.
But more and more crawled out of the ground, not only leaping onto Garfield's legs, but fighting over the puddle of droppings that had missed him, covering the entire area in a hellish brawl.
Centipedes love the fruit seeds inside wood mice droppings.
That was one of the useful facts Otto had learned over his conversations with the woodland creatures during his treks through the forest. Contrary to their repulsive appearance, the centipedes aren't carnivores and aren't venomous in the least, but being swarmed by them was still more than enough to constitute a threat. And, by now, Garfield, KH. Arg. Get the fuck off.
Garfield was screaming hysterically at the horde of centipedes, sending spit flying. Then, he raised his right leg and drove it into the ground with all his strength.
The next instant, a square plot of earth with Garfield at its center sprang into the air. Otto, ..
Witnessing this preposterous sight, Otto unwittingly gulped. Furiously swiping his claws and legs upon the airborne soil, Garfield made short work of the stunned centipedes left and right.
And, when the floating platform crashed back to the ground, all the centipedes around him had been neutralized while the rest scurried into the earth in fear. The trees that were the wood mice's homes toppled towards the uprooted earth as the inhabitants who had aided Otto scrambled to flee.
It seems they wound up paying quite a high price for the sugar water they got.
Otto, well, that's how business is sometimes. It's not always easy to judge whether a deal will be profitable or not, so please don't hate me for it. Bearing witness to this glimpse of Garfield's strength, Otto quietly apologized in an effort to calm himself. Then, silencing himself once more, Otto retreated to keep his distance from the approaching Garfield and prepared to lure him to the next trap.
He hadn't gone 2.5 days without sleeping scouting around this forest for nothing.
And once all this is over, he plans to sleep so furiously that not a dream could disturb him.
A big one's coming.
I know, yes, I know already.
Behind you, big one, coming now.
I said I know already, I assure you I'm keeping that in mind.
You'll die. You're so dead. Poor thing.
You mind not being so pessimistic? With his divine protection of Anima whispering unleashed, a din of discordant noises flooded Otto's ears as he ran. These were the voices of the bugs, the critters, and indeed all sentient creatures living within the forest, while, with extreme difficulty, Otto sifted for the ones most relevant to himself. It's been 20 years since he first discovered his divine protection, and 10 years since he learned to harness it,
and, in all that time, he had never used it so recklessly.
The time he unleashed it in order to clear his name, he was inside a city where the number of creatures was limited.
But here, inside the expansive forest, the volume far exceeded Otto's capacity to endure.
In the air, in the trees, in the leaves, in the soil and in the rocks, there were countless dwelling places for the critters and bugs. Listening to the noises of all these hidden creatures was like having over 100 human voices simultaneously assailing his mind. He wasn't just hearing with his ears. The divine protection of Anima whispering demanded comprehension from Otto.
Which meant that Otto's brain had to expend itself to process everything his divine protection was picking up.
Otto, BH, G.
A sharp pain raced through his head, causing his body to sway.
He leaned against a tree, wiping the sweat from his face, and saw drops of blood soaking into his sleeve.
Nosebleed. The blood leaking from his face was proof that his brain was working beyond its limit.
The intermittent migraines and the ringing in his ears were showing no signs of abating.
Otto, I didn't know. So this is what happens if I keep using it, this divine protection of mine. Gets pretty unwieldy, doesn't it?
It isn't all nice and convenient, that's for sure.
What a pain.
Roughly wiping away his nosebleed and rubbing his brow, Otto resumed his faltering run.
His ears continued to ring, but he had no intention of shutting off his divine protection.
Otto cannot keep up this chase scene by himself. As mentioned before, the voices keep him informed of Garfield's movements.
They serve as Otto's eyes since he couldn't constantly look behind him.
He wasn't sure what other people thought about enlisting the help of bugs and animals whose wills differ from humans, but it was no easy task.
Their thought patterns are different from that of humans.
Different things delight and upset them.
What one finds normal another might find outrageous.
And there is no way to know which weapons to use when negotiating with them.
Even with insects and animals, the greater their intelligence, the greater were the individual differences between them.
Just depending on the region they live in, bugs of the same species could have completely different preferences. It was thanks to all the effort he'd put into his short but vital preparation beforehand that Otto was able to keep up his imperfect but successful evasion of Garfield. Has Subaru found Emilia, and have they properly talked yet?
He wondered.
It was to give them the time to talk, and to prolong it for just a little longer, that Otto was putting himself through this hardship. If Subaru's guess was wrong, and he hadn't gotten any closer to finding Emilia, then all of this would have been for nothing. Just why was he doing all this for Subaru? As his mind wandered to distract itself from the pain, Otto landed on this thought. Subaru saved his life, and Otto was helping him in order to repay that debt.
That was the truth.
Subaru accepted him as a friend and requested his aid, so it was only natural that Otto chose to help him.
That was also the truth.
But was Otto truly such a hardcore human being that he would go beyond what was asked of him for those reasons alone? Otto, I see.
Something flashed across his mind in that instant, then suddenly everything made sense.
Otto couldn't keep himself from smiling.
Once you realize it, it's really quite simple.
Otto's reason for placing his faith in Subaru, and for helping him, was surprisingly unprofound. Otto, clutching your head, giving up, thinking that no one could understand you.
I was supposed to know that feeling better than anyone.
The divine protection of anima whispering was the power to hear what others could not. Because he could hear the voices of other creatures and know things he normally shouldn't, Otto was seen as a nuisance by many people.
He lost the people who were once his friends, and he could no longer see his family.
To Otto, his divine protection was nothing more than a superfluous tool that was useless outside of emergencies. But, because he had this divine protection, his experiences changed. The experiences of being excluded due to his divine protection taught Otto the pain of being misunderstood by others.
He knew the frustration of knowing something but being unable to communicate it to anyone. And it had conferred him the resigned outlook that no one would understand anyway.
All of this was the same for Subaru before he revealed everything to Otto.
That was why Otto trusted him.
And, reflecting on just how much that youth and his past self overlapped, Otto started running once more.
That's all there is to it.
Otto didn't just want to save Natsuki Subaru. Through him, Otto wanted to save his own past self, to save Otto Suwin.
Finally, fucking.
Found ya. Otto, GH? The moment he recognized yet another one of his truest thoughts, Otto heard a voice outside his divine protection of anima whispering as an impact struck his shoulder, sending him tumbling across the ground. Rolling sideways, he eventually came to a stop on the soft earth. Otto, BHH, PF.
WH, what?
Goo. Garfield, too fucking bad, ain't it? Spitting out the leaves in his mouth, Otto tried to push himself up when a foot drove into his torso. Another kick, wrenching all the air from his lungs, sent him violently skidding over the earth. Up and down jumbled into one as his head spun so fast that his thoughts grew vague. No oxygen cycled through his brain, the blood in his body congealed, while his veins dispensed only pain throughout his being. Garfield, my nose may be broke, but I still got ears.
Whatever trick you're pullin', th' goddamn bugs are chirpin' wherever you go.
But this ends here, yeah? Otto,
I wonder.
Just because you caught up, doesn't mean you've won. Garfield, don't be a smartass.
You put up a good fight. But I ain't gonna waste my time no more.
Garfield set his foot on Otto's stomach and leaned in. Ribs creaked as the foot pressed down with a force greater than the weight of Garfield's scrawny figure, prompting wails of pain as Otto's limbs convulsed helplessly. Garfield, if I step on you with all I've got, you'll be squashed smithereens. You saw me launch th' ground into their back there, yeah?
Same shit's gonna happen to your body.
Wanna try? Otto, sorry, but I'd rather not. Seeing Otto answer his threat with a defiant smile, Garfield was slightly taken aback, but...
Garfield, hell, you got some guts, don't you? If I knew that before you pulled this shit, we wouldn't have needed this goddamn runaround.
Otto. Garfield's words could almost be called a compliment. Hearing this, Otto rolled his head and spilled a small sigh. Watching Otto faintly breathing, Garfield narrowed his eyes. Garfield, if there weren't so goddamn many of 'em, I probably wouldn't have thought anything of it. Otto, Garfield, but soon as I was chasing ya, it's like the whole forest's turned against me.
Even at the start when you threw those leaves, the bugs under 'em all flew at me.
Th' bugs in dragon carriage, those squirrels throwing shit at me, centipedes, snakes swarming out of dead trees, th' birds luring me to a field of poison flowers, there's gotta be some way to explain it.
One by one, Garfield recounted the traps he had encountered in the forest.
While listening, Otto only continued faintly breathing. Those were all traps Otto had set during his treks through the forest, designed to hinder Garfield and to stall for time. None of them missed their mark, and they all succeeded in drawing Garfield here. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many of those natural anomalies for it to be mere coincidence, Garfield would never have believed that Otto was behind it. Garfield, thinking ain't my strong suit, but survive, I gotta think anyway.
So I thought. And thought, and thought, and here's what I got.
When inexplicable things happen in this world, it's usually 'cause some divine protection's involved.
You got one of those divine protections, don't you?
Otto, UF. Garfield, divine protection of forest, divine protection of dirt or whatever fuck you call it, if you got one then this all makes sense.
And you really weren't holding back, were ya, so?
Striking the silent Otto with these words, Garfield gave his trembling body a kick, then glanced behind him.
His sharp eyes narrowed in pity.
Garfield, don't think I haven't noticed what you're planning behind those stubborn eyes of yours. Otto, Garfield's eyes landed on an open clearing where a mass of white light had gathered. It wasn't sunlight that had filtered through the trees, but a radiant mass of mana so dense that it was visible to the naked eye.
Gazing at the swelling mass that could drive a person mad should they wander too close, Garfield scowled and looked back down at Otto.
Garfield, that's your trump card, ain't it?
It ain't like them empty threats you've been throwing around so far. That's something that can do me in. If you're thone who's got me on th' ground, you might even be able to shove me into it. Otto, uck. Squatting down, Garfield picked up the groaning Otto by the collar.
Blood from Otto's overworked brain poured from his nostrils, staining the bottom half of his face grisly red.
Seeing this, Garfield shook his head.
Garfield, you tried, but you're way out of your league. Shoulda known your place like a good boy.
Otto, my place, you say?
Garfield, yeah.
Ya ain't got no chance against me. Whatever that trap's supposed to be, you're thone who's gonna be eatin' it.
With that, Garfield gave Otto's body a gentle toss. Following a brief weightless sensation of falling through the air, Otto's body crashed to the ground and rolled into the pool of dense, white mana. Inside the thick, drifting cloud, the mana began to infect Otto's already vague consciousness. His eyes rolled, his tongue numbed, and his nosebleed streamed without end.
The trap. The final trap. Now that he was tossed inside.
Garfield, I'll watch till it's over. Crossing his arms, Garfield waited to see Otto's end. Where am I?
What am I doing here? Lying on his stomach, catching Garfield in the corner of his vision, Otto gathered his scattered thoughts. And then, he understood. The final trap was ready.
Otto, mind if I ask you something?
Garfield, huh?
Pressing his hands to the ground, Otto desperately pushed himself up. Not expecting him to still be able to move, Garfield's eyes widened in shock. It gave Otto some small satisfaction to see this, and indeed, Subaru was right.
Doing something no one believed you could really is fun. That is a fact. It may be a little mean, but it still felt amazing.
Otto, on your way here, Garfield-san. How many trees have you felled, and how much earth have you gouged open?
Garfield, fuck are you talking about?
Otto, all this mana floating around me.
Is just how much you've angered the forest. The sense of accomplishment made him forget all about his fatigue and pain.
Sitting himself up on the ground, Otto's faltering voice grew firm as he looked up at Garfield. Garfield uncrossed his arms, his face twitching as realized he had done exactly what Otto wanted him to, and immediately tried to move.
But, it was too late.
Otto, Donya. Abounding mana coursed through Otto's entire body, taking shape in the world at the sound of his chant. With overwhelming speed and momentum, a torrent of earth poured forth, slamming into Garfield's body as he belatedly tried to dodge, sending him flying to the other edge of the forest. Otto, ha!
Ha! Ha! Eh!
His outstretched arms still trembling, Otto's labored breaths were thick with exhaustion and blood.
All the mana drifting around him had been siphoned into his spell.
The sensation of mana intoxication had faded, replaced by fatigue and all-encompassing agony. Otto's final trap was the essence of all the traps that came before it. To enlist the help of the bugs and animals of the forest, Otto proposed that they punish the evil presence tyrannizing these woods. It seems the wanton devastation left by Garfield's daily strolls had raised the ire of the forest's inhabitants. Cutting down trees to sharpen his claws and train his body, or even just going around collecting firewood for the village, were probably seen as sabotage from the perspective of the animals living there. Little by little, these heinous deeds piled up until Garfield was eventually considered the archenemy by the majority of the creatures in this forest. So Otto negotiated with those creatures, offering to punish Garfield with their help. As trap after trap was sprung and Garfield inflicted more and more damage upon the forest's residents pulled their mana into one location, lending Otto their utmost support as promised.
The giant mass of mana was so conspicuous that it could only be a trap.
After triggering so many traps on his way there, Garfield instinctively avoided this one and tossed Otto into it instead. With the aid of the forest's creatures, Otto was able to cast magic he'd otherwise have no way of casting. The resulting torrent of earth and debris slammed into Garfield, dealing decisive damage to his thus far unscathed body. Garfield believed that Otto had no strength to oppose him, got careless, and facilitated his own downfall.
Everything had gone as Otto planned. Which means, Otto, this time.
Year outer moves. Otto spilled a despondent sigh as Garfield's figure emerged from the tree line, glaring back at him.
His clothes were torn, and his exposed skin was marked by cuts made by jagged rocks. But his head and other vital places were unharmed, and there was no obvious impact on his gait.
The sheer disparity in strength far transcended Otto's imaginings. Garfield, honesty, I'm damn surprised. Otto, are you, now?
Garfield, I really didn't think you had it in ya.
Hell, I looked down on ya, thinking you've given up.
Forgive me. I pulled some stupid shit when I'm actually dealing with a man.
Garfield said with a meek expression. But Otto shook his head, indicating that there was no need to apologize.
All he wanted to hear was I concede.
But, despite giving it his all and fulfilling his role perfectly, he still failed to defeat Garfield. And so, this is where Otto's resistance ends.
Garfield felt his hands, then flashed his razor claws. He would not show Otto mercy this time. Their sharp edges shall reflect his sincerity.
They would strike true, carve into Otto's flesh, and extinguish his life. I did everything I could, right?
Otto was sure he had played every card he had.
His divine protection, his debts of friendship, he had used all of it. If he still fell short in the end, there was nothing he could do. Otto's capabilities ended here.
And so, Garfield, see ya. When you wake up, you'll start all over.
Otto, this is where my individual round ends, I guess.
Garfield,
Muttering under his breath, Otto closed his eyes, exhausted.
Yet his attitude was nothing like resignation towards death. Garfield, no way.
Is there more? Garfield shuddered with all the hair on his body standing on end as he warily scanned his surroundings.
There was no sign of anything in any direction. If there was something, it'd have to be
Garfield, HK.
Baring his fangs, Garfield swiped his claws upwards. Drawing in a breath, he expanded his lungs so he may howl.
But there, he hesitated. His eyes widened, yet no roar escaped his open lips.
What escaped was not bloodlust, not hostility, but a name. Garf.
A shadow leapt from the treetop overhead, falling towards him. Its short skirt fluttering in the air, the point of its wand aimed straight for Garfield's head.
Watching the shining mana gathering at the tip of the wand, Garfield expelled his shriek. Garfield, why thuka why?
Rah! The next instant, blades of wind burst forth, scattering the sanctuary's forest to the gales. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 108, A Man with Only Good Timing.
Through the mana congregating at the tip of the wand, the chant rewrote the world.
Whistling wind became blades, cycling towards the eye of the storm, dispensing destruction in its wake. Garfield, At the center of the maelstrom, the target of the whirling blades, Garfield roared into the sky. The razors struck at Garfield's torso, shearing at his adamant flesh.
Blood spilled from the gashes, but his timely leap saved him from being cut in two.
Presented with a choice between counter-attacking and evading, Garfield immediately chose to flee.
Even as hesitation flickered in his eyes, he shielded his head with his arms and slid out of the wind blade's path. But these ambushing blades had been launched with the intent to decide the fight.
The wind did not allow Garfield an easy escape as it vigorously hounded his retreat. Kicking off the ground, he clicked his tongue at the invisible slashes. Garfield, fucking, damn it.
The moment he landed, Garfield screamed as he met the incoming wind blades head-on.
Driving his heels into the ground, with his foot as the axle, a rectangular section of the earth tilted upwards and sprung into the air. The wind blades crashed into the uprooted soil and took a layer off of its surface before dispersing. Obeying gravity, the floating platform collapsed to the ground, sending up billows of dust.
Witnessing such a ludicrous scene, any average person would have fallen speechless and dumb.
But the attacker was no average person, and this wasn't the first time she'd seen Garfield do this.
She.
Garfield, TCH.
Bursting out of the plumes of dust was a girl with her short skirt fluttering.
Beneath her neat, peach-colored hair, her light red irises were gleaming with indomitable resolve. Mana exuded from the tip of her wand, warping the atmosphere and sending out blades of wind. Effective for a far greater range than a first glance might suggest, this flawless control was only befitting an expert of wind magic. Contrary to their fragile appearance, the wind blade's slashes are more powerful than that of an average sword blade. Garfield readied his claws at his hips, preparing to intercept, but even his claws would be at a disadvantage against those blades.
Keeping this pose, Garfield lowered his stance in preparation for another backward leap, but his movement was interrupted by Ram's offhand strike.
Ram, Fooler. Garfield, GHK?
A short chant. A strike from the lowest class of wind magic.
The attack struck Garfield from behind, staggering him before he could take a single step backwards.
It dealt no damage. But it had stopped him.
Garfield looked up just in time to see Ram swinging down her blade.
Garfield, What's the best course of action here? Before he could consider this question, Garfield's body moved. His claws and fangs, his innate weapons, would not be enough to counter the wind blades.
And, being caught off guard, it was too late to dodge now.
Which left him only one option.
Garfield, roar. Roaring, Garfield lunged forward, clamping his hands together to catch the invisible sword between his palms. The bare-handed sword catch works against normal swords, but when facing an invisible and incorporeal blade, it's not so clear whether it'll do any good.
Nevertheless, although the blade was made of wind, it certainly physically existed.
Clamping the blade's edge between his palms, Garfield disrupted its course, and, instead of being sliced clean in half, he got away with only a few lacerations on his skin. The attack has been foiled, Ram judged belatedly. Garfield, too.
Fucking close.
Garfield shot out a front kick aimed straight for Ram's torso as she landed. His leg pierced through the air with force enough to shatter a mountainside, but it would not reach Ram, who bent back her body to dodge. Reclining so far that she might as well be lying on the ground, Ram whipped out another wind blade aimed at Garfield's foot. Garfield, HHK.
On one foot, Garfield leapt up, avoiding the strike that would have severed his limb from the ankle down.
He successfully dodged Ram's blade, but... Ram, your feet are off the ground. The instant her whisper grazed his ears, a heel struck Garfield's body from above, knocking him back to the ground. This unexpected attack came from Ram, who rebounded from her stance after launching her wind blade and cartwheeled back with a kick. Unable to avoid the strike midair, all Garfield could do was hold up his arms to shield himself. The bones in his arm creaked as he was sent shooting back, bouncing off the earth and crashing to a stop against a tree trunk. With the air knocked out of his lungs, Garfield glared at Ram, his golden pupils burning with rage.
But Ram, Fula.
An overwhelming windstorm capable of crushing a whole region of the forest swept up, with Garfield at its center, lashing him and the woodlands alike with its invisible fury. Garfield, Gar, HK. The raging wind stuck at Garfield's body, cutting him, tossing him, smashing him against the ravaged trees. Tossed to the point that he could no longer tell up from down and left from right, being separated from the ground left Garfield no means to defend himself, and no option but to be helplessly trounced by Ram's magic. When the wind had stopped and the violence of the storm had passed, Garfield was left barely able to stand. Covered in blood, his head tilted back as he fell to his knees, his consciousness halfway gone. Caught by perfect traps, he had taken 2 hits of ultimate tier magic. The very fact that he was still alive was a testament to his surprising vitality. His opponent must have expected this and so neglected to show any mercy. Confirming the damage on Garfield, Ram relinquished a small sigh. Then, she turned her gaze to Otto behind her, who had watched the entire surprise attack unfold. Ram, I already knew this, but you look so pathetic it's painful to watch. Otto, surely that's not something you say to someone who had just fought with his whole heart and soul. Ram, the result is the only thing that matters.
Did your efforts succeed or fail? The process you took to get here is secondary.
So I'll say it again, you look so pathetic it's painful to watch. Otto, oof, she really is merciless, it's just as Natsuki-san said. Without showing the slightest appreciation for Otto's efforts, Ram gave him a wry smile and a little snort instead. As the result of his fierce battle, Otto did manage to do some damage to Garfield. Aside from the string of minor traps that only served to aggravate him, that final strike did carry enough force to conceivably defeat Garfield. But, if there was one thing Otto miscalculated. Ram, it seems you forgot about Garf's divine protection of Earth Soul. Otto, Earth Soul.
What's that?
Hearing that question, Ram let out a small sigh. She shook her head as if appalled, looked down on Otto with a gaze of heartfelt contempt, and then sighed again. Otto, how much disappointment are you going to show?
I'm feeling seriously wounded here.
Ram, Garf's divine protection of Earth Soul is just as its name suggests, It is a divine protection that bestows him the earth's blessing. As long as his feet are touching the ground, his body is protected by a shield of resilient soil.
And even if not for that, earth magic has terrible affinity against him. You used an Al-class spell, and it just had to be Donya. Pressing her hand to her forehead, Ram closed her eyes and dropped her head.
Ram, your luck is so poor that I don't even feel pity anymore. Otto, so my lifelong misfortune finally detonated at this point?
That's super terrifying.
Or actually, Ram-san, if you knew about this beforehand, wouldn't it have helped a lot more if you told me this beforehand? Ram, shouldn't it be Ram-sama? Otto, why is everyone trying to kick me to the lowest possible stratum? Ignoring the raving Otto, Ram swished the tip of her wand as she turned back to deal with Garfield. He should be unconscious, but his limitless stamina was truly worthy of admiration.
Without a doubt, he was the greatest obstacle to the sanctuary's liberation.
He must be restrained immediately and kept under strict supervision until matters can be. Ram. Ram stopped in her approach, her brows slightly furrowed. Her pursed lips felt the dry air, her red tongue peeked out for just a glimpse. And Ram, Garfield, I'll be damned.
You really, truly are a merciless woman, you. Garfield lifted his slumped head in response to Ram's call, his sharp, opening eyes blazed with fury and hate, and his bared canine fangs were quietly rattling, indicating that his will to fight hadn't waned. The surprise attack should have been a perfect success. It couldn't have possibly gone any better.
And yet, it nevertheless failed to defeat this monster known as Garfield. Profuse blood was pouring from his body, yet he hopped to his feet without the faintest suggestion of injury or fatigue.
Everything the wind blades had done to him was entirely superficial.
Shallow gashes riddled his skin, and his non-vital areas had taken countless blows, but none of the damage was enough to decisively incapacitate him. Garfield, when you had me pressed against a tree and sang that chant, I thought I was absolutely done for.
My mind was turning with all its might that moment.
But I couldn't come up with a single goddamn answer. And so, I stopped thinking.
No longer fussing over his trifling thoughts, he trusted his body to evade for him.
His instincts greedily elected to survive and magnificently operated his body to take minimal damage in that inescapable storm. This was the fruition of the racial instincts of a warlike life form. Even Ram gave an imperceptible gulp at his remarkable battle sense behind her deadpan expression. For Ram, who took pride in always being able to prevail with better judgment even when at a disadvantage in terms of pure ability, it was a rare experience to face an opponent who was her equal. And the fact that it was Garfield only contributed to the indescribable emotion rising inside her. Garfield, say, Ram.
Why you talking their side? What's gone and made you do that?
Ram, Garfield, you realize, right?
You're taking side of the ones plotting to liberate Sanctuary.
Ain't that going against that bastard Roswell's will?
That asshole. At least, right now, he shouldn't be wanting the Sanctuary to be liberated.
Ram, do you mean to suggest you've a better understanding of Roswell Summers' will in my presence, Garf? We've known each other for a long time, so surely you know this?
I will not stand and listen to such insolent drivel.
Garfield, I know how stubborn you are.
It's why I fell in love with you. And that's why I just can't accept this. If you ain't given up on idolizing Roswell, why are you talking their side? How'd they talk you into it?
Listening to Garfield's words, Ram closed her eyes. It was rare to see Ram's lips tremble like this, as if she was suppressing some inexplicable emotion.
Garfield's eyes widened at this sight, but the expression vanished in only an instant.
Ram is merely acting in the most meaningful manner for her wish. That is all.
Garfield, and your wish is?
Ram, to fulfill Roswell Summers' most earnest desire, of course.
And nothing else. Hearing this answer, Garfield expelled a deep sigh.
Ram had no interest in discussing this apparent contradiction any further.
No one could possibly understand what was going through Ram's mind. Except perhaps the one man who had read the deepest core of her heart, and convinced her to do this.
Ram, he truly is an aggravating man, that Barusu,
though not even I understand why that is.
Ram harbored an indescribable aggravation towards Subaru. Perhaps it was a physiological revulsion, or perhaps a disdain fostered over the time they'd spent together, or perhaps a little of both, but Ram had to think that it was ingrained in something deeper. Almost as if he were a hated enemy who stole from her something precious, that was the inexplicable emotion Ram felt towards Subaru.
Nevertheless, Ram accepted Subaru's invitation, for that was just how deeply his proposal shook the core of her heart.
Ram, surely you've recovered enough to stand? Otto, that's a pretty harsh thing to ask. I mean, I wouldn't mind if you could hit me with some healing magic.
Ram, don't worry.
Ram doesn't know any healing magic,
since there never was a need to remember them.
Otto, you're the first maid I've met who's so unconcerned about healing. Wailing, Otto strained his trembling legs to stand. His body was swaying, though his nosebleed had finally stopped. Being able to stand obviously didn't make him a reliable fighting force in any sense of the word. But, seeing that his will to fight hadn't diminished, Garfield let out an irritated snort. Garfield, why? I thought our last bout would have taught you pretty good that you've got no chance against me. You used up your trump card, and don't you see me still pretty lively? You should know when to give up. It ain't manly being a sore loser, oi. Otto, too bad. I don't recall ever abandoning my grimy nature to become some clean-faced kid who'd surrender without a fight.
Even if I lose my last cent, as long as I still have my body, I'll keep going.
Or at least, that's what I imagine a friend of mine would say, right before he starts charging. Garfield, again with that bastard?
Garfield clicked his tongue as Otto uttered the word friend. Garfield, how can you put so much trust in that tall-talking asshole? He's powerless. He's weak. He knows how to walk his tongue, and that's it. How's a man like that worth helping, huh?
Otto, worth it?
You'd have to wonder.
I wouldn't really say that the present Natsuki-san is worth it. Garfield, huh? Otto, but the future, that's a different story. Garfield tilted his head at the unexpected answer, while Otto's grin deepened. He had exhausted his stamina and spent all of his tricks, but even now, without the faintest hope remaining, there was not a speck of unease in Otto's eyes. Otto, it's because I'm a merchant. I don't think it's such a bad deal to invest in someone who could greatly benefit me in the future.
You see, Natsuki-san is
someone who, just maybe, might end up doing something huge.
Garfield,
Otto, but that's assuming he doesn't get snuffed out here. So, just what would this sprouting Natsuki-san eventually bloom into, and what kind of a price would it fetch?
I'll have to keep picking off the bugs and pruning the leaves to find out.
Such a pain in the ass, Otto thought, as he scratched his head with a wry smile.
Listening on the side, Ram expelled a bored sigh.
Ram, honestly, I don't know if anything about Barusu merits that impression. Barusu is weak, useless, and can't even brew a proper cup of tea or do a single thing right.
I agree with Garf there.
Otto, that's
a pretty balanced assessment.
Ram, but Barusu is a man with strangely good timing when it matters. Ram asserted, paying no mind to Otto's timid attempt to support Subaru. Seeing the two men tilt their heads at the word timing, Ram nodded. Ram, timing. A man with only good timing, that's what Barusu is. He's a man who's usually useless, who makes you wonder what role he could possibly serve, but this man named Natsuki Subaru has the mysterious tendency to always be there just when you need him. When Emilia got away from Ram in the capital, Subaru protected her in Ram's place.
When he was brought to the mansion wounded, within days, the Mabeast's upheaval followed.
And again, it ended with Subaru saving the village's children after playing his part in eradicating the Mabeasts.
He was never the greatest contributor, but his presence certainly helped.
When Emilia returned from the capital and ominous forces began closing in on the lands around the village, Subaru came with reinforcements and beautifully saved them from danger. This man named Natsuki Subaru is a man with absurdly good timing.
There is not a single attractive thing about him, nor does he exude the slightest masculine charm.
Ram had nothing positive to say about him, and at times she even felt sorry for him, though she couldn't remember why she felt this way, or what it was that was tugging at her. Regardless, Natsuki Subaru was just that kind of man.
And that was why this time, Ram,
it's safe to trust in Barusu's timing. Once Barusu thinks he sees a chance and acts on that belief, then that must be the only way to seize victory. Otto, sounds like you put a lot of faith in Natsuki-san, Ram-san.
Ram, it's Ram summer.
Otto, is this really the time to be bringing that up?
Displeased by the scoffing man beside her, Ram shot him a silencing glare. They both placed their faith in Subaru's intentions.
And they both agreed to fight at each other's side, and to say nothing about this to Subaru. They were aware that they had already bought more than enough time, but… Otto, it's strange, but somehow I still want to keep going. Ram, that's because the fact that he hasn't gone down after those traps and that beautiful surprise attack is just insulting.
Such impudence is unseemly, Garf. We ought to make you remember that.
Otto, whoa, that was scary.
This big sis is super scary.
I'm actually starting to wonder if Natsuki-san lied about that sleeping girl being a gentle person. Otto muttered his irrelevant observation. Ram confirmed the grip of the wand in her hand, and concentrated mana at its tip once more.
Facing the two readying for battle, Garfield kept his silence.
He listened to their voices with his head downcast before finally, he took a sluggish step forward.
Garfield, ..
Sensing that battle would begin again, Otto and Ram's bodies tensed.
But, in the face of their resolve, Garfield, enough, already, came a scraping whisper,
causing Otto and Ram to simultaneously furrow their brows.
Garfield, thinking, is too much of a fucking pain, muttered Garfield in an exhausted voice.
And… WWRRR. A bestial roar echoed out, shaking the forests of the sanctuary.
Every creature in the forests trembled and bowed their heads before its dominance. For the beast had arrived.
ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 109, The Wrong Choice. Otto, just like we discussed, the villagers will evacuate while I distract Garfield. Natsuki-san said not to worry too much about buying time, but I'm feeling a little more greedy than that. So, can I count on your help? After parting with Subaru, and before setting out with the two bait carriages, Otto spoke with Ram in a corner of the village. Ram crossed her arms at Otto's rather unconfident query, then leaned into a wall and closed her eyes. Met with her silence, Otto tried to suppress his impatient agitation at the urgency of the imminent battle. Otto, sorry, but…
We really don't have much time.
Ram, impatient men are repulsive.
As I said before, it would depend on the conditions.
Opening a single eye, Ram promptly rebuffed Otto's imploring gaze. This before she mentioned was referring to 3 days ago, the night Subaru challenged Roswell to a bet, and Otto asked Ram to fight alongside him. Roswell had asked Ram to leave the room so he and Subaru could be alone. And as Ram came out of the building, Otto was waiting for her outside. He had accurately predicted that Roswell would ask her to leave before discussing the crucial matters of the gospel, and so he managed to catch her in a moment when she was free. Simply put, 3 days ago, Ram and Otto had been no more than shallow acquaintances.
They could count their interactions on a single hand, and Ram hadn't a shred of interest in any man except for Roswell.
Other than the familiar faces from Roswell's mansion, Lewis and Garfield were probably the only people she talked to in the sanctuary. And so, when Otto called out to Ram, and she looked at him as if she was looking at a pebble on the side of the road, he had to start by building their cordial relations from scratch. Otto, greetings,
Ram-san. It sure is a nice night out.
Ram, .. Otto, hello? Ram, I was wondering who you were. So you're that lackey who follows Barusu around everywhere.
I wasn't used to seeing you without him, so I had some trouble identifying what creature you were.
Otto, I'm not even human anymore?
The fact that you have that impression seriously hurts.
Although, Well, I can kind of understand why I'd be treated like Natsuki-san's accessory. Ram, a man who accepts being anyone's accessory is worthless.
Begone.
Otto, so harsh? Ram's unapproachable attitude swiftly tore Otto's friendly overture to pieces. Without showing the slightest interest in Otto, Ram leaned against the side of the door and crossed her arms. Otto, so
do you have a minute to talk?
Ram, regardless of whether I'll remember it, but haven't you even considered starting a conversation by presenting your name?
Regardless of whether I'll remember it.
Otto, why'd you remind me twice that you might not remember it?
Ha! My name is Otto Suin.
I'm just a humble traveling merchant, but I'd appreciate it if you could memorize my face and name. Ram, that would depend on how interesting this talk is. Otto despondently gave his name, while Ram refused to concede any of her domineering attitude. Although she indicated that she was willing to listen, she would immediately put a stop to it should it turn out to be pointless. Otto pumped himself up once more and decided to broach it from a different angle. Otto, this would be related to what Natsuki-san and the Margrave are currently discussing, but…
Ram-san.
Would you be interested in helping Natsuki-san and myself release the sanctuary from its barrier? Ram, that's enough. Ram's only desire is to fulfill Roswell Summers' most earnest wish.
For as long as I respect Roswell Summers' will, liberating the sanctuary that way would be pointless.
Otto, but that's assuming everything proceeds as the Margrave intended. Correct? Ram-san, are you aware that events have already diverged from that path? Ram, ..
It was Otto who proposed, at the end of his conversation with Subaru, that they drag Ram in as an ally.
Subaru was overwhelmingly reluctant about it, but, going from what he said, Otto judged that it was a bet with good chances of victory. Opening her eyes, Ram's emotionless, pink irises fell on Otto.
She uncrossed her arms as the fingers of her lowered right hand grazed against what must have been her wand beneath her skirt.
How he chooses his next words would decide whether or not he incurs her wrath in the form of her wind blades. Holding his breath and wetting his lips with his tongue, Otto showed the same fearless smile as he would when making a challenging business deal.
The stiffness of his body disappeared, as his accelerated pulse fell to a more comfortable pace. Now, just as always, it was time to stand firm.
Otto, events have diverged from the Margrave's plans, and for the first time, you have a chance to realize your true wish.
And I believe Natsuki-san, and I can help you with that.
Ram's fingers wavered, hesitating, and then left her wand. Seeing this, Otto determined that his sales pitch was nothing to be scoffed at. After she's heard Otto's proposal and learned the details of his plan, Ram presented several conditions. Honestly, revealing their entire plan to Ram was a rather huge gamble for Otto and Subaru. If they misjudged their proposal's impact on Ram's heart, then all their plans would be leaked to Roswell.
But there was enough value in getting Ram on their side to take this risk.
Ram laid out several conditions in exchange for her cooperation, and, finding them entirely reasonable, Otto accepted. Otto didn't mention the details of her terms to Subaru. Because he needed her maximum cooperation, and it was necessary to keep some of the actions he had to take secret.
If Otto had told him, Subaru would have stopped them.
If Subaru gave in to his emotions and ruled out this plan, it would have meant leaving the rest of their fate to chance. Ram, you have an unfortunate personality, you know that?
I have no idea what you do for a living, but you'd make a terrible merchant.
Otto, you totally remember I was a traveling merchant, right? Ram remarked with a snort at Otto's secret determination, as a pained wail echoed throughout the sanctuary. Faced with the pressure of the beast's overwhelming aura, Otto was surprised that his body wasn't trembling. The abhorrent figure looming before him was a colossal monster 4 meters in length, crooked, razor fangs extended like sabers from its enormous mouth as its claws curved in brutal crescents like life-reaping scythes of death. Every strand of golden fur coating its body was a wire thick enough to tangle any mortal blade that struck it. Only the glint in its eyes, golden as its fur, retained vestiges of what it was before its transformation. But the lack of commonality between now and what was there only moments before made all of it seem unreal.
It was Garfield, after he'd shed his human body for the form of a ferocious tiger.
Vile-smelling breaths escaped his throat in growls, exuding a pressure enough to freeze the hearts of every creature in the forest. Otto, Consciously forcing his lips to smile, Otto wished he could say something, anything, to lighten the mood. But no voice escaped his frozen throat, and even his supposedly smiling cheeks ignored him and remained rigid. And, belatedly, Otto realized why he wasn't trembling.
It was not because he wasn't afraid.
Rather, it was because, in the face of certain death, Otto's body had given up on improving his chance of survival. After all, trembling in the face of fear is the body's mechanism to ignite its instinct to survive. It is the soul screaming to the body, do not give up. But, in a situation where this would be entirely pointless, it was only natural that his body wouldn't tremble.
He had heard about it. And he had imagined it.
He knew that Garfield possessed both beast-man and human blood alike, and that he could transform into a monster. But reality surpassed Otto's flimsy imagination and manifested a creature so far beyond human understanding that it devoured his spirit to its core. To think that, in the presence of such a creature, he could have uttered something so foolish as "we bought enough time, but why don't we try and beat him?"
Of course he shouldn't try to beat him. As if he stood a chance. And yet.
Ram, Garf transformed.
We've met all the conditions now,
muttered the small girl beside him, her voice entirely unchanged in the face of the overwhelming presence before her. He hadn't even the mind to ask what conditions.
But, with a movement so mechanical that his neck creaked as it turned, Otto looked to the girl, to Ram.
Ram's lips relaxed slightly, and, for the first time, she showed Otto something like a smile. Ram, Garf made a mistake by picking this obvious choice.
We've won this fight.
Otto,
You damn sure about that?
Otto quipped in his mind, forgetting his usual politeness. Ram gave Otto roughly 3 conditions for her cooperation. Ram, regardless of the divergence from Roswell Summers' plans. And from the Gospel's writ, you must preserve Roswell Summers' will to live in this world, whatever it takes. This term was already fulfilled when Subaru challenged Roswell to their bet. Roswell, who had been ready to abandon everything, again donned his war paint and, with eyes brimming with life, resolved to take on the world once more. Ram, secondly, Amelia Summer must not lose her determination to challenge the trials. If this world is to continue despite diverging from Roswell Summers' plans, then she will inevitably have to stand for herself. She must be tested before the day of reckoning comes. This one would have to be left entirely to Subaru and Amelia, but, judging from the fact that Ram was willing to hear his proposal, she probably considered this condition as good as cleared. When Otto heard that Amelia had gone missing, his first thought was we're completely doomed, but Ram doesn't seem to think so. However, since Otto was afraid that she might change her mind if he asked her why, he decided to leave well enough alone.
So then.
Ram, if you can guarantee these 2 things, I will be willing to help you, but as for the part that we'll be keeping secret from Barusu, I still have a few finer requirements. Otto, let's hear it, as long as it's something I can do. Ram, if I am to join the fight against Garf, you'll have to at least broaden the prospects of victory. First, you must disable Garf's nose.
Then, deal a certain amount of damage to make him lose his composure. I will not enter the fight until the decisive moment, so you'll have to accomplish these things yourself.
Surely, seeing you've gone out of your way to propose this plan, you must have at least one trump card hidden up your sleeve.
Otto, well.
There is a little something, yeah. Ram, I see, just as I thought.
In that case, here's the last condition. Otto, right.
Ram, make Garf transform.
This is the final requirement for attaining victory.
Ram, his sense of smell, is it still disabled? Otto.
Ram, pathetic.
Otto, goo. Seeing Otto so stricken that he couldn't even answer her question, Ram mercilessly jabbed her elbow into the side of his waist. Wailing at the sharp, gouging pain, Otto gasped as he suddenly remembered to start breathing. Otto, Ugh. I thought I was gonna die.
Just now, thought I was gonna die from that pressure.
Ram, even a soft and flimsy meat shield is better than nothing, so snap out of it. His sense of smell, is it disabled? Otto, I'll pretend I didn't hear that first part, but, yeah, it is.
Macoil pollen is an extremely powerful animal repellent, even humans would pass out if they smell it from up close.
Ram, and even more so for Garfield, with his many times more sensitive nose.
Then that's one of the benefits of his beast form nullified. The timing and the damage dealt to him before his transformation is all going according to plan.
Exhaling a light breath, Ram tipped her heels off the ground as she shifted onto her toes. From there, she dropped her heels, lifted them, and began repeating that motion in a simple leg exercise. Otto furrowed his brows at Ram's strange behavior, and with,
he tiled his head.
Otto, Ram-san?
What are you doing?
Ram,
I'm warming up. Slightly loosening my body before I start.
As much I loathe to admit it, Barusu is right about this being efficient. Otto, no, that's not. I meant, what are you doing these exercises for? Ram, that's simple. Casting the stuttering Otto a glance from the corner of her vision, Ram finished her warm-up exercise and closed her eyes. Then, opening her eyes again, her feet carried her forward, with a casual gait, as if she were taking a leisurely stroll. She began closing distance with the beast. Otto, wait?
Ram, be silent.
Otto's eyes bulged as he watched her bold advance.
But Ram rejected his call, not slowing her speed in the slightest, as she headed towards the tiger.
The beast stooped low as it glowered at the prey before its eyes. Surprised by the little creature's action, its body stiffened for a moment, but immediately, it judged the behavior to be an insult to itself. Rage arose in its golden eyes as it raised its hefty forepaw, thicker than Ram's torso, and swiped with vicious claws outstretched. A single strike from these claws, each as wide as the delicate girl's arms, would carry enough force to instantly transfigure her limbs into shreds of gore with a graze. The wind screamed as the Reaper's scythe in the shape of claws swung to claim Ram's life from this world. But, just before that could happen. Ram, you're too soft, Garf. Who do you think you're facing? Crouching down and letting the mighty claws pass overhead, Ram said to the tiger with pity. Having thrown its entire body behind that swing, the tiger floundered as Ram's tiny figure dived for its chest. Bending her knees, Ram sprung out her body as she shot out her readied fist. Ram, when have you ever won in a fist fight against me? Garfield-Rah. The fist lunging into its torso from below sent the several 100-kilogram beast into the air. Its body arching from the force of the strike, a pained wail spilled from the beast's gaping maw. Shock waves crashed against the forest as Otto heard the sound of the air bursting. Otto, no way. A girl a head shorter than he was had just punched a beast so tall that looking up wasn't enough to see the whole thing. And just like that, with her fist still buried in the tiger's torso, Ram used her offhand to slap the animal around even further. Blows alternated from one hand to the other as they beat the enormous beast shrieking in retreat. With fangs bared, it lunged its great jaw at Ram, but the girl leapt, setting her foot upon the tiger's nose, and, with a forceful kick, she sent the beast's face slamming down to the ground. Scraping against the earth with its raw cut off, the colossal beast writhed, frantically attempting to tear apart the limbs of the girl toying with him. But Ram danced through the air like leaves in the wind, mockingly evading the tiger's strikes, driving attack after piercing attack into the shallow points in its fur. Her heel into its throat. Her hand into its flank. Her fist punching aside its paw, opening the way for a direct kick to the beast's unguarded face. Witnessing her dominate the vicious tiger in close-quarter combat, a surreal sensation as if he were reading a picture book gripped at Otto's heart. What on earth was he watching? Seeing Garfield shed away his human form had stricken Otto with so much despair that his body gave up on living. And yet, what on earth was he watching here? With every swing of the girl's arm, the beast's body bounced back from the force of the blow. This colossal monster, whose very roars could slaughter a living creature, was unable to land a single hit on her. Its furious paws blindly mowed through the trees, gouged into the earth, transforming the forest with chaotic violence, and yet the constantly changing landscape caused Ram no issue at all.
They could win, like this.
He felt stupid now for having doubted Ram's pre-battle remarks. Her statements about purposely getting Garfield to transform now held definite credibility. As a beast, the power of the transformed Garfield is overwhelming, but its advantage lay in situations where he's fighting multiple opponents. His very mass is a weapon in itself, and even against single individuals, there was no reason he should lose. But, when his opponent is someone with inhuman combat abilities, it's a different story. His cumbersome body becomes a target, his powerful, tree-felling claws are fraught with openings, and his devastating strength leaves him clumsy and unbalanced, unable to shift between attack and defense. Calmly analyzing the situation would make all of this become clear. However, this simple solution would only be valid if there was an overwhelming individual to carry it out. A friendly wildcard who could counter a transformed Garfield. Securing this precious resource for their team was Otto's greatest contribution to this fight.
Otto, we can. We can do it.
At this rate, Garfield can be. Clenching his fists, Otto cheered as he saw the first hope of victory. As if propping up that hope, Ram's fist slammed into the side of the ferocious tiger's face, sending the creature skidding magnificently across the ground, scraping up plumes of dust. And Ram, BHG. Leaking an unsuppressible groan, and with profuse blood streaming from her forehead, Ram's body swayed as if about to fall. With the streaming blood dyeing her vision true red, Ram's frantic steps barely managed to keep her body from collapsing. Sharp, piercing pain flashed just above her brow, at the very center of her forehead. Clicking her tongue, she rued the throbbing ache emanating from the faint white scar. Behind her, Otto's broken voice shrieked.
So annoying.
Ram didn't need anyone to tell her how much the situation had deteriorated.
It wasn't that any of Garfield's attacks had hit her. Against those thoughtless, wide-open swings, it'd actually be harder to try to get hit. Those screams are annoying. Wanna hit him?
Ram, who? Expelling a short breath, Ram's unsteady feet kicked off of the ground. Immediately, the tiger's claws gouged into the earth where she'd just been standing. Clods of dirt sprang up like a shotgun blast, mingling with vivid red droplets as Ram spun, dancing to evade. She was clearly on borrowed time, but somehow, she could still move. Sighting an opening, she kicked the tiger's jaw from below, sending the beast wailing in pain as she followed with another kick from her other leg. She rode on the momentum to backflip out of harm's way, but the instant she landed, her stance immediately crumbled. Ram, A. Garfield, WRR. Literally by a hair's breadth, Ram evaded the claws late enough for them to shear off a tuft of her hair, sending strands of pink dancing through the air.
It was pure coincidence that she dodged that strike.
If her feet hadn't just happened to slip, Ram's head would have doubtlessly exploded like a red fruit. Tasting the closeness of death, feeling something indescribable rushing up her spine, Ram's red lips opened into a grin as she snarled.
The exhilaration of battle.
The scar on her forehead throbbed, sending something between pain and an itch flooding down her entire body.
Her broken horn.
Her proof of being an Oni. In order to release her full potential, Ram needed her horn to draw mana from the inexhaustible supply within the atmosphere around her. After losing that organ, her body could not unleash even a tenth of its true power. She knew beforehand that she'd be punished for overtaxing her body like this. Still, she had thought that if the conditions were right and she manages to end the fight quickly, there was no reason she'd lose.
And yet...
Ram, you've gotten stronger, Garf. Ram's murmur was overflowing with an emotion she rarely showed to others. Naturally, Otto had never seen it, and even Subaru only saw it on a few occasions.
It was the kind of emotion she'd show to her only family, the one who had vanished from her memory.
With the tender smile still etched upon her lips, her lunging fist mercilessly smashed into the tiger's face.
She felt its tough skin bouncing off of her knuckles.
Her fist, having lost its firmness, directly felt the recoil of the impact, breaking the bones in her hand.
It felt good. She was fighting. She was living.
The exhilaration of killing and being killed flooded her with overwhelming euphoria.
More. There's more after this. There is yet another dimension to reach. Her right hand shattered, no longer capable of forming a fist. The tiger with its crushed face bellowed.
Breath like a windstorm pressed towards her as her left hand sliced through the wind and gouged into the thin hide on the tiger's neck. Blood spouted, her fingers tore out chunks of flesh as more blood spouted forth. Gory specks sprayed onto her white cheeks as she savored the intoxicating taste of iron on her tongue. If her shattered right hand was useless, then she'll choke him with her arms. One arm wasn't nearly enough to wrap around the neck far wider than her own body. Soaring, grappling, throwing in her legs as well to strangle the beast's arteries, she dodged the claws closing in to swipe her away. Shifting with all her weight, one of her fingers snapped.
The shriek felt good, like she was back home.
Ram, phphh, arg. The dance was so much fun, yet the haziness of her head was too aggravating. The blood streaming from her forehead showed no signs of stopping, and it began to overflow from her nose and mouth as well.
She was past her limit, and her body was beginning to break.
Her nerves were controlling her body based on its full potential, but, with no mana to sustain it, her body was gradually failing to keep up. Ram continued to move at blazing speeds, still evading Garfield's claws. So overwhelming was her combat ability that not even a single strike could graze her. But the wicked hands of collapse continued gorging upon her body, and the end would come before any claws or fangs could reach her. Ram, phgh. After pausing for a deep breath, overflowing liquid burst from her mouth. Clots of blood splashed to the ground, and, as if it had been Ram's very life force, her body instantly lost its strength.
Her shoulders slumped, her legs collapsed. The beast would surely not overlook this moment.
Its beaten and enraged visage bared its fangs as it swung its paw towards Ram's slender body.
But
Otto, you are Donya. Alongside that throat-tearing chant, a wall of earth shot up from the ground. It cut into the space between Ram and the tiger's paw, dulling the attack's force for just an instant before immediately being smashed to dust. But in that single instant, a hand dragged Ram's body back and, with all its strength, flung her backwards. Somehow, she had a feeling that this was the second time she'd been thrown like this. Soaring through the air, she stared at the sky in a daze as that out-of-place sentiment popped into her mind.
The impact of crashing back first into the ground robbed her of her breath, but she swiftly raised her head to register the situation. There, in front of her, in the spot where she'd just been tossed from, now stood Otto, who should have been cowering on the side.
It seems he saw that Ram was in danger and threw himself in. But even so, surely, there is nothing he can do. Garfield-WRR. The beast, enraged by this powerless creature who had intruded into its battle with Ram, blasted the pale-faced youth with a forest-shaking roar. If he froze here, he would surely become food for those fangs. At this juncture demanding immediate action, Otto clenched his hands into fists, stomped his foot into the ground, and Otto-WWRRR. From his slender throat came a roar exactly like the beast's. This was the divine protection of Anima whispering Ram had heard so much about. Otto had always boasted that as long as it was an intelligent life form, whether it was a dragon or a critter, or even an insect, he could speak with it. It seems to also allow him to communicate with Garfield, who transformed into this irrational beast. Ram couldn't tell what Otto must have heard from Garfield's roar. And she couldn't tell what Garfield thought of Otto's reply. But this exchange of roars did create a brief delay before the beast resorted to its claws and fangs. That opening was more than enough for Ram to understand Otto's true reason for throwing her. Garfield-WWRRR. Otto-WWRRR. Orc. That's my throat's limit. Struggling to sustain the literally blood-spewing shriek, Otto held his throat as he coughed. With the conversation at an end, the tiger lifted its paw, aiming to annihilate Otto with a single strike. Otto raised his hands before him, and with a determined expression, he unleashed the desperate scream. Otto, Eldonea. A thick wall of earth spread out in front of Otto, and, without waiting to watch it rise, he turned and began sprinting backwards. The tiger's paw crashed through the wall behind him, sweeping up a whirling plume of dust as it closed in on Otto's fleeing figure. A direct hit knocked the wiry body flying like a dead twig, plunging non-stop through the bushes and trees.
Whether he lives or dies would depend entirely on Otto's fortitude.
Ram paid no attention to the results of his decision and actions. She determined that to pay it no heed was the most appropriate way to repay Otto for what he had done. Ram, Garf.
You made a mistake by transforming after all. Ram announced to the tiger, who was turning to attack her next.
Leaning against a tree, freed from the exhilaration of bloodlust, Ram's head steadily cleared.
Gripping her wand in her barely operational left hand, she aimed its tip at Garfield.
Mana began to shift. Ram, if you had even a speck of sense left, you wouldn't have overlooked me.
Garfield, .. The tiger warily scrunched its nose, but did nothing further. It had no idea what was coming.
The eyes of that senseless beast did not understand what it meant that Ram was standing in a mass of white light. To the residents of this forest, this man, who transformed into a monster and ravaged the earth, the trees, and the forest in its attempts to strike Ram, was a violent and irredeemable villain.
Ram, I'm not bungling this the way he did.
Garfield, ..
Realizing something, the tiger stooped low and charged towards Ram. But it was too late.
Ram, Al-Fula. Mana from the rage of the forest's residents converged at the tip of Ram's wand, exploding into a burst of light.
And the battle for the sanctuary's forests was over.
Getting the feeling that he'd just heard a beast's roar, Subaru stopped and glanced behind him. Subaru, nah, no way. It's way too early for that, Subaru naively decided.
It had been perhaps 20 minutes since he asked Otto to buy time and left him.
It was doubtful whether Otto had even departed with the carriages yet, and there was no way the situation could have progressed that far. He figured his anxiety must be making him hallucinate, but that was actually the more terrifying thought. Just how subconsciously anxious was he?
Subaru, gotta believe.
Otto's doing his best to buy time.
He did say he'll spill everything once Garfield catches him.
And we didn't tell the Alam villagers anything they didn't need to know, so they shouldn't become targets. Each time Garfield attacked Subaru or the villagers as they tried to leave, Subaru had confronted Garfield about the Lewis clones beforehand.
Which means, by Subaru's speculation, Garfield didn't want the truth about the Lewis clones to be leaked outside.
Subaru didn't know what the underlying reason for this would be, but it seems Garfield could not be at ease until he has eradicated everyone who knew that fact. The loop where he slaughtered all the villagers except Subaru was probably the result of his inability to determine whether Subaru had divulged it to any of his fellow escapees. Whether Garfield would believe him when he says he never told them would be yet another gamble, but somehow, Subaru had a mysterious conviction that if he sincerely emphasized that fact, Garfield would accept it. Garfield doesn't seem to be the type who could handle complicated concepts very well, so Subaru figured he would just have to present him with something he wouldn't need to think too hard about. Subaru, and if Otto's right, then we've got Ram on our side.
Worst case, as long as he's not cornered, he shouldn't lay his hands on her.
If there was anything to worry about, it's that Ram would provoke Garfield more than necessary. The two have known each other for a long time, and they share a past of which Subaru knew nothing about.
If something fractures between them because of that shared past, it could lead to unimaginable consequences.
But the reason Ram had agreed to help them was so that Roswell would keep living in a world that had diverged from his gospel, and she would tirelessly work to forge that path.
Or at least, that was how Subaru interpreted it, and he figured she needed his and Otto's help to achieve it. Even if she wasn't impressed by Otto's sales pitch, she'd surely go along with it.
Subaru, I believe in you, Big Sister Summer. No matter how useless Otto is, please work with him. Clapping his palms together, Subaru prayed his utmost for their safety. Unaware that the two had gone off and made a decision to skirt the boundaries of life and death, Subaru concluded his prayer, and
Subaru, well then, time for me to do my part.
Tugging his own cheeks to psych himself up, Subaru gave his head a shake and resumed his stride. The moment his foot stepped inside the gaping entrance, the unpleasant feeling of free-falling through the air, and of his guts floating upwards assaulted him.
Subaru, you. Holding his hand to his mouth, Subaru forced back the surging nausea as he pressed onward.
That unshakable floating sensation made every step he took feel like the phantom step at the end of a staircase. His organs churned as his blood seemed to flow backwards, and it was as if the air was slathering its tongue around his eyeballs. Savoring the sense of rejection as if the entire world was refusing Natsuki Subaru, he drew deep breath after deep breath, his face pale, pressing his hands to the wall as he dragged his feet forward.
Subaru, don't be so cold. I'll feel hurt, you know. Having anticipated this, Subaru had emptied his stomach beforehand.
Nevertheless, this gut-wrenching nausea caused stomach acid to surge to his mouth. Subaru pushed the feeling down and forced his eyes to open as he desperately crept step after step through the darkness. And Subaru, thank goodness.
I finally found you.
Having made his way to the end of the short distance that felt like an eternity, Subaru's shoulders slumped in relief. In front of him, leaning against the ancient wall of the dusty corridor, the girl sitting there hugging her knees looked up at him with an astonished expression.
Sue.
Baru?
Though her voice was faltering, the fact that she called his name filled him with satisfaction.
Then, Subaru bent down beside the girl on the ground, and Subaru, say, let's talk, Emilia-tan. Using the same icebreaker from back then when he couldn't bear to face his mistakes, this time, it was Subaru who spoke the words.